Fromaholics. Welcome to Julie B Deep Dives. I'm Julie B. This is our special guest, Doug, and now
Hi,
friend of the channel at this point. Thanks for being here again.
My pleasure.
And of course, we have our co-host, Scarlet Echoes. How are you tonight,
Hey,
Scarlet?
everybody. I'm having allergies since it was 80 degrees here, and last week it was 20.
That's
Michigan.
nuts. Yeah, that's nuts. That sounds crazier than New England, and New England is known for its weather to turn on a dime. Hey, Grant, thanks for being here.
G'day, g'day.
All right. So we've got, of course, Dieter. Dieter was first in the chat like many hours ago. There's Dieter. Let's see. I'm going to catch up to like later. Here we go. Hey there, Zaptin Kaboom. Let's say hello to some awesome people here. Welcome, Trace. Hey there, Samuel. So some Victorian women would wash their hair with raw eggs. Okay. Oh, this is related to Severance. Okay. Praise Kier. I was like, what's that about? Hey there, Amy. Nice to see you. By the way, this is a call-in tonight, so I am going to be, after we say hi to some people, I am going to be putting up the StreamYard link if anybody would like to call in with a question or a comment for Doug. And we hope we could hear from you. Hey there, Lori and Ray.
That's my cousin Lori.
No way. Really?
Yeah.
Well, hello.
Yeah.
That's so awesome. And
My favorite character that I've played in a movie or TV series, the Man in Yellow, hands down. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, not even a difficult one to ask, is it?
No contest, that one.
Not even a difficult one to answer. And have you ever been starstruck? With who?
Starstruck, not exactly, but I guess this sort of falls into that category. I think I told this story to you earlier, Julie, on one of our chats. But back in the 80s, I did a day on this movie made for TV called Heart Sounds. And the stars were James Garner and Mary Tyler Moore. And it was all very rushed when I got there. My call time had been set at like 9 a.m. or something like that. And then the night before, they shifted the schedule at the last minute, so they were starting much earlier. But it was too late, according to union rules, for them to notify me. So when I got there at 9 o'clock in the morning, everybody's going, "Where the hell's the orderly?" And it's like, I'm early. What are you talking about? Anyway, so everything was like a mad dash. So they rushed me into makeup and stuff and costume and everything. And then I was sitting in the green room, and there was this woman on a chair with a smock over her, and they were doing her makeup. She had her back to me. And there was a conversation going on about something. I didn't know. I can't remember what it was now, but I was sort of taking part in the conversation. And she was firing comments over her shoulder from time to time. And then the makeup person turned her around and was like, "Holy shit, that's Mary Tyler Moore." Sitting here having a conversation with her, and I had no idea. So that was kind of wild. She was very sweet, by the way. She was really nice.
Yeah, I've heard she was lovely. I'm a big fan of classic TV, so I grew up watching Nick at Night, the Dick Van Dyke Show, and the Mary Tyler Moore Show, and
Same here.
Classics. Yeah.
Very funny lady.
Yeah.
Well, you kind of have to be, don't you, in that environment?
Yeah, it was remarkable how actually she helped. She was the star of her own sitcom in the 70s, and it was pretty groundbreaking too. It was a big deal. Hey there, Alexis.
Hey, Alexis.
Here. I'm going to share the call-in link in a couple of minutes, and Alexis will hopefully be calling in. She was planning on doing that, so that's awesome. Penny G, welcome. With Alice, welcome. We're going to be doing a giveaway tonight, thanks to LuvCrochet by Alexis. We're going to be giving away a jade doll, so I'm so excited to be doing that. And it was very kind of Alexis to agree to do this with us and partner with us for this. Here's Mr. Grant Gregory's better half, Miss J's reviews. And who else do we have here? Of course, Dieter. Hey there, Dieter. I'm going to start starring some questions here so that we can bring them up. Let's see who else is here first. Hello there, Lux. Welcome. And okay, so I'm gonna post the link. Hey there, Joseph. Welcome. And I saw Doc in here too. I missed your comment somewhere here, but hey there, Doc. Doc's going to be joining us later as well. And welcome, Cassidy. Cassidy says we love Doug.
Hi,
Yes.
Cassidy.
Yes, we do. We do love Doug here. So there's the StreamYard link. I'm going to pin that to the top of the chat so that it doesn't go anywhere and get buried. And let's see. Oh, hey there. I missed this one. Fan of Fromily. Hello from Fromville. The guy up the top, I think he is sus. Yeah.
That's a term I'm not familiar with.
Suspicious.
Thank you.
Yes. I think it's more popular with Gen Zers. Hey there, Bryce Parker. Nice to see you. And Mr. Frogman, I don't know if I shouted you out yet or not, but hello there. And Dieter had a question. Dieter had a question here. Where was it now? I started. Doug, first question. Man in Yellow, does that mean Margin Yellow from The Simpsons?
I wrote him back and I told him that's my drag name.
That's your drag name. Okay. Yeah, the Margin Yellow. So let me see. I'm gonna look for the link to that and pin it. So how's your week been going, Doug? Anything new that you'd like to share?
Well, I was just telling Grant that I had something happen this week that has never happened to me before in my career. I think I told you about this privately, that I landed a voiceover gig without even auditioning for it. Which isn't as rare as it might sound, because with voiceover, often they will cast people from their reels. You know, the agents will just send them samples of people's voices from their reels, and they'll get cast that way. But that has never happened to me. I've always had to audition for everything I've ever done in voice. But this one just like fell into my lap. But as I was telling Grant, it was bizarre because I showed up on the day literally having no idea what the commercial was about. I knew what it was for, but no idea what the concept was, what the dialogue was, nothing, you know? So it was weird.
That's terrific. Well, that's great. You didn't even have to do anything and it landed in your lap.
Yeah.
That's great.
What else is going on? Oh, Marcia and I just did a huge mail out for our new play, Sucker, to, you know, theater companies all over North America and Europe and stuff like that. And normally when we do these, it's like crickets, but we've actually got 3 replies so far, and a couple of them have asked for scripts. So fingers crossed on that.
Oh, that's great. Oh, I hope that works out well for you. I know what a pain it is to have to do that and spread all those around. Oh, hey, Robert Saunders, my friend here in the chat. Nice to see you. Robert is an awesome theorist in the From fan community. Hey there, Bill Chill. Nice to see you. Feel free, anybody that has questions for Doug or comments, you can drop them in the chat, or you can click the link and come on the panel and ask a question or offer a comment. We can only do one at a time, just to keep it nice and orderly. I'm not counting Alexis though, because Alexis, you are free to join anytime you would like. Feel free to click the link and join us. Don't be shy. We don't bite. Men in Yellow doesn't bite either. Your throat will be safe. We promise.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Hey, Barbara. Welcome. Hey there. I don't know how to pronounce that, but hey there. Finally got in. Hello, everyone. Absolutely.
Governor?
Yeah. I don't know.
Governor. It looks like a governor. Maybe a funny way of saying governor.
Yes. Well, whoever it is, however you say it, they say absolutely love Doug, and Jade is my fave, and we're giving away a Jade doll. So welcome. Nice to see you. And speaking of the Jade doll, we have Alexis here. Oh, nice to see you. Welcome, Alexis.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah, if you just mute us in the background.
There we go. I was trying to make sure it was popping up for me. I need to.
Yeah.
There. Okay, I'm good now.
Yeah. Welcome. It's so nice to see you. And
Hi,
your dolls.
Alexis.
And your dolls. You've got a whole
Yeah.
group. You've got company. You brought company with you. Awesome. I see Sarah back there, and Jade.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
Boyd, Smiley, and Donna, and Victor's hidden over here.
Nice.
And we got little man in yellow up here.
It's nice to see him.
He's just hanging out with a couple of friends.
Yeah.
Does Sarah have a little screwdriver in her hand?
Yes, she does.
Nice.
That's awesome.
I love it. I love it.
So does that mean if you do an Elgin one, he's going to have an eye missing?
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about having Elgin with his eye out, and then I want to do the granny monster, but with like her teeth out and everything like that. So I'm excited to do those.
Can you do a detachable eye for Elgin so you could have him before and after?
Maybe I might be able to do the safety eye, and you can just put it back in when you're done with it.
Yeah, a little piece of Velcro, you know, just stick it.
Oh, that would be hilarious. Detachable eye. Oh my God, I love it. Yeah, we're a huge fan of your work, Alexis. You make beautiful dolls.
Thank you.
I know it must take a lot of time and effort to create them too.
Yeah.
So, well, it's terrific, and
it's more so about
really
finding the. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
It's more about finding the time to do it.
Yeah, I bet. You know, I'm sure you have a lot going on, and this is a time-consuming thing, so it takes a lot of time and patience. But
it is. Yeah.
We love your work. So for the giveaway tonight, we're going to be giving away. Alexis has been so kind to agree to give away a 15-inch jade doll. And it's going to be completely random whoever is selected. I'm going to actually set that up now. So it'll be so it's just going to be #Jade, and it's lowercase, so no capital letters. I can't type it in the chat I won't start it yet. I'll type it in the chat now to demonstrate before I start the giveaway, because I'm not entering my own giveaway. But this is what it will look like. If you want to enter, it is US residents only. If you want to enter, you just have to do that.
Oh, ripped off.
Not yet, though. Not yet. That was just a demonstration. Now I'm going to start it in a second. I'll let you know when it starts. It's going to be, StreamYard has this giveaway tool that automatically picks someone completely random, and people can do this throughout the stream tonight, and Alexis is going to announce the winner tomorrow. So, okay, I'm going to hit start collecting comments. All right, so as of now, let's see. Okay, so yeah, anyone can do it starting now, and there isn't any time limit. I'm going to keep it running throughout the stream. And just in case, I don't think mine is going to count, but I'm going to delete mine. If it draws me, that would be a problem. Well, if it draws me, then I'll just draw a second time.
There you go.
Problem solved. Because all I do is I hit a button. It's really cool. I hit a button and it just randomly draws a name from the chat. So yeah, simple as that. All you have to do is type #Jade. That's it. Anyway, so let's see. My blood is your blood now. Hey there, Bryce. That's the episode we covered this week in our rewatch. The My Blood is Your Blood Now episode. What do you call a guy who used to dig but cannot dig no more? Douglas. Hey, completely honest reactions. Nice to see you.
I'm sure he's never heard that before.
Yeah.
Actually, I always tell people, when I introduce myself, if they have trouble with the name, it's just like past tense of dig. And Completely Honest had a gag about that too. But Douglas, that's new. I haven't heard that one before. There's a couple of questions on here that are quite a ways up here, Julie. One from Cassidy. She's asking, what was your reaction? There you go.
What was your reaction when you found out you'd been chosen to play the man in yellow? Did you have any idea how big the fandom reaction would be to you?
Well, a lot of people listening to this have probably heard this story already, but I'll give you the short version. I auditioned for this role 4 days before we shot the scene. And I had actually auditioned for the series about 3 years before that. I auditioned for a couple of characters before the first season, and had a couple of callbacks and really kind of got my hopes up, and then nothing happened. So I forgot all about it. And then 3 years later, out of the blue, I get this chance to audition again. And I didn't know at first that the audition was for From, because initially they were just going to cast the role from people's audition reels, kind of like that voiceover gig I was talking about. But then they decided, no, they wanted to do a Zoom audition. And that was the day before the audition. And that's when I found out it was for From. And that's when I freaked. But not nearly as much as I freaked when I found out I got the job, which was very late on a Saturday night. And Monday morning, first thing, I was on a flight to Halifax. So it was quite the whirlwind. The second part of the question is, did I have any idea how big the fandom reaction would be? None whatsoever. Absolutely none. I was completely bowled over when I discovered what was going on online. So yeah, it was kind of overwhelming.
Yeah, I can only imagine. And it's just going to get wilder too. I mean, right now you have the time to interact with fans, but just wait until you have thousands of people following you on Instagram in season 4, like the rest of the cast. The numbers are gonna go up a lot, but and yet they still manage to interact with the fans. They do. Like the cast has been known for that. They really do take the extra effort to talk to the fans on various social media platforms. It's so nice. I see another question for you, Doug.
Yeah.
So let's see. My name is Tabitha. Okay, that's easier to say. I know my last name is Crazy Town. I just didn't want to butcher it. And to Doug, what's your favorite theory about Man in Yellow? Have you heard the H.P. Lovecraft theory about him?
I've not only heard the H.P. Lovecraft theory, I've read both H.P. Lovecraft's, a short story that supposedly referred to this. It turns out that it didn't. But I also read the Robert Chambers book, The King in Yellow. And personally, I don't think that has a heck of a lot to do with the Man in Yellow. It may in the sense that, you know, the image of Carcosa is this really dystopian kind of place. And I think that may have fed into to John Griffin's image of what Fromville was going to be like. But I don't think there's really more of a connection than that. I think the biggest connection is one that John discussed himself in an interview, where he revealed that many years ago when he was driving around downtown LA, he saw this man dressed in this beautiful yellow suit, looking very resplendent, standing on the side of the road, and he just thought he looked like some kind of supreme being. He thought, wow, what's up with that guy? And then several years later, he was driving down another street in central LA and saw the same guy, only now it was a long time later, and he obviously had been having a really rough time. I think he said he was still wearing the suit, but it was all tattered and torn, and it just looked like he'd been through the ringer. And, you know, so John started wondering, what the hell happened to this guy? Number one, who was he to begin with? And number two, how did he end up like this? And I think it was that thought process that eventually evolved into the character that became the Man in Yellow. At least that's the best theory I've got at present.
Nice. Yeah. Oops. Let's see. And Tabitha also said, love David Alpe too, and got to meet Liz and Scott at the camp in May. Oh, and get to meet them at the camp in May. Yes, Doug, those books are amazing. To me, they seem like they could be John's view of the Man in Yellow. Could be an influence. It could be. Yeah.
Interesting. You should mention Liz. That's the other thing that happened today. I've got Cliff and Liz Saunders coming over for dinner in a couple of weeks. So we sewed that up.
That's official. Nice. Yeah. Nice. That's terrific.
Because I haven't met Liz yet, so it'll be nice to, get to see her face to face.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be fun, and you can talk about from the upcoming season, and what it's like. She can give you some insight in what it's like working there. I mean, obviously, you already had that conversation with Cliff when you got together, but she can give you even more for her own experience, and you can talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cool. They seem like such nice, down to earth people. The two
Oh yeah,
of them.
he's great. He's a hoot.
Oh yeah, seem like so much fun. And Alexis, by the way, Alexis is crocheting as we speak, right? Right, Alexis?
Yes, I'm making jade.
Yeah, yeah, she's making jade right now. So I think it's hilarious that you basically brought the whole cast of From with you behind you there. They're all they're all there as guest stars. You're surrounded by it.
Doug, you need to tell Liz that I am, as much as I hate that you paid for yours, I plan on bringing Liz her own at the camp in May. So you can tell her she's going to have her own little Donna doll.
I will pass that on.
Yeah. And Tabitha, you're welcome. We're happy to, Doug loves answering questions. We're happy to, any questions you guys have in the chat, we're happy to highlight them. And Lux, to answer your question to me, StreamYard is just the platform that I use, that I stream from. And okay, let's see. Robert has a question here. Question for Doug. Seasons 1 and 2 started filming early summer, and someone posted on Reddit this week that the pre-production crew have already showed up. Have you heard anything?
I've only heard rumors that maybe they're starting shooting in June, but that's all. Nothing you could take to the bank.
Right. Yeah, just rumblings. But that's a good sign, though. That's a good sign that we could get it possibly a little bit earlier than we thought, because initially they said fall. So
yeah,
I was happy to hear about
that. Now, I don't know. It's kind of confusing because I just saw something the other day that also said they're going to be shooting until the holidays, i.e. Christmas. So it may be that they're starting earlier, but it's going to be a longer process this time. I don't know. It's hard to put those two things together, so I'm not sure what it means exactly.
Well, I guess if there's multiple season changes like they had in last season, it makes sense that they'll be filming over a longer period.
Yeah, and that was the first thing I came up with, is maybe they want to factor the season changes into the plot line for the season. But again, who knows?
Yeah. That's a good point. It doesn't mean that we're getting it any sooner, but regardless, it's exciting because we start getting little photos trickling in every now and then. We don't get a lot, but some of the cast members do post behind the scenes photos, and it's always exciting just to have something to hold us over, even as a little tidbit, throw a bone to the fans who are waiting.
Well, this little guy up here is going to be very busy when I get there, so
I bet. So see, I start a few more questions here. Let's see. Let's see. Ryan here. Ryan runs one of the fan groups on Facebook, actually. Ryan is awesome. He says, Doug, your role was brief, but the man in yellow left a strong impression. How did you interpret his presence in that moment, and what energy did you aim to bring to the scene?
This question comes up a lot, and I always answer it more or less the same way. I basically took all my cues from what John had put in the script. And I mentioned before that, I originally auditioned for the series 3.5 years ago. And I saw an interview with Scott McCord where he was talking about when he did his audition and he got the scene and he was just so struck by the writing. That's exactly the experience I had when I first auditioned for the series. I didn't know what the hell it was, but I thought, whatever this thing is, it's going to be awesome because this writing is brilliant. And when I got the audition for The Man in Yellow, I had the exact same reaction. I mean, I read this very brief scene, and in the space of 5 lines, they managed to give me this 3D Technicolor impression of who this guy was. I mean, it was kind of a no-brainer figuring out what to do with him because it was so clear in the writing of the scene what was required. I mean, you could see that this was a guy who was in complete control. You could see that he was completely comfortable in the situation, and you could also see that, however he got to be this being that he is now, he'd really been through the ringer himself. And that's really all that I kind of had to hang my hat on, John and I didn't really talk. We talked when I was there, but we didn't really talk about the scene or the character, nor did Jack. I mean, he gave me a bit of direction when I auditioned, but that was it. So, and when you go in and you're just a day player, you have one scene to do. You basically try to replicate what you did in the audition, more or less. And there were specifics that had to do with the mechanics of each shot that we did, where Jack would give us direction. But in terms of what to do with the character, I was basically left to my own devices. And so it was just that. I just thought, okay, here's this guy who is clearly in control of the situation and is clearly deeply damaged on some level.
Right. Oh, hey there, Grant's got his little one here.
She's watching on the phone, and she went, "You just waved at me."
What's her name, Grant?
Hi. He's got himself muted. We'll find out later, maybe. He's got his hands full at the moment. Anyway, Samuel has a question. Are there any characters from the supporting cast that you find interesting and want to see more of?
Define supporting cast. Because I find it hard to separate, because it's such an ensemble piece that, I just think of them as the cast in general, I mean, I know that Harold and Liz are kind of the leading lights, but I mean, everybody gets their time in the sun, so it's hard to delineate between supporting cast and lead actors.
Right.
I don't know. I find them all interesting in their own right. It's a pity that they killed off Frank so early, because Frank was a really interesting character to begin with, but he's gone. I'm glad that Father Khatri keeps coming around, because he's another interesting one.
Yes.
And Thomas. I mean, all the dead people who keep showing up, they're a lot of fun. I'm fascinated by Kenny. Victor is over and above like my favorite character in the series. I love the character. I love what he does with it. I think it's the hardest job in the show, and I think he knocks it out of the park every time. I adore Chloe Christie. Yeah, lots of folks, Jade's awesome. I mean, someone asked me in a fan group the other day, or no, it was on Instagram, actually. They asked what my favorite scene was, and I named two. And one of them was Jade's speech to Kenny's mom after her husband was killed. And the other was Victor when he got back together with his dad.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I offer that up for what it's worth, too.
Two of the most beautiful, powerful scenes in the entire series. I completely agree on that one.
Yeah.
Got another question here. Hockey from away. When Victor woke up and everyone in the town was dead, it was never explicitly stated who killed them. I think that the man in yellow, possibly. That could be.
Possibly, absolutely. I mean, we have very little to go on in terms of who this guy is and exactly where he is on the pecking order, but certainly the brief view that we've had suggests that he's somewhere out there. He's aware of what's going on, and that probably extends back quite a ways. So it's entirely possible, but who knows?
Yeah, this is a good theory here. I've thought of this myself as well. He or she, I'm not sure, says, my friend thinks he wipes the town every time the people get close to the truth because it comes at a cost. That could very well be.
That's entirely possible too. I have a slightly more nuanced view of it. One of the theories that I saw about the man in yellow that I thought might have a lot of merit is that rather than being an evil or a good character, he's just an arbiter. He's a guy who's there to maintain the status quo, and the status quo requires that there be a certain number of people trapped there, and that the numbers don't get too skewed one way or the other. and that people don't get too close to figuring out how to leave. And if they do, somebody's got to put their foot down. And in this case, it was me.
That goes in tow with the replacement theory as well. Why every time someone dies, there seems to be someone that comes in and replaces them.
Yeah, it's like, again, I keep hearkening back to that episode of Star Trek in the original series where there was a similar kind of setup where this alien had the Federation guys and the Klingons at each other's throats. And every time people got killed off, they'd get resurrected so that the numbers stayed the same. And there were always equal groups warring with each other because this alien fed off that. And I kind of get the sense that, a similar syndrome might be happening here.
Right. Yeah. And I want to remind everybody that the call-in link is at the top of the chat. If anyone would like to call in with a question or a comment for Doug, you're more than welcome.
Tony's threatening to call in one of these nights.
Oh,
Tony Teflon's threatening to call in one of these nights.
Oh, wow, that would be awesome.
We're trying to encourage him. He's in the chat right
Tony.
now.
Hey, Tony, good to see you.
Nice to see you. Yeah, we missed your lives. It's been so much fun watching Tony's lives, but he's been away for a bit. So nice to see you popping in the chat. And by all means, jump on the panel anytime. You're more than welcome, and the call-in link is there. Tony is just a blast to talk to. He's such a nice guy too. He's just awesome. I just can't say enough kind words about Tony.
It's kind of ironic his being here now because, of course, you and I met when you called into his show.
Right? Yeah. That's when I
heard about Fair Play, I guess.
Yeah, that's when I first got to talk to you, Doug. I was calling into Tony's show, so yeah, it's weird. Life is just wild sometimes.
That's how I found your channel. Tony finished doing one of his streams, and I was still interested in more From content, so I started looking at stuff, and then I went, I'm just going to click live to see if anyone's talking about live stuff. And then I saw Deep Dives and went, done. I'm in straight away.
Yeah, I was hooked. The second I finished watching seasons 1 and 2 of From, while I was watching seasons 1 and 2 of From, after every episode, I would look at Tony's old breakdowns of each one, and I'd watch each one. And then when I finished both seasons, I caught the very first live stream of his a couple days later, and I called in. I couldn't wait to call in and join the community, and he made me feel so comfortable just from the very first time that I never did anything like that before. And I was nervous. I was kind of like nervous giggling, and he was just so kind and made me feel like secure enough to keep doing this and calling in with my theories. And then 6 months later, I started my own channel, and he's been nothing but supportive, and I can't thank him enough. Yeah, it's good to see you. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's so good to see you, Tony. But anyway, so I have some more questions here that I starred for Doug here. And please, though, as I'm asking questions for Doug, anyone, if you want to jump on the panel and ask something, please feel free. The link is at the top of the chat. Oh, we've got Dieter here. Let's see. I'm gonna keep this question and
Hey, Julie.
and come right back to it. So yes, Scarlet. Yes, Scarlet.
Oh, I wanted to know what Alexis was working on. Alexis was working on. Can you hear me?
The Jade doll.
Oh, I see. All right.
Oh,
we're gonna give away?
Yep, I believe so.
Okay.
So I was just gonna say, if you haven't seen your question asked yet, don't worry. I've been saving all the questions, so I will get to all the questions. So just FYI. So stick around because I will get to your question. I've been starring them all. Hey, Dieter, welcome.
Hi.
Dieter.
Hey, Grant.
Now we got a
Alexis,
party going.
Scarlet, Doug.
Hey.
Hey, Julie.
You made it.
Yeah, awesome. You did it. So what's on your mind tonight, Dieter?
Not sleeping.
Not sleeping. Yeah.
Well, that's par for the course.
It's only
Almost 4 a.m.
It's only what time is it there now?
Almost 4 a.m.
Oh no. Yeah. I don't know how you do it. We appreciate you being here. Thank
Setting
you.
up my alarm.
Dieter, for those who don't know, if you're new in the chat, because we have some new people, Dieter is the most amazing rock star mod here. He's phenomenal. He's constantly supporting this channel and me, and I just can't thank you enough. And so you have
You're
a
welcome.
question. So you have a question or comment you'd like to offer to Doug?
Yeah. Doug, can you give Jim's throat back?
No, I'm sorry. It's lying in the dirt somewhere out in Nova Scotia. So I don't think I'd be able to find it at this point.
You even didn't eat it.
What's that?
You didn't eat it. You
No,
threw it
I
away.
didn't. No. I had already eaten before the scene, so I wasn't hungry.
Okay. Do you think the man in yellow? Do you think he has a real name?
That's an interesting question. And that's
Oh, I hope it's Doug. I really do.
what's that? You think it's Doug?
I hope it's Doug.
Well, if they don't give him a name, maybe I'll just do that, But yeah, I would be very curious to know if John has given him a name. It's a good question.
Yeah, because the boy in white, he doesn't have a real name, I think.
Well, that we know of, he may have a name, that
yet.
he hasn't given to anybody. But yeah, I those are, as an actor, those are the kind of basic questions that you like to be able to answer about a character. So for that reason alone, it would be interesting, but it would also give me a clue as to where this guy came from, what his journey has been. I get lots of questions about, what do you think is going to happen to the man in yellow? I'm perfectly content to find out when I need to find out. I'm much more interested in knowing about his past. And certainly knowing whether or not he has a name would be part of that. So, yeah.
Okay. How hard was it to play the man in yellow? Because you are so kind and the man in yellow is so evil.
Well, it's funny. I get this comment a lot too. And you have to remember that I'm playing a role. I'm not playing me, I mean, I have to use me to play the role, but playing people who are substantially different from me in character, I've been doing my entire career. So it's not a new thing. And the other thing is that even when you're playing a villain, you never see yourself as the villain because nobody does that. I mean, you think of all the people who can't stand Elon Musk right now. Do you think Elon Musk thinks of himself that way? I guarantee you he doesn't. So that's the thing. From my point of view, like everybody else on the planet, I'm the hero of the story and everybody else is just supporting characters, So you don't really think of yourself in terms of that. It's more a question of what do I want? What's in my way? What do I do to get what I want? And those are the same questions that every actor asks of every character they ever play.
Yeah. Yeah, seems Jim was in your way.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, great questions, Dieter. So, was there anything else, or is that?
I have a few more questions if Doug has time.
Sure.
Go for it, Dieter.
Is there a dream role or story that you've always wanted to bring to life?
Oh boy, that's a tough one.
Uh-oh.
Well, you said a dream role, and this would be a dream, which means in the sense that it's never going to happen. But as you know, I've written 2 novels, and if the first one ever got made into a film, I would love to play the lead. It would be a hard thing to do because the book takes place in 2 different time periods. It takes place sort of like 35 years ago and in the present day. So whoever plays the role, they would either have to hire 2 actors or use one and use a lot of CGI to age them up and down. But that would be a dream role to play because the book.
All right, you convinced me, Doug. I'll do it for you. I'll play the younger you.
But yeah, that would be really awesome because the book is basically a very thinly disguised autobiography anyway. So it would be an easy character to slip into.
Okay, cool. looking back at your career, is there a particular performance or project you're most proud of?
It's really hard to pick just one. Grant asked me this same question in the interview I did with him. And there are a few that stick out. One of them was not a role that I did for the public. I worked for many years at the Shaw Festival in Niagara-on-the-Lake, Ontario. And one of the years that I was there, it was the year that the artistic director, Christopher Newton, was retiring. And one of the actors in the company was interested in getting into directing. And so he picked a one-act play that was part of the theater's mandate, and with the intention of having Christopher Newton play the lead role. But Chris wasn't interested in doing it, so it eventually came to me. And it was a Terence Rattigan play called The Browning Version. And it's a one-act play, really deep, emotional, difficult play to sit through. And one of the most challenging things I've ever done, and one of the most rewarding as well. So if I had to pick one, that's probably the first one I would pick.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Can I ask another question?
Sure, why not?
Is there any advice you would give to your younger self?
Well, loosen up comes to mind. But I think...
Buy Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I think if I could pick one thing to tell myself, my younger self, it would be, don't be so concerned about the result.
Okay, yeah, that's good advice. Don't worry too much.
All right. Well, listen, thanks for popping on. I know this was a leap of faith, so I appreciate the fact that you did it.
Thank you. It was a lot,
You're
yeah.
welcome. Take care.
Okay. Bye, everyone. Bye, Julie.
Great
See you,
job,
buddy.
Dieter. Great job,
Bye.
Dieter. Bye.
Thank you. Drink some water.
Oh, yes, I will. Don't worry. Okay, we got Amy. Amy is here. Awesome. Let's see. Dieter is heading out. Okay, I'm going to add Amy. And don't worry, chat. I have your questions saved. I will get to all your questions. So,
Hi, Amy.
so stick around. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to get to all the questions. I saved them all. Amy is here. Welcome, Amy. Amy, are you there? She's muted. She's muted. Amy, if you can hear us, you're muted right now. In the meantime, let me see. I've got a bunch of questions saved here while Amy is getting that sorted out. Oh, Amy, there we go.
Hey, sorry
Hey,
about
Amy.
that. I'm trying to get my headphones to match with my earphones so that it's not out loud. So just give me a second. I'm trying to fix my audio.
No worries. Take your time. I have saved questions that we can get to while you're sorting that out. No worries at all. Take your time.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Hey, jump in when you're ready. All right. So I've got more questions that I saved. So this one here was from Jay. Welcome, Jay. Did you model for that painting of the man in yellow, or was Jack Bender sort of painting you just because? And I know this, but
It was neither, actually. And it was really weird because the first time I saw that painting was the day that we shot the scene. When we finished, Jack came up to me with his phone and said, I want to show you something. And he showed me the painting and told me that he had done it himself. And I said, wow. And he said, what do you think? And I looked at it and I said, well, you got the ears right. And I assumed, because of that, you know, this tall, skinny guy in a yellow suit with the ears, I assumed that he had just done it with me in mind. And then, of course, when season 3 came out, I found out it was in episode 2. It was like, oh my God, he came up with this months ago. So no, he created that long before I was cast. And a lot of people seem to think that that means that they already had me in mind for the role. But I can tell you that there absolutely no decision had been made about the casting of that role until just before the episode was shot. So yeah, it's just kind of the luck of the draw, I think, you know, that there should be any kind of resemblance.
yeah, just kind of got lucky. It's amazing, really, because there is a pretty strong resemblance.
Yeah.
So,
Well, like I
yeah.
say, when I first saw it, I assumed he had done it with me in mind, but apparently not. So
Yeah, it's really something. So,
Lucky you didn't paint a little person then, otherwise you never would have got the job.
yeah.
Hi, Joey, can you hear me?
Amy, yeah, we can hear you a little bit. Say something.
Oh,
Guys,
hey. I was gonna ask Doug a question.
yeah, go for it.
Okay. What is the most emotionally gripping books that you've ever read?
I'm sorry, Amy, I couldn't quite hear that. Could you speak up a bit?
I think one of the most gripping books that you've ever read. Was that right, Amy?
Emotionally,
One of the most
Emotion.
what?
emotionally
Oh,
gripping books ever read.
Emotionally gripping.
I'm sorry.
One of the most emotionally gripping books that you've ever read.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. God. It's funny. I get these questions and I just draw a complete blank because it's a very long list of books that I've read. I'm going to have to think about that one, Amy. I might have to tell you later, but I will give it some thought for sure. I will tell you, when I first read the book Dune back in high school, that one really threw me for a loop. I had no idea when I started it what I was reading, and I just fell in love with it. It just blew me away. And I wouldn't say this was one of the most emotionally gripping, but it certainly gripped me. And that was Arthur C. Clarke's 2001. I read that when I was in the 8th grade. And I thought at the time, especially when I got to the end of the book, I thought, whoa, this one's a little over my head. But then I read it again years later and I went, no, you know what? It's still over my head. It wasn't the fact that I was in the 8th grade. That's just the way it is. But that was also a fascinating read.
I was going to ask, if you figure out what actually happened in it, could you explain it to me? Because I still don't know.
Yeah, when I figure that out, I'll let you know, Grant.
Yeah.
You actually do get a slightly better idea from the book than you get from the movie. I'll tell you that much. But even so, it's still left as a real open question. One other book I will mention, it's an anthology of short stories, actually, that I've mentioned in other interviews here. It's called Again, Dangerous Visions, and it was edited by Harlan Ellison, who himself was a great science fiction writer. And it's a series of short science fiction stories by some of the leading lights of science fiction in North America back in like the late 60s and early 70s. There's one story in there by Kurt Vonnegut called The Big Space Fuck. It's set in the near future where the world is basically falling apart. And in an attempt to keep the human race going, they're sending a rocket full of freeze-dried sperm to the Andromeda galaxy in the hopes that it might fertilize some planet on the other end and keep the race going. It's a great bit of social satire, very dark story, but yeah, I'll throw that out there for what it's worth.
That's hilarious. Wow. I love the name too. That's great. Martin had a question. I'm a little unclear on what Martin means. Martin says, out of your favorite shows, movies, or even your play, who would you choose to join from? You can cheat and pick multiple, meaning like characters. I'm not quite sure what Martin means. Maybe Martin can
I'm
clarify.
not sure if you're talking about characters or actors, Martin.
Yeah, clarify maybe what you mean, Martin.
I mean, if it's characters, you got to throw Captain Jack Sparrow in there just for a bit of a laugh, bit of levity to to From. See how he would go.
Oh man, I don't even know where to start with that one. I don't know. I'm drawing a blank on that. I'll have to think about it.
Yeah, we will come back to that. So Cassidy had a question. As your character develops in season 4, do you think fans are more likely to love you for your badassery or hate you for your wickedness?
Well, if the reaction to Jim is anything to go by, I think it's probably going to be split right down the middle, Cassidy. I think you'll have people on both sides of that fence, and probably in fairly equal numbers.
Yeah, I think so, honestly. There's a lot of animosity toward the character of Jim out there. So, but I mean, he's not going to be the only victim. I'm sure there are going to be more, and I'm sure people will view you as a villain. Although it's harder, though. I mean, we might find ourselves rooting for you because of how much we've gotten to know you. And you're so nice. We'll be on the Man in Yellow side at this point.
I've actually had a few people on Instagram send me messages very much to that effect. You know, I'm going to be rooting for the bad guy now.
Right. It's kind of inevitable after seeing how awesome and kind you are. Tabitha said, I recently read a theory about it all being someone's nightmare, i.e. Victor, and some of the characters of monsters from an old Maid game he has. That's an interesting one. Yes, the show is captivating and greatly written. I agree. Yeah.
Well, that theory has apparently been shot down by the creators. I heard recently that in an interview, they stated flatly, no, it's not a nightmare. No, it's not a dream. That's not what's going on here. So I think we can safely put that theory to bed.
They debunked it. Those are the two they debunked. They said
Oh,
it's not a dream and it's not purgatory. Yeah. Well, Grant, did you say something?
No, I'm saying that's good, because for me they're always the worst style of endings.
Well, and to hearken on Tabitha's the last part of Tabitha's comment there, I agree. I think the series is exquisitely written, and for that reason alone, I think you can discount both of those theories, because that would be lazy writing if they did that. Quite frankly,
100% agreed.
I agree. It would be a terrible ending. Like if all of this is fake, it would cheapen the emotional weight of the show and all of these characters.
It would just be such a cop-out. Yeah.
Indeed. Oh, we have an awesome guest here who just popped on here, and it is none other than the Don Tony Teflon.
There he is. Hey, Tony.
What's going on? What's going on? You can hear me all right?
Yeah. Good to see you.
Good to see you. You know, Doug, I was coming for you when the Americans beat the Canadians in that hockey game. I was really going to light you up. And then something told me, I said, you're speaking too quick, Tony. And then we lost. Well, it was on my mind. As soon as we won, I was like, I'm going to get Doug right now. And I was like, wait a second. This ain't the finals. We just take it easy right here. We wind up losing in the final. Congratulations to Canada.
Thank you very much
for beating us today. This is my first time on Julie Deep Dive, so I'm very excited. Thank you for having me, Julie. I appreciate it.
Good to have you.
Well, it's wonderful to have you. You're welcome anytime, Tony.
Thank you.
You're awesome, and I miss your lives. I can't wait to see you come back and do more lives. And you're always welcome on this channel.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll be doing more. Me and Phil talking and stuff and everything. So we'll definitely be doing more soon enough. We're just working on other things right now. He's working on some things and stuff. And, so it's hard for me to do it without Phil. That's my dude. So it's hard for me to just go up there by myself. But we'll be up there. Doug, we're talking about your character, I think. Is that what they're doing?
Well, anything really. It's kind of the gates are open. You can ask whatever you want. But yeah,
I have some thoughts on the Man in Yellow.
All right, throw them at me.
All right. So what we know about the Man in Yellow is that, number one, that wasn't the original time that he killed Jim. All right, that he had killed Jim prior to when they showed him on the screen killing Jim. Because when he showed him on the screen killing Jim, this is when his daughter came back in time and said, I think this is the right time. So you had killed him already. This was a different time when they actually showed you on the screen doing it, right? So the Jim thing is that he's definitely been killed. Two, I believe that the character itself was unlocked by the song. I think when Jay played the violin is what allowed you to come into that realm if you will, this for lack of a better term, and to make your presence being felt at that particular time. Because the first thing he says is that Jade sure can play. So the fact that he just brought that up right off the bat, that must be the song that unlocked him to get there. And when you look at what you have explained about the character and how he says, the guy who created him, that there was once a guy who was in a yellow suit and he was in such high spirits and doing so good. And then he seen him again and he was in bad spirits. When we see the picture of the man in yellow, that suit is not dirty. That suit is crisp, it's clean. When she draws him, she doesn't draw him in the dirty suit. But when you come out, you're in a dirty suit. So when she had seen you, old Tabitha with Victor's mind, when she drew you as she seen you. You were in a very clean suit, but something has happened to you to change you to the person that you are now. And that is the person that we have seen. So when you look at all these things, and I look at them all, and especially the fact that, you know, when you came on my channel and you talked about, you know, Frankenstein, the monster, and how evil people are really just good people who went wrong. Something went wrong in their life and it turned them. I do believe this is what happened to your character. I don't believe that you are the person who started all this or did all this. I think something happened and changed you to this form that we see you in. And that is my theory. I have a lot more to say, but I'm not going to give away too much. But that's what I believe is going on with you. So I don't think that you are actually the evil person. I think you have been corrupted into that person that we see right there, and it's someone pulling your strings behind you, making you do these things.
And again, you know, that's entirely possible, but we don't have enough information yet to really draw those kinds of conclusions. With regard to this not being the first time that I killed Jim, I don't think that's necessarily true, because, you know, then you get into the whole thing of time travel. If Julie has come back from the future, she's coming back to the moment where Jim dies. So it is for him the first time that it's happening, you know. Well, she knows about it because in the future, like, you know.
So she comes back and she says, I think that this is the time. When she calls for Dad, she goes, I think this is the time you have to run. So she already knows what's going to happen to him. So it already happened prior.
Well,
right.
Well, she only knows that it happened prior because she's come from the future.
Yes.
But in the present, it hasn't happened yet.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Semantically, yes, you're correct. But in the end, from the show's aspect, that's why she has a different hairstyle. That's why she has cuts on her face. She's trying to prevent it from happening. So therefore, that already happened. Right. So it already happened. She went back.
Problem is, it could be the second. It could also be the 100,000th time, because the show has already established that there is it's a bootstrap sort of thing, style of paradox.
She says, I think I got it this time. So she attempted it before, but she never found the time. And this is probably the first time she actually found it, because she says, I think I got the timing right this time.
Well, what she actually says is, I think this is when it happens.
When it happens. Yes.
That's her line. And what that implies to me is, okay, she's come from the future where, of course, she knows that he has died, but she doesn't know exactly when it happened.
Because she wasn't there.
Yeah, because she wasn't there. So she's come back to this point thinking that this is the time, and sure enough, it is.
So the original thing, when you killed Jim, the original version of it, there would be no you pushing Julie, because Julie wouldn't be there. So that didn't happen.
No, Julie would be there, because they've already established that, like with the rope, with the Boyd thing, it's already happened. Things can't change. So if she was there once, she was always there.
No, I don't believe that would be the case, that she would always be there, because when she comes back, she says basically that she thinks this is the time it happened. So
because it's the first time that she's done it. That's the point.
No, like it's not the first time. It's the point is, it's the first time that she's actually there when he dies. So he comes back, he gets killed by the man in yellow. She finds out her father is dead. She's very sad. Then she realizes about this power that she has, and she goes, let me try to change the story, because she said already, I want to go back in time to Ethan and try to save Mrs. Lou. I can do all these things to save these things. And Ethan says, no, you can't do it. So she's already in her head, that's already in her mind, of going back in the time and trying to change events. from happening. So I believe that she goes back into this time to try to change this event. So the first time when he is killed, I do not believe she's there. I think it's him and the man in yellow, and then he gets killed. But the time that we're showing, because she's there, I think that's the time that she actually witnesses him die. I don't think she's witnessed him die over and over and over, and like a Groundhog Day. I don't believe that's the type of time travel they're doing in the show.
And this is where time travel gets so complicated, because both of these scenarios could be true. You know, from the present point of view, when Jim dies, his daughter is not there. Okay, the present Julie is not there, but the future Julie could be there. You know, because that's the future Julie. She knows that her dad is going to die, but the present Julie, wherever she is at that moment, is not there. So maybe she is there when he dies the first time. Maybe she isn't. It works either way.
It does. You're correct. And when you deal with time travel, like there's certain different types of time travel, right? Groundhog Day type time travel, the Back to the Future type time travel, and then you have the alternate reality type time travel, where you basically the timelines branch off. Exactly. So it really determines which type of time travel that they're using in the show, and we're not going to know that until they actually start doing things in the show for it.
Well, we do have an example of the bootstrap paradox with Julie and the rope. So if they're repeating that same thing, then that would imply that this is, in fact, the first time that Jim dies, and every time Julie would be there coming from the future, you know, because present day Julie is not there and is not aware of what's going on. But that doesn't mean that future Julie doesn't show up every time the scenario plays out, you know?
Yeah, you're correct. Hello, Scarlet. I see you saying hi to me in the chat, in the private chat I have open. So, hi, Scarlet. How are you? You got about 10 people in the chat.
Yeah, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing great.
Nice
Thank
to see you.
And what's his name? Mr. Greg Greger. You double G. You could definitely be right, and I could definitely be wrong at 100%. I could see it playing out like that too. But the way I anticipated and looked at it, it seems like he died. She goes back and she's like, this is like Mrs. Lou died. Now, if she went back to save Mrs. Lou and she tried to save Mrs. Lou, you know, she wouldn't have been there the first time Mrs. Lou died, but now she shows up there and she tries to get her out of the barn or something like that, then she would be there. Then the paradox, I think, starts at that point right then, right? Not before that point. So I think it could be a situation like that, but it could go either way.
Yeah, it could. And I don't know if we're ever going to know the answer to that. You know, we'll have to see how much time travel plays in the plot line of season 4, I guess.
100%.
Yeah, it could be, you know, it depends on the model of time travel that they're doing. You know, it could be a grandfather paradox type, like what Tony is describing, where you could go back and change things that already happened a certain way and do something different. If it's a bootstrap paradox, like we saw with Julie and the rope, then it's possible that future Julie always is there every single time trying to save Jim and failing. And it's not possible for her to change it, which is what I think is going on personally. I don't think she can change it. I don't think she can change anything that's already happened. She threw the rope to Boyd because she was always meant to throw the rope to Boyd. It's an endless loop. We never saw any version of reality where Boyd was left down there. In order to keep her existence, her status quo, the way it was, and have Boyd still exist in the present, and she still exists in the present, she had to go back into the dream state and complete that action by throwing him the rope, because then he went on to come and save her later in the season after he gets the rope. So it's like
which causes her to be able to time travel. Which if that doesn't happen, then she never could have time travel, which means that could have never happened. And the only way that they can resolve that is with a double helix style of time travel, where both things are happening simultaneously, kind of similar to like what we saw with Dark. How we were seeing the two timelines play out side by side without knowing really which one's which, and sort of intertwining where things have definitely happened and not happened at the same time. But when you get into that, you're getting into like primer levels of time travel explanation. I don't know if anyone's seen the film Primer. It's definitely worth a watch at least 18 times to try and at least understand it. I've watched it 19 and I still don't. But that's the problem with time travel, because if they establish a rule, the rule can't be broken. But every time they establish a rule, they always find a way around it. So I want Tony's theory to be right, that there was a time where there was like that, where it was just Jim dying by himself, because then there's a chance of getting Ian back and everything. Because I like the actor. He always played Batman. I like his character of Jim. I like what they did with him towards the end of the end of season 3. Not so much beginning, but I think that could be good, as long as it's not a big Deus Ex time travel mark and that sort of thing where they go back in time, they change one thing, and now everything's right. That's my only concern about having the ability to.
I think there's little chance of that happening.
Yeah.
I would really hope that they do not go, all right, Julie, go all the way back in time before the deal was made, stop the deal, and then everything goes away. Yeah. I hope they don't do it. I mean, this isn't a possibility, of course it is, but do I hope they do? I hope they don't. It's very difficult, and I would have rather, but obviously they've had time travel embedded since season 1, right? So we could look at the times that I believe that Julie has traveled back in time that they've already showed in the show. Number 1 would be the monster that says, Julie, you don't remember me. So that guy said that to her, and she looked at him weirdly when he said it, and then they go inside the house. So the fact that she said, Julie, you don't remember me, it does leave credence that he knows her from somewhere. So possibly she travels back in time and she knows this guy right there. I believe the tent being dragged is Julie, and them dragging Julie and someone else dragging the tent with Boyd and Sarah in it. And I think that's why they got dragged, and they didn't know what was going on. I don't believe it was a giant spider that pulled them over there. I believe that it was her doing that. And then we see again with the rope, with Julie doing that again with the rope. So those would be the 3 times that I think that Julie could have already went back and affected the world. Now, it really comes down to when that guy says, Julie, don't remember me, how far back is she going where she knows this kid, where this guy remembers her, but she doesn't remember him. Obviously, she didn't get the ability to do it yet, right? To do it. That's why she wouldn't remember him. But if she goes back and she sees him, then she will remember him the second time around and stuff. So it's scary to do in the show. It really is, because it could just lead really off base. But they're ballsy enough to pull it off, and they're good writers. Doug says they're great writers and stuff. He's impressed with other writers, so we trust them to do this, to get this right, and doing everything right. Trust them
implicitly. I really do. I think we're in very good hands as far as that goes, and there's so much focus on what's going to happen now, and that's absolutely not where my focus is. Even as someone participating in the story, I'm perfectly content to be surprised by what comes next, and I hope to keep everything as fresh as possible. I think that actually helps me do my job, in fact, not knowing what's coming next until I need to know,
Yeah, I want to be wrong about everything, because I just want to be surprised. I mean, listen, for my business and my YouTube channel to be right, yay, and I get to be, but in all honesty, I would love to be surprised and be wrong and like, oh, I didn't see that coming. They got me. That's a bigger thrill for me than anything. So I would rather it be like that. And I was going to wear my yellow shirt for you. I tried to put it on, but the green screen didn't allow me to do it. Everyone seeing through me, so I couldn't pull that off.
So man in yellow, man in orange. We got both.
I don't actually own any yellow clothes myself.
No, not at all. Not.
Yeah. Tony, your interview with Doug was just so awesome. That's the first time I ever saw anything with Doug on YouTube, and I was just like, wow, this guy's amazing. And I called in and talked to him, and it's crazy. Now look where we are.
Now look where we are.
Yeah. When me and Phil did it, and I contacted Doug, and he said he would do it, and he got right back to me. And I was like, whoa, Phil, we got the man in yellow, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, yes, it's man, cool cat, man. I said, we're going to have a good time. And I would say, Doug, that without a shadow of a doubt, that of the interview of the cast of From that I've done, you are top two, me between top 2, guaranteed. You're a genuine guy. You're mad cool. And it was just a pleasure for Phil and I to have the chance, the opportunity to work with you. You're just such a down to earth person. And, and listen, I know, like, I hit up a lot of these From actors when they had 20 people following them on Instagram. you know, and I seen them now, they're all blown up and everything else. And I remember when I had 20 and I was hitting them up and there was no one, you know, hitting them up and everything else. No one knew who they were and everything else and all that stuff, you know. And it's good to see that most of them, all of them, I would say most of them, the majority, 97% of them are it's the same way they were when they had 20 subscribers, you know, and stuff. Because, you know, so the only reason I'm not giving you number one is because, you know, Elgin's my boy. It's my boy, you know.
That's all right. It's not a competition. And
yeah, Elgin's my man, 50 grand. So, you know, I can't, yeah, I dropped it. If I'm in the spot and I'm like, Elgin, I need you to come on. You know, Elgin, Nathan, I'm like, Nathan. And he was like, all right, I'll drop what I'm doing and boom, jump on with you and stuff like that. That guy's always had love, you know what I mean? So, but
well,
without
hey,
doubt,
listen, if you ever want me to come back, for God's sake, just let me know. I'd be happy to come back.
We'd love to have you back. We'll definitely have you back. We'll definitely have you on and stuff. I just don't want to get you fired, man. I don't want you to say something by accident. All of a sudden, all right, we got to kill this guy off right here.
Well,
I don't want
well, the thing is, like, I don't know anything that's going to get me in any trouble at this point. You know, I mean, now that season 3 is sort of, you know, done and dusted, I don't know. And I mean, I certainly know enough that when I do start learning things that the rest of the world doesn't know about season 4, I won't be allowed to talk about that stuff. Just pure and simple, you know.
100%. And I think it would be a, you know, injustice if someone even asked you to try to do that. That's disgusting, you know. No one should try to get inside information like that. It's not fun. It's not fun. It really isn't.
No, what's the point? You know, I mean, you're just spoiling the surprise for yourself. You know, it's counterproductive.
100%.
I just wanted to say, as much as you enjoyed having me on your channel, I enjoyed that interview equally. I had a great time with you that day. It was an awful lot of fun, both of you, and you know, and look where it's led us. So
yeah, it has. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to take the show over, Julie. But I will say this real quick and let you go back. Let me tell you something. For the past 2 months, and I didn't know until you came on Julie's show, I have been playing the harp. Teaching myself how to play the harp.
Awesome.
So I'm give me 3 more months and I will come on here and maybe we could do a little jammy session and stuff like that.
That would be a lot of fun.
That would be awesome.
I figured it now. I am good enough. I can wane with it. I can blow in each individual hole without looking and everything else. So I'm getting it.
Cool.
Yeah. So give me 4 more months, and I'll be ready to come public with it and stuff.
That would be awesome. I would love that.
Oh, that would be so cool. I would love to see that. Oh man, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, we'll do it on Julie's channel. How's that?
There we go. Yes, we will.
Yes.
Oh. I'll bring my spoons because that's about as much as I can contribute musically.
Spoon? You play the spoons? You said?
Yeah, not good, but I can put 2 spoons together.
Yeah, that's good, dude. Phil plays the spoons too.
I play bass guitar if anybody wants a bass guitar.
Yeah.
Hey, we're getting the band back together.
We're getting the band back together.
That's what the B in Julie B stands for, the band.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I can't play any instrument well enough to join you, but I'd be happy to be part of the group and just watch and enjoy. That's terrific. I would love to see it. I'm so glad you popped on, Tony. It's just so nice to see you again. I really missed you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you know, it's been a trying time in the house stuff line, but we get through, we endure, all right, and that's what we're going through right now. We're enduring it, so better times ahead and everything else. So everything will be good and all that good stuff. Doug, I know that. Yeah, I know there's people here that ask questions for you and stuff. And everything, but let me ask you a question real quick and stuff about everything. So you said that when you read it, you know that it was a brilliant script. So what makes a script brilliant to you when you read it? What is it about that script compared to other ones that aren't so good or not there? Maybe it could help someone who's actually trying to write something and maybe give them a couple of pointers on that.
Well, one of the things that strikes me about John's writing is its economy. When I first auditioned for the series, you know, I got a couple of scenes and I knew nothing about the series other than what was in those scenes. And, you know, that's always a bit of a handicap when you're auditioning for a series, because they rarely send you the whole script. They usually just send you the sides for the scene you're reading. And so you have little or no context other than the little bit of information you get in the casting breakdown, which is usually really sketchy to begin with. But with these scenes, despite the fact that I had no idea what the series was about, or, you know, no big picture view of it at all, I got a very clear sense of this world just from a couple of brief scenes. You know, like, you got a sense of what was going on here without having a whole lot of exposition to explain it to you. And to be able to do that as a writer, that takes a great deal of talent. And that was exactly the same reaction I had when I read the Man in Yellow scene. It's like one scene, it's a couple of pages, and it's like, I totally know what this is, you know? And that doesn't always happen with screenplays, but it seems to happen consistently with everything of John's that I've seen. So that's the best answer I can give.
You're saying the screenplay, you think it reads more like a novel? Would you say that it's a detail like that, or not as much detail?
No, I would say it's got more in common with a short story.
Okay.
Because the challenge with a short story is, how do you create three-dimensional characters? How do you create a story arc? How do you create a satisfying beginning, middle, and an end in only, you know, 10 or 15 or 20 pages? In a novel, you have the luxury of time to go into all the detail about that stuff. But with a short story, you've got to draw those characters as fully and completely and richly as someone does in a novel, but you've got much less time to do it. And that principle applies to screenplays as well. You know, I mean, look at any novel that you see converted into a film. What's the first thing they do to it? They cut it to ribbons, because they can't fit the whole story into a 90-minute or a 2-hour film. Either that, or they make 2 movies out of it, you know? Mm-hmm. So the ability to do that and still write compelling drama, to me, is just something that I think is the sign of a truly great writer. So
100%. I feel exactly what you're saying. So more of a novella than a novel.
Yeah, and it's interesting you should mention that, because, you know, I was a big Stephen King fan when I was a kid, and every Stephen King movie I saw was terrible, and I couldn't figure out why they kept making a mess of his movies. And then he came out with 4 seasons, which is 4 novellas, and I think all 4 of those stories ultimately ended up getting made as movies. One of them was The Shawshank Redemption. Yeah. One of them was Stand By Me. And these were brilliant movies. And I finally went, oh, I get it. It's because a novella is the right length of story to translate into a screenplay, where you don't have to lose a bunch of stuff. You can tell the whole story and get it all in there. And suddenly Stephen King's stories were coming to life, because they didn't have to cut them to pieces before they shot them.
Stephen King and Frank Darabont as a pairing of writer and director is probably one of the best pairings that they could do. I just wish they did more stuff.
Yeah, I think that, you know, number one, Shawshank Redemption to me is the greatest movie ever created. I think top to bottom, and I think it's the greatest movie, in my opinion, top to bottom, acting and all that stuff that was ever made. It's not my favorite movie. It's one of them, but I still think it's the greatest movie ever created. Goodfellas is right after that. When I look at it and stuff. So yeah, I think that's what happens with, you know, someone like George R.R. Martin, and you see the Game of Thrones and stuff, and his books are, you know, thousands of pages long, these books, and fans complain that they have to cut so much out of his books to put on the screen because it's too much. But I think that's why this new series he's having, the Hedge Knight, is going to be different, because it's novellas. You know, he has 4 novellas for it. I think it's going to be different for that. I think fans you're going to be able to get what you want as a fan who read the books. You're going to be able to put all that on the screen for you because of that.
Oh, Tony, I hope you're right. I really do.
Yeah.
Oh,
I hope so too.
You've waited too long.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's so many questions in the chat. I will let those people breathe out there and let them get their questions to Doug in there while they have their chance.
Well,
Well, and you know, let's get together and do another live sometime, and we can talk about all the other stuff we can't talk about.
We will. Listen, we definitely get together. We can definitely jump it on, especially if you're a Trekkie, because you're a Trekkie. You know, Phil is the #1 Trekkie in the world. I'm beneath Phil when it comes to that. Pause. But you know, I know he probably doesn't know what the pause is, Julie. He'll realize that. But you know, he knows everything top to bottom. And you know, from any Star Trek, anything. So we can definitely get it together and pop like that.
Did I mention in our interview that I was on Star Trek Discovery?
No, we did not say that.
Well, maybe we should save that little surprise for when we get together, and I can spring that on Phil online.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. Okay. It's a good story too.
Oh my God, he'll go crazy that you want that stuff.
Oh man, I would love to see that. Seeing that you and Phil and Doug, it was so entertaining. So I hope you do another live together. That would be great.
We definitely.
You're always welcome here. You know that, Tony. Can't thank you enough for all the support that you've shown for me and my channel. You're amazing.
I do everything I can do. I seen Dita. I don't know if you said someone say his name. I don't know if you want to hear me say his name, but I'll say Dita for him real quick. I don't know if you want to hear me. You probably want to hear Julie say it. So it sounds better coming out of Julie's mouth than mine, I'm sure. You know, but I'll say Dita and give you a shout out right there, Dita and everything else. And Scarlet right there. You know, I see y'all, watch y'all all the time. You know, I go to bed, I wake up, y'all are still on. And I'm like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
I think it's a different, like if you put it on your TV, I'm thinking like it went to another video, you know, like YouTube ended and it recommended the next video. And then I'm getting up and I'm getting dressed and everything. And I'm, wait a second, this is the same stream.
That's why she calls it deep dives.
And I told you it's addictive. They're not, Julie. I told you streaming is addictive. I told you get addicted to it. It's very addictive doing it. And you got to watch it because it gets addicting. Because the people in here become your family. And this is the chance you get to talk to them. So you always want to talk to them, right? So when you're not around them and stuff, and you go off the street, it's like, oh, my friends. I would tell you the truth. My father told me when I was very young, if you have one true friend in your life, by the time you're my age, when he said it, he said, you're a very lucky man, right? And I didn't realize that back then because I was young. I had a billion friends in school and everything else. I was like, one friend? How are you only going to have one true friend? How is that possible? Now that I've gotten older, I realize exactly what he means by that statement when he said it. So when you have these people in the chat, I'm more friends with a lot of people in the chat than I am people in my actual real life. It may be sad, it may be truth, but I trust them more. But maybe, you know, when you get to know people and stuff, you see the true sides of them and things come out, but everything is pure right now in the chat and everything else. So we are so we got definitely going to get together, all of us in the chat. We'll put this con together. We're going to bring Doug down. If Doug wants to come to the con, we'd love to have Doug, get him on a panel and everything else. Have a panel for Julie B and her thing and all that good stuff. We'll have a good time. We're going to do it in Nashville. We're going to do it in Nashville. It's going to get done in Nashville. That's where it's going down, in Nashville. We're going to have it and get it popping. And we'll get Julie down there and everything else. And we're going to have a good time, man. Just have a good time hanging out. So that way everyone gets a chance to meet face to face. And I think that's the most important thing about the cons when I've gone to them and stuff and been on the panels. It wasn't the panels itself that I was on that was the most memorable moments. The most memorable moments was just really meeting people and putting a face to the name. And seeing them in person and hanging out, you know. So we won't get that community going. The familiar and the fromaholics of JulieBD, guys.
The Fromaholics. Yes. Oh my God, Tony, I would love that so much because what you described, it's 100% how I feel. Like, these people are more like my family than my actual extended family who live a stone's throw away and can't be bothered with me. You know, like this has become like my family, my friends. I'm closer to these people and people I've met through this channel than anyone I have here in real life in person. So I would love the chance to meet some of these people and to go to your convention. I would be honored to be part of it. I really would.
It's done deal. Right.
That's true. Like that, same for me. Like most of my friends are literally on the other side of the planet. I don't go around and talk to people in the street. And, you know, my other friends that I had when I was at school, I don't talk to any of them. But I've got a dozen friends that I talk to that live in Arizona and California and Texas and Canada. Like that's what streaming does. It's for me, it's the most beautiful thing about it. People I never would have ever been able to have a conversation with, and you know, the more that you do it, the more, as Tony says, they become family.
Yeah,
truly, yeah. It's been my lifeline, my support system. So yeah, keep us posted, Tony, on that convention and when it's going to happen. I would be honored to be part of it. So thank you for that.
No problem. Definitely will. Definitely 100%. I'm sure they'll come. I don't want to feel like I'm monopolizing stuff. I don't want to feel like that way and stuff like that. Everything else like so. I know there's questions in here.
Yeah, got questions in the chat. We can get to some questions. Feel free to stick around if you want, Tony, and I can still get to some questions for Doug too.
Yeah, I'll chill with you. I'm here. This is the first time I'm actually drinking in probably a month. I'm with you. Let's play the Doug. Let's play the Doug beer commercial. Put it up. Pull it up. Have you seen the Doug beer commercial?
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it?
I'd love to see it.
Julie,
No,
you haven't
seen
seen it? Oh, we got it.
I've seen it.
I've
seen it. I can pull it up. I can pull up the Doug beer commercial.
If you're going to do that, I'm going to go and refill my water glass. So you go ahead, and I will be right back.
I don't know. I don't need to get you blocked for playing someone else's content, though. So I don't know if we get doing.
I don't know. You think that would happen from a commercial, Tony? You know more about this stuff than me.
It's so hard to say if there's some type of music that's in it, then it's quite possible it could happen. So if you muted it, probably would be. You could probably do it.
If anything happens, you can edit it out straight afterwards. There's a very simple edit out function for anything that's flagged. So I do it all the time. I do a clip show, so I'm constantly doing it. So
I can always look it up.
So while Doug is going,
I'm gonna try and pull it up.
All right, you do that. Doug is going for a second. I'll keep talking. Now, I have just released a video on my channel. People and I've told everyone from the beginning that the boy in white and my man Terran Matthew is in the building right now, chilling right there. And he said, "I'm going to spend the entire weekend working on a major theory." So get prepared for Terran Matthew, the New York Times best-selling author, Terran Matthew. Right there, rocking with us for his theory about that's going to be dropping and stuff like that. Can't wait. He has the most complex and the best overall theories that anyone puts out on from, in my opinion and stuff. You know what I mean? And everything for that. I hope you so much.
And he has a really smooth voice as well. He can write and he can speak really well.
It is really good. He said, "I hope you saw my review." Review on what? On my book? Did you put? Terry, you're supposed to put a review on my book. I didn't see it. If not, you need to get on it. All right, you need to get on it. I won the bet. You got to do it. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Oh, yes, you did. Yes, you did. Great. All right. Good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. Doug, I'm going to send you a copy of my novel.
Oh, that would be lovely. I would love to read it.
Oh, perfect. I hit you up. And just give me an address where you want to send to, and I'll send you a copy and everything else. That's right. You gotta look now, Tony. I do gotta look. I'm sorry, I haven't been on there for a little bit, so I haven't checked it out and everything else. But I'll definitely go look at it. Thank you, Taryn. I appreciate it. Man of your word. You're a man of your word. And I hope you said it was just a great novel you ever read and everything else, and that's great. I would appreciate it. And Taryn's teaser for his theory is Bigfoot is coming. That's the teaser. So look for the Bigfoot theory for Terran Matthew coming for From. The Bigfoot theory is about to drop.
Hey Doug, I have the lottery ticket one bookmarked, but not the beer one apparently. What do I search for to get the beer one again?
Labatt's. That's LABATT''S.
Yep.
Double blue commercial.
Yeah.
1984. And I won't bring it up.
first time I ever went to Canada, I did a show in Canada. I did a show in Saint Hubert, right? A place called Chi-Chi's over there, and I did a rap show there in that place. And I was in there, and these Canadians, I was in there, and they were like, "Hey, you gotta drink this beer." I'm like, "What beer is this?" And they're like, "Molson Triple X." And they're like, "Man, I drink Molson. Don't be telling me what to drink." Like, "Oh, Molson Triple X is real." I was like, "Listen, man, I'm from Queens, New York. You don't be telling me about beer, some triple. Give me that Molson Triple X. Let me tell you something. I drank 3 of those beers. I was done." It was all over. Three beers. I was done.
Okay.
I was done. I was like, "These dudes drugged me, man. There's something wrong with this, man. How's this beer so strong?" No, bro, I ran my mouth. I was like, "You crazy? I'm from Queens. I drink 40 ounces, bro." I was like, "What's some can of beer gonna give me a can of Molson Triple X?" But I didn't realize that the alcohol level was so much higher in Canada than it was in the United States. But yeah, knock me on my ass.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, so is it? Can you see it? Okay, there it is. There it is. I'm gonna make it full screen. Okay, so this is Doug's commercial from 1984. And let me see, unmute it. Here we go. Get it back to the beginning. There it is.
Did you ever have to make up your mind to pick up a one and leave the other behind? It's not often easy, it's not often kind. Did you ever have to make up your mind? Did you ever have to finally decide to say yes to one?
Can we put the pause on real quick?
Really low frame rate.
Can we put the pause on real
Did you
quick?
ever have to finally decide?
And Doug, let me ask you a question, Doug. Seriously,
Probably enjoyed the last part of that.
Doug, the wardrobe. Was those your pants, or did they put you in those pants?
No, I think they put me in those, actually, if memory serves me right.
So you go.
Were those your girlfriends or somebody else's girlfriends?
Oh, they were definitely somebody else's girlfriends. It was really interesting. I remember the audition for that commercial, all these gals driving up in these Mercedes and Audis and stuff like that, and they're all like 23 years old. It was like, oh, yeah, it's completely out of my league.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you make up your mind on which one you wanted?
I love your.
Yeah, I made up my mind. I said, I'll have one of each. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. That's what.
Yeah.
That's what I would have said too.
It was funny though when we shot that, because what the director wanted me to do was, look at the one, look at the other, and go, "Hey, like, have I made it or what?" And I went, no, we can't do that. It's got to be. Oh my God, now what do I do? Like I said, trust me, you do the other thing, and the guy's just going to look like a jerk. And so I think we shot it both ways, but fortunately they went for the right version.
All right. I see a question here. I don't think Doug can answer it though. He says, Jay says, "What's Doug's theory on how he knew Jim's wife was digging that hole?"
I think that, yeah, I mean, this is just a theory, but I think the fact that, that voice came over the radio at the end of season 1 suggests that, all right, they're obviously keeping an eye on these people, like the powers that be know what's going on. Beyond that, I don't know anymore. That's all I could infer from it.
Yes. See, Dita, I am not taking over the stream. Don't say that. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to lead the stream in the red.
No.
I'm trying to take the pressure off of Julie a little bit. That's all.
No,
Dita.
not at all. Not at all. No. Not taking over the stream. We are happy to have you.
But when we deal with the whole thing, I think we got to look at it in 2 aspects, right? Number one, she's in the basement. You got to ask yourself the question about what's going on in the basement. Is it actually cameras that's going on down there? Is it some type of technology that allows them to see, or is it supernatural that allows them to see, right? So it's either one or the other. You have to figure out what that is. Number two, when you look at that whole situation, that storm came out of nowhere and disappeared out of nowhere. We've seen it twice happen. We've seen the storm come over there and it just disappeared. So is that technology that's allowing the storm to happen, or is it some type of supernatural thing? If it's technology, then you could basically be looking at some type of Truman Show situation going on there, some under the dome situation where it's going on there, or if it's a little bit more supernatural, because that what you have to ask is how these storms, it's not natural. The storm to come and to go away is not natural. It's not the way, that's not the way weather works.
Oh, I'm firmly in the supernatural camp. I think that's the most cogent explanation for what's going on. You know, it just intuitively, that's how it seems to me. You know,
that is good. So you think that the faraway trees are actually magical? Yeah.
Well, if magic is the word you want to use for it, I mean, you know, this place obviously operates by a different set of rules than the ones that we do. It's not magic for there, I suppose, but it is from our perspective. You know, just like, I mean, you know, if it's going to be technology, then it has to be technology that explains why people leave town and keep coming back to the same stretch of road. I mean, how do you do that technologically? It seems much more likely to me that, no, this place just operates on a different set of rules than the ones that we know and love, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
It could be. I mean, if it's technology, it could be a wormhole that would bring people back and forth, disguised as a tree in the forest, with technology underneath it.
It just seems like that's a far more complicated way of explaining what's going on, rather than, no, this is just the world we're inhabiting here. This is not the world that we, you know, where most of us spend our lives. It's things are different here. It's that simple, you know. It's a different form of reality here.
Yeah, I'll come
back to life, and people have visions that aren't necessarily hallucinations. Those visions are actually happening, but in a way that would not happen anywhere else on the planet, but here. I don't know. I mean, you know, again, we're all guessing at this stuff, but that's my best guess.
I think Arkham's Razor would suggest it is some sort of supernatural sort of thing, because if it was a technology, we're talking about multiple levels of technology for every little tiny thing that happens. Was it the technology that created the Frombies? Okay, is it the technology that allows people to go out of town and come back into town? Is it the technology that stops the Frombies from coming inside? Or is it just a game that they're playing? Like, the paranormal, supernatural style sort of thing ticks all the boxes, where with technology, it would be, it opens up too much. And if they were to do that, introducing that 3 seasons, 4 seasons in doesn't make any sense. You would think if there was some sort of technology or something, they would have dropped a little hint or a breadcrumb somewhere along the way with that.
Well, and also, how do you use technology to take people that appear to be human beings and turn them into monsters, the way that we see happens with the monsters every night? You know?
Scientology? I don't know. Yeah.
Well, that would be through some type of implanting of different DNA into a different creature to create them to become that type of creature. That would be a way the technology would do that. As for the other things that you brought up with technology, how people can be, what did you say? How can people, what did you say, Grant, the 3 things you said? Because they can all be explained away from technology.
Yeah, but the problem is that
I'm saying it'd be all different technology. Yeah, it'd be all groundbreaking technology, something that we've never encountered or anything like that. And as I say, if they were to do that, introducing one level of technology earlier on, so there's that hint there. But the most logical explanation is, as like Doug says, it works on a different reality. Technology could be cool, like if they dropped one of the totems and it broke open and there was like wires or something inside. Have that happen like episode 2 and then never mention it again until like season 3 or something. That could plant the seed, but we've had nothing.
But
that's the only reason why I don't think that they would just introduce that.
But my man Double G, that would be way too early to give that away if that was the case. Or you wouldn't do that in episode 2. That would give away the whole situation if you did that. So you couldn't do that then. Right? If it's going to be that there's something actually inside of that rock that's not just a rock that's keeping people out, you'd have to do it later on in the season or gives it all away. I mean, you had the character Randall say that this is an experiment. And if this is an experiment, then that means there's somebody inside of the camp who's here to monitor the experiment, right? And that's why he went after Donna, feeling that Donna was the person that was doing it.
And see, I think that plot line of, you know, Randall getting it in his head that maybe this is all a big experiment led a lot of people down the garden path. I don't think that's what they intended at all. I think the reason that was there was so that we could have the scene where Donna's life is suddenly put at risk. And it's as simple as that. That's what that was there for.
But
my problem with the technology argument is that in order to clarify that whenever it happens, it's going to require reams and reams of exposition. And from a writing point of view, that's a really inelegant way of telling the story.
Will you agree to that out of all the characters that we've seen in the show, everybody has had a significant storyline but Donna?
I don't know. I mean, in terms of backstory, yeah, we don't know a lot about Donna's backstory.
Even in the show, we have Kenny. He has a full storyline for him. We have Boyd. You have Ellis. You have Fatima has a full storyline for her. Donna has not been given a storyline yet, other than just being the mother hen. She hasn't been giving her own thing like everybody else has been. Elgin's got his own thing. Kenny has his own thing. Boyd has had his own thing. Everyone has been given one except for Donna. So I believe, me personally, that Randall was right, that Donna is the mole. But because of his thing, he looked crazy, so it's not going to, you know, that made him look like he was crazy. But I think that Donna is a mole in there, and I think that's what her storyline in the end will turn out to be.
Well, it's possible. I'm disinclined to go along with that, though, because I think that the fact that we don't have Donna's backstory isn't necessarily a clue of anything, because Donna has been fulfilling a very significant and specific role from the very first episode as the mother hen, if you want to use that way of describing her, and that it hasn't really been necessary for us to know any more about Donna than what we see, because her whole journey has been about, and this became so clear towards the end of season 3, her whole journey, like Boyd's, has been about trying to keep this place together, and what it has cost her from the beginning, you know, as a human being. I mean, there's been a lot of attention on how Boyd's buttons have really been pushed, and how the monsters have really tried to break him. I think the place is trying just as hard to break Donna. It just isn't happening in as overt a way, you know, and we're starting to see hints of that. We were certainly through the latter part of season 3. I think that there hasn't really been any need to hear any of Donna's backstory right now. I mean, to draw a parallel with Severance, which we've all been watching, you know, we just had episode 8 of Severance, which was devoted to telling Cobell's backstory, which in a lot of our opinions was completely unnecessary. It was a totally wasted epised. We didn't need to know any of that. We knew enough about this character to understand what her motives were and where she's headed. This stuff was just like filler that did nothing but waste time. And I think that with Donna, she's in a similar situation where we don't need to know any more than what we know right now about her. Like, her role is clear, and her plate's pretty full as it is. So, I mean, if there is a big reveal about her when it happens, I'll be content to be surprised about it. But I think that what I know about her now is sufficient for my purposes as a viewer anyway.
Yeah. I personally don't think Donna is a mole, but it would be nice. I would say I'm kind of in between Doug and Tony. Like, I would like to see Donna get more of a personal storyline for herself. Like she's lost so much as the mother figure of Colony House, and she's lost a lot of people. But I'd like to see her get more of a like something to sink her teeth into. Like maybe experience something supernatural. Like most of the characters, the main ones, have experienced some sort of supernatural thing. Like in season 3, Jim finally did. He got those weird phone calls from Thomas. So he did. So I'd like to see something like that happen to Donna. Bring her into that fold a little bit more. But other than that, I do think that the place is trying to break her, just like it's trying to break Boyd, and it's trying to break everyone, and she was starting to break down in season 3. So I think that the cracks are showing. You know, she and Boyd are the 2 pillars of the town, and so they're both being pushed to their breaking point. Donna sobbing and saying, I can't, why won't they just leave us alone? She was breaking down. So that her emotional journey has been a big part of it. It's just that she doesn't experience the supernatural side of things like some of the other characters have. I mean, pretty much everyone except her at this point. And maybe Christy didn't have anything happen to her yet either. No weird dreams or visions or anything like that.
And I think also one of the reasons we don't know more about Donna is because of her character. She doesn't volunteer stuff about herself. That's just, she's one of those people that she's pretty tightly wrapped and doesn't allow people to get close to her. Even the people that she is close to, there's always a kind of begrudging aspect to it. She's not the kind, she's not one to overshare. Let's put it that way.
She doesn't look like much of a hugger either.
No, indeed.
Yeah.
That's it right there,
I always had the theory that when she was talking about how it was her sister with her, for whatever reason, I missed that when I first watched it. I thought that was her girlfriend or wife that was killed, because the way in which that she spoken and she acted about a sister, I wouldn't be surprised if that turns out that it actually was like her girlfriend or her wife, but she just said sister for whatever reason and just stuck with it.
Yeah,
because she walks around like she's got this guilt.
A funny thing when I hit it. Yeah, I believe it's her sister, and that's why it affected her the way she did, because she talked about how tough her sister was. I'm not talking about backstory when I say backstory. I'm saying about in this cast. If we look at the characters in the cast, anyone I can name has had their own story going forth in this show that we've seen so far. Donna is the only main character in this show that we haven't really gotten that from. And I think we will get that. And I think the twist will be, if they were going to do a mold, there would be a couple of things that would have to happen. Number one, it would have to be someone who's been there long enough in order for there to be a mold. Donna's been there as long as before Boyd got there and stuff. So she would be a candidate. It would have to be somebody who's in a position of power enough to report back everything else that's going on. So in the end, to me, and we'll see, I think Randall was right. I think he looked like he was wrong, but in the end, he's going to be proven right, because I think Donna is a mole, and that's going to be her storyline in the end, because you have to have someone that people care about in order to break their heart when you see it, this person has not been on their side the whole time. So I think when you go through them all, she fits the bill for that to happen. Now, I just don't think it's a throwaway line that Randall said that. I just don't think they would have him say that and it be a throwaway line in there that he just thinks that, and it's not. That's not what it's. There's not some type of something going on there with them.
Well,
there you go, Tony. We finally agree on a theory. I'm glad. I felt like we were butting heads all episode with the theories.
I look at all this stuff from an actor's point of view, from a character point of view, and to me, I think that this stuff is much more easily explained in those terms. I think that Randall believing that this is all a conspiracy and that she's a mole and all the rest of it, all that's designed to do is to illustrate to us Randall's character, that he's the kind of guy to fall for stuff like that. I think that it's kind of Occam's razor for me. I think the simplest explanation is the best. I mean, the whole idea of her being a mole, it's like, a mole to whom? And what is why do we need a mole? Who is she reporting to and all that? Again, this is stuff that would require reams and reams of exposition to resolve. And the show just doesn't, to me, it doesn't work that way. So I don't know. I mean, I may be proven totally wrong, and you guys may be hitting the nail on the head here, but it just, again, from a writing and a character point of view, this stuff just doesn't seem to ring true to me. But, you know, we'll all find out, I guess, sooner or later.
I mean, it's the same argument I used against Tony a second ago, but for whatever reason, Randall's my guy. If he says something like that, I go with him. For whatever reason, after I think it was the second episode that he was in, I'm just like, I really like this guy for some reason, and he's always the first guy to go out there and help. He's very selfless, but he's also extremely self-centered, and it's a rare trait to see in a character. That's why I was just so fascinated with him. So every time someone's in danger, he's there to put himself in the line and help. You know, he didn't go up when Boyd left him. He's well within his rights to do that. Like if that was anyone else, Boyd could have probably put them in a box. I mean, he's done stuff like that before. So like, yeah. I mean, yeah, like I really like the character, and I feel like that him being just like the douchebag character is a little bit of a red herring, and I think it's clever writing. The way that they're showing what he's saying is completely different to what he's doing. His actions are the actions of a good man normally. I mean, obviously tying Donna to the tree probably wasn't the best thing, but as you said, this place breaks everyone. And when you're sitting in a bus all by yourself with no covering and you're seeing the monsters every night and they're tormenting you, I can see why you'd be a little bit edgy.
Well, absolutely. Yeah. His questions are warranted. His paranoia is warranted, and the bus didn't have a chance to drive around in circles. So he didn't see anything supernatural in season 2 when he got there. So I get why he was questioning everything. Doesn't mean he's right about everything, though. No. If anyone's right about everything, it's Ethan. You know, because Ethan has the key to all this. He seems to be our go-to person to understand how everything works. So I believe Ethan over Randall. Randall said, I don't think that she said nothing here is trying to help us. I don't believe him. I think Ethan is right. Ethan said we should ask who here is trying to help way back in season 1. So I think we need to look to Ethan for more of the answers, if you ask me.
Well, if you had Sarah, when Sarah is talking to Father Kash, she says specifically that there's 2 voices talking to her. And the one voice that's talking to her said that they're captive there and that they want to escape. They want to be escaped too, because they've been held captive there themselves. And that's the one who forced her hand to draw the picture to prove the Father Kash of the candy bar. All right. So it's not the same voice that's talking to her. That's the one who said that they're captive. That's the one who told her to kill the boy also. All right. So I believe Sarah got it wrong. And when the message came across her arm and said, kill the boy, she looked up and she seen Ethan. So she automatically assumed that that's who it was supposed to be. But I believe in the end, it's the boy in white who has to go. And he's the one manipulating this whole situation. I mean, if you ever read...
Maybe her arm wasn't long enough. Maybe that was the whole message, kill the boy in white, but she's got really short arms, so it only wrote kill the boy.
Or maybe he wasn't wearing white. You know, when they seen him, because I think that's a glamour. We see that these creatures are glamored in some way, because when they come out inside and attack people, their clothes are dirty and messy. But when they attack people, their clothes are pristine until they change into their real form. Then their clothes shows exactly that they're dirty. So obviously, there's some type of glamoring that's going on here that's disguising what they look like and stuff. So I think the boy in white is a glamour. I think he's all glamour to look like this boy in white. And that's not what he really looks like. That's not who he really is. Because we look at, as Doug, he says you shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim, and then they fall down in the hole. And then Victor's down there with Tabitha, and he says, the boy in white told me you would come. How the boy in white knew they would be right there. I mean, the only people that we know that knew that right there at that particular time is Doug on the radio. He's seen them digging a hole, but all of a sudden the boy in white somehow knows that they're gonna drop right in this exact spot, and they're going to be right there, right? So how would the boy in white know that too? If that's not
Julie Story walked and told him.
She's never seen the boy in white, but see, that's the problem with story walking, because you can explain anything with time travel. Any plot hole that a show has, you can explain that with time travel if you want. And that's why I don't really like time travel things, because if people mess up in writing, we'll just time travel this away, and that goes away and stuff, so
because now you could just say the boy in white time traveled, and that's how we knew. It makes it so simple, right? Like he could have time traveled. That's how he knew. Not enough people talk about that. Actually, I've been mentioning that. Like, how did he know that she was going to fall in the hole?
I think, again, this is why I come down on the whole side of, like, it's supernatural. That's what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with the supernatural because, again, Julie, you yourself said, listen to Ethan, because Ethan, from the beginning, the whole Chromonocle thing is a metaphor for the world that these people are in. That's it. All the rules are right there in the book. And every time he talks about it, he's telling us this is how this place works. This is a quest, This is a quest with a hero and monsters and all that kind of stuff. And that's the world we're in. It's been described that way from the beginning, and it keeps getting reiterated. Why do the boy in white and the man in yellow know this stuff? Because they're supernatural. You don't need all this other explanation. We've been told already what it is. We know what the rules of this place are. They've been laid down, and they've been spoken about time and time again. And we've seen it play out. And I don't think you need more than that. I mean, this series has lots of, mystery box stuff in it and lots of interesting little hints and clues along the way. But I mean, you can really end up climbing up your own asshole talking about this stuff. And I think a lot of the time...
I have, Doug, I have.
Oh, sorry. It's just, the answer is often a lot simpler than I think we're inclined to make it.
100%. I always say when I make theories, and I tell people all the time I make theories, that keep it simple. It's usually the best way to go. But Doug, it is billed, when you look at this thing, as a sci-fi horror. It does have that depiction.
Yeah, but who came up with that depiction? That's the marketing. That's the marketing department that comes up with that.
Yeah, so please explain that to us exactly. When these shows come out with these titles, who puts those titles up there?
The people who are in marketing. It's that simple. It's like, what's gonna get the most eyes on our series? That's the question they're trying to answer. Just like the people doing the news, it's like, okay, what do we lead with on the news tonight? What's going to get us the most viewers? It's as simple as that.
But they couldn't put
my writing partner and I have struggled with this, for example, with our play Deadline. Mm-hmm. It's a murder mystery. It's also a metaphor about the writing process, but there's a lot of humor in it. So how do we sell it? Do we sell it as a murder mystery? Do we sell it as a thriller? We ended up settling on comedy thriller because it has elements of both. And we thought we're covering all the bases as best we can by calling it that. But that was a judgment call. And it was purely based on, what is going to appeal to the largest number of people. I don't know if it's the most accurate description, but from a marketing point of view, it's the best we could come up with. And that kind of thing happens with stuff like this all the time,
So you think it may not have anything to do with science fiction at all? They just thought that would help sell the show.
Yeah.
But they put science fiction hard in and put fantasy in there at all. They just put
the other thing you have to bear in mind is, like, when you go into the bookstore, where do you find science fiction and fantasy? You find them together. Science fiction and fantasy is, it's all lumped together as a genre. And I think it's got as much to do with that as anything. I don't think it means, we're suddenly going to be seeing scenes of people in rooms with high-tech computers running the whole story. And it's like, no, we're not going there. I think I would safely bet my paycheck that we're not going there. So
unless they do a crossover with Severance, which I would be cool with.
Okay.
Anyway, Julie, I'm getting acutely aware of the fact that there are probably a huge backlog of questions here that we're not getting to in the midst of this heated discussion. So
is it heated? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Not at all. I'm just being facetious here. But I am concerned that, a lot of people signed on tonight because they thought they were going to get to ask their questions, and there's probably a huge backlog of them by now. So
yes, please get to the questions.
We do have some more questions here. Questions and comments, I would say. So, like Mackie Val's here says, Doug, would you play Freddy Krueger? I feel you do a good ass job.
You know something? I've never seen one of those movies.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, never. I'm not a fan of horror. I'm really not. As a genre, I have never been drawn to horror. I mean, there are some really good horror films out there. Like, for example, the first in the Alien franchise, Alien, was a brilliant horror flick. But I didn't like it because it was a horror flick. I liked it because it was a really brilliantly crafted movie. I've never really been interested in horror as a genre. And it's not the horror aspect of From that really attracts me. I mean, it's fine. It's okay. It's a necessary part of the story they're telling. I'm just drawn to it because it's such great storytelling. It's such great characters, and the relationships between the characters and their individual journeys are fascinating to me. So yeah, there you go.
How about The Thing? Did you ever watch The Thing? You like that?
I saw that movie so long ago now that I can't even really remember it very well. I do remember thinking it was a good film, but it was ages ago, and it's kind of, gotten very foggy with the passage of time.
I hear you.
Yeah, the Thing is phenomenal. But yeah, I completely agree about Alien. It's fantastic. And let's see. So let's see, what else do we have here? Someone had been asking earlier. This Tabitha has left already, but I let her know I would get to it, so she'll watch on the replay. And she had wanted to know if Doug has heard of the Hastur theory, the H.P. Lovecraft Man in Yellow. She said, I think it makes the most sense with how the town is and how King in Yellow distorts reality, etc.
Yeah, and of course, I've heard this time and time and time again, the King in Yellow and the Hastur and all that stuff. I don't really know how to answer that. My intuitive response to it is, I don't think John Griffin needs that much help in terms of telling his own story. I don't think that he would rely to that extent on another established piece of writing to influence From to that degree. Has he read these books? I mean, in terms of his trying to figure out what happened to that real man in yellow that he saw on the street, yeah, maybe he came across some of this stuff and was interested in it in terms of it giving him some clues as to how to put together his own story of where this man came from. But I just think that the idea that he's just sort of taken the stuff from the H.P. Lovecraft stories and plunked it into From, no, I'm sorry, he's a better writer than that, and it just seems like that's too pat a connection. I don't buy that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't think there would be a direct correlation. And I want to get to a couple more questions from the chat from earlier real quick. But I do see we have somebody here backstage. If you'll just hold on a minute, I will get to you. But I wanted to get to some of these older ones first. Robert had asked, my friend Robert said, John Griffin also said that the inspiration for the Man in Yellow originally seemed like his spirit was filled with an angel. Do you think the Man in Yellow is possibly a fallen angel?
Metaphorically, sure. Yeah. I mean, is he literally a fallen angel? Who knows? And again, this brings me back to the same point. With a lot of the theories, they seem to be, I'm trying to think how to articulate this, trying to make literal connections where I think the connections are much more figurative. That's the best way I can think of to put it. Yeah, is he a fallen angel? I think metaphorically he probably is. Is he a literal fallen angel? That's the thing. I think a lot of these theories, they're too literal. They're too facile. They're looking for simple answers to questions that I think are much more complex.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the best I've got.
I agree. A couple more older ones here. Amy had wanted to know, Doug, what is your ideal vacation spot? Well,
I'm going to one of them in a couple of weeks. I'm going back to Spain. I love Spain. I'm not a go and lay on the beach for a week kind of guy. When I choose places, they tend to be like cities like Paris and Madrid and Warsaw and places like that. Marcia and I were lucky enough to go to China a few years ago to see a couple of productions of our second play, A Party to Murder. And I was fascinated to visit China. The very first country I got to visit, other than, going to Cape Cod one summer as a kid, was the Soviet Union. And again, I was fascinated to see such a different culture to our own. I wish I could see much more of the world than I probably will manage to. But yeah, I've been back to Spain several times. I really love it there. I love the culture. It's a fascinating country. For such a small country, it has so many different languages and cultures and terrains, and it's amazing. It's like the whole world in microcosm.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome, Doug. I wanted to highlight this. Megan had said, wanted to know when we'll announce the winner. We'll announce. So Alexis will announce the winner of the Jade doll on her social media tomorrow on her Facebook and Instagram. So you need to just look up Love, LUV by Alexis. Maybe Dieter can drop the link in the chat to her social media if you're available to do it. That would be great. And Alexis is working on the doll right now. She doesn't stay up as late as we do, so that's why she probably turned her camera off, but she is working on the doll as we speak. And Megan wanted her to know that she is so talented, and indeed she is very talented. Alexis,
I can attest to that.
Yes, she is terrific, and I'm so happy she was able to join us tonight and show us her awesome dolls and do this giveaway with us. So incredibly kind of her. And this is another old one. Obtuse, I love this. Obtuse Rubber Goose Green Moose Guava Juice, the IV. That's a reference to a cartoon from Nickelodeon. Anyway, question for Doug. Can you explain the duality of being a writer and I think maybe this was supposed to say an actor, maybe? Or I don't know what that means.
Rider. It says rider, like, because Doug rides bikes as well, so I assume that's what they mean.
Or rider, I get it. Both where you spend long times in solitude with yourself and being pushed in both a mental and physical way.
That is such an excellent question. And I imagine he's referring to my trip across the States that I did back in 2001, 2002. When I finished the season at the Shaw Festival that year, it was the 1st of November, 2001. I got on my bike and I biked from Niagara-on-the-Lake to Buffalo International Airport, which is about 55 miles. And I flew from there to LA, and then I biked solo from LA to St. Augustine, Florida. And this was at a time where the best means I had to keep in touch with people back home were just sending emails. And so every time I got to a new town, I would go to the local library and hop onto Hotmail and do my sort of daily digest of what happened today. And sometimes it was a few days between these messages.
I love my Hotmail account.
But I had a list of about 100 names of people from work and friends and family and stuff like that who wanted to be kept abreast of the trip. So every time I got a chance to get to a library, I would fire off another one of these emails. And on the days when I couldn't get to a library, I had a book with me where I would keep a diary so that every day of the trip would that way be covered. And it was a solo trip. I knew I was going to be alone, but I have to say that one of the things that I wasn't prepared for was the degree of solitude on that trip, particularly going through the southwestern United States. There were days where I'd be biking, like in Southern California and Arizona and New Mexico. There'd be days where I'd be biking for like an hour before I'd see a car. And invariably, when a car came by, the driver would like hit the horn and wave, oh my God, there's another human being, and particularly going across the Mojave Desert, there were days when, I'd be riding along and everything was fine. I'd be listening to my tunes and sipping on my Gatorade and stuff and minding my own business. And all of a sudden I would just be absolutely subsumed with this sense of, oh my God, I'm in the middle of the desert. I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm going to die. And I had to say to myself, calm down. You're fine. You're 10 miles from Barstow. Relax, you idiot. Everything's fine. But it was just the terrain was so empty and devoid of people and desolate that it really wore on me. I took a picture at one point. I think this was somewhere in Arizona. It was a crossroads, and there was this line of mailboxes, and absolutely no sign of the dwellings that these mailboxes belonged to. And I thought, this is the best image I can come up with to describe what this feels like, you know? And you'd ride along in places like this and you wouldn't see another human being forever. And then you'd go around a corner and there'd be a building with a sign on front that said, country dancing. And I'd look around and I'd go, with who? The mountain goats? Like, what the hell? It was amazing. And that element of solitude as the trip went on really wore on me. Like I suddenly realized, dude, you're spending way too much of your time alone. You really have to do something about this. And I had a really graphic experience of that one day. I left Sedona, Arizona, which if you've never been, go and visit Sedona. It's astounding. And when I had gone from Flagstaff, Arizona, down to Sedona, where you drop about 3,500 feet in elevation. And the very next day, I had to turn around and go right back up another 3,500 feet in elevation to the next town I was going to, which I think was Strawberry, Arizona, if memory serves me right. Anyway, I'm doing this climb, this long slog up this damn hill. And it was the only time on the trip where this happened, where at one point, I mean, when I was going up these long climbs, I would stop frequently, you know, take some pictures, have a little Gatorade, have a bit of a rest, then get back on the bike and keep going. But this was the only time in the trip where I was having such a hard time getting up that hill that day that I thought, I'm not going to get to where I'm going before dark. And I have to get there before dark because I didn't have any lights on the bike. I had so many bags on the bike, there was nowhere to hang the lights. And I just made a rule. I'm not going to ride at the nighttime. I'm just going to ride during daylight hours. So the time was getting kind of, you know, tight. So at one point I was literally walking the bike up the hill because I thought I've got to keep moving, only for a few minutes, but it's the only time on the trip when that happened. Anyway, I got back on the bike. I was up near the top of the hill. I was about 3 kilometers, about 2 miles from the top of the hill. On my way up, this guy on a racing bike came whipping down the hill in the other direction. And I remember thinking, well, if he's coming back up that hill, he's going to be catching up to me because he's on a racing bike and I'm on a touring bike with 50 pounds of stuff on my bike. So he's going to be traveling a lot faster than me. And sure enough, I was about 2 miles from the top of the hill when he caught up to me. And he got talking with me and stuff. And he said, where are you from? And where are you headed and stuff? And we're going along. And I said, do you know how far it is from here to the top of the hill? He said, yeah, it's only about 2 miles to my car. I'm at the top of the hill. I said, great. And I'm telling him about the trip and stuff. And I suddenly realized that in the time that we were spending together riding, had he not been there, I would not have been able to do that last leg without at least one more rest stop. And we were also riding faster than I normally ride because he's on a racing bike. He's completely unencumbered, right? So I had to step it up. I mean, it slowed down for me, but I had to pick it up a bit to keep in touch with him. And I realized that I was able to do this without any tremendous amount of effort. And I thought, well, what's changed? You're the same guy who a little while ago was walking his bike up the hill. What's so different now? And I thought the only thing that's different is I'm doing this with somebody else. And I thought, if there's a life lesson to learn on this trip, I guess I just learned it. So I hope that answers the question.
100%. You know, listen, human beings are not meant to be by themselves. That's why solitary confinement is considered a bad sentence in prison. That's why they send you by yourself, because we're not meant to be by ourselves.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think there was a study that they said they did once that if a baby is left by itself without another human being to touch it, that the baby dies in a certain amount of time, morbid and everything. But I think there was a thing that I remember hearing a study like that, like a baby has to have physical human touch. If not, it would just be not from thirst or anything else, just from lack of touch. And look, Debbie Reynolds, I don't know what happened to her, but you know, her daughter, you know, Princess Leia passed away, and she passed away a couple of days later. And they said of a broken heart. And it's just the connection that human beings have with each other.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's an essential human need, you know. That's why having this community is so helpful for me, because I'm extremely isolated. So, you know, it's just people need people, you know. We really do. But to get to a couple more of these, Hockey from Away wanted to just say, Doug, I think you would have made a great Kenny. I don't know why Kenny. I think you would have killed
well, that's a huge compliment. Thank you. And I would be terrified to play that part because, man, do they ever put the boots to that guy? Like that
Right?
would be a slog. I mean, it would be a great challenge, but I would be terrified.
Right.
I think you would make a great Korean actor.
Yeah.
Many years. What advice would I?
Ryan here.
What? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Read it.
Ryan says, I have acted in 2 plays many, many years ago. What advice would you give to someone trying to get back into acting?
I guess the best advice I would give, and I don't know anything about your situation, Ryan, would be if there's a community theater around, get involved with them. Start there, because it's a place where, number one, it's relatively easy to get cast. It's low pressure, and you can get back into it, get back into the game.
Yeah. That's great advice. And yes, I know the answer to this one, but Tabitha had wanted to know, will we get to see your mini-me crochet friend all over Halifax when you begin filming?
Absolutely. He's coming with me to Europe, I'll have you know. I'm already planning. I was thinking today of some of the things I'm going to do with him when I get to Spain and Poland.
Yep. He is going to be a world traveler, 100%. Let's see. So, let's see. Cassidy, after I played that, by the way, Cassidy had said this after I played that commercial. Doug, has anyone ever told you you resemble Martin Short?
It's really funny you should say that, Cassidy, because back in my commercial days, back in the 80s, I was always getting compared to like Martin Short or Woody Allen, or like, I think sometimes it wasn't so much a physical resemblance as it was, we want that kind of comedic thing, because if you put Martin Short and me together, we don't look anything alike, but I think that there's a certain sort of spirit that we have in common. I think it's probably that more than anything else.
Yeah, I can see it. And Taryn had a couple of questions too here. Taryn said, wasn't it interesting that Ethan eyed the gun in Boyd's pocket, and later we see where the guns are hidden? Wouldn't Ethan be most likely to commit a grandfather paradox?
I don't have a response to that question.
Yeah, I don't know. I personally think that they're not going to go with the grandfather paradox model. I think it's more likely to be the bootstrap paradox model, because that's what we saw with Julie throwing the rope to Boyd in an endless cycle. It just happened that way because it always happened that way. That's my opinion on that. But Alpha Kenny, oh my God, this is that trick one. I'm not going to say it this time. This is that trick one. Alpha Kenny 1. I'm not going to say it any faster than that. Doug, do you think you would have been happy if you had got the original role of Tom? I don't think. No, Doug didn't audition for Tom, but.
No, I didn't audition for Tom, but I guess my answer to that is I would have been happy to do anything on this show, frankly. To be a part of it would have been a huge thing.
Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah, right. What up, Amy? Real quick, I see a couple of people said hi to me, and so people I didn't see. What up to y'all? Good to see y'all too, and stuff. Appreciate y'all coming in.
Everyone's happy to see you.
Oh, they are. They're just being nice. That's all.
No, they're happy to see you.
But
Everybody's been missing you.
I'll take it.
Everyone's happy. Where's Tony? We miss Tony.
I'm like Kenny Powers, East Down and Bound. You ever seen East Down and Bound? Amazing show, East Down and Bound. One of the greatest comedy shows ever made is East Down and Bound. And
nice.
If you haven't seen it, go watch East Down and Bound. That's one of the funniest shows you ever watch in your life. It's East Down and Bound.
Good. I could use some comedy.
That show, East Down and Bound. Watch it, you'll see. That's a funny show.
Where is it? Is it Is it
HBO.
HBO?
Yeah,
I have
HBO.
HBO.
Yeah, HBO. Eastbound. I promise you, if you watch that, just watch the first episode. It is one of the literal laugh out loud funny comedy, and I don't laugh a lot. Like, it takes a lot to get me to laugh. Usually stand-up comedians, like, if I go there, I'm not sticking the mud, but you got to say something funny to actually make me laugh, or you can't just get over on stuff. So, but this show is one of the only television shows that every second you just dying about. This is so funny. This show, East End. It's just hilarious. The guy is he's just an asshole. Everything he says is funny. It East Down and Bound. People, Amy saying what it's called. It's just so funny. It's one of the funniest. I can watch it anytime. One of the funniest shows you've ever watched. If you get a chance and you have nothing to watch, you want to laugh, just watch
check it out for sure.
Hey, remember I told you to check it out. That show was hilarious. Yes, that's right. Kenny Powers, baby. Kenny Powers. You'll love it.
Yeah. Oh, I could use some comedy myself. It takes a lot to make me laugh. And I just want to say thank you to Taryn. So thank you so much. That was extremely generous of you. Dieter said that Taryn donated 50 pounds to me. Thank you so very much, Taryn. I really appreciate it. That was so kind of you. I'm not monetized yet. So I just have, my Venmo and Cashapp and a PayPal that Dieter set up for me. So I truly appreciate that, Taryn. Thank you very much. And I have another question for Doug from Taryn. I wonder if Doug read James Bond when he was researching his spy novel.
No, not at all. The only research I did for the novel was learning as much as I could about CSIS. I even called them up, tried to see if they had a public relations department that I could speak to just to get some information directly from CSIS. And they were, of course, no help at all. It's like calling the CIA and asking those kinds of questions, But lots of books have been written about CSIS. So that was my primary source of information. That the thing is that although he is a spy, that wasn't really the point of the book. It's more about the fact that he's an actor who just ends up having to work as a spy. That it was a way of me. I always describe the books as thinly disguised autobiographies, and it was just a way to take some of the crazy stuff that has happened in my acting career and shoehorn it into a story that, hopefully has a compelling element to it. So, yeah.
I hope you just Jay and y'all people messing with me in the chat. I'm telling you, mostly insane. Y'all better leave me alone, man. All right, leave me alone with this stuff. Kenny gotta go, and he gotta go quick. I really hope you have the opportunity to kill Kenny. and if you do get the opportunity to kill him, Doug, please, in his ear, just whisper, "This is for Tony Teflon." Rah! Take him out.
Somebody was asking, do I think Kenny will get some ass this season? And we got this question the other day, and my response is the same, and that is, God, I hope so. If there's anybody who it's poor Kenny.
No, Kenny ain't get no ass, man. Kenny ain't get no ass. Kenny ain't get nothing. No.
Oh, don't worry. I don't think they're going to do him those kind of favors. I don't think there's much danger of that happening.
Kenny gotta go.
He's gonna get your girl. He's gonna get your girl, Tony. It's looking like it.
He's my woman for me. It's not happening.
Just to troll you. They've heard you talking since season 1. They're gonna troll you. He's gonna get your girl.
He was talking to Julie too. He was talking to a lot of people. All right, and it ain't worked yet. Martin, I have seen the Eastbound and Down outtakes. It's hilarious. That show is the funniest show. Probably it could be one of the funniest comedies ever made. I really mean it. It's really up there. It's really just a hilarious show. And I really was. Doug, Julie, truly go watch. I really hope you watch Eastbound and Down. I
will definitely check it out.
You
Me too.
Because there's not a lot of great comedy around right now,
This came out a while ago. It's not new. It came out a while ago, but still
That's
holds.
okay. It's going to be new to me. So.
Oh yeah, and you trust me when you watch it, you feel like it's hilarious. The whole thing is hilarious. I wish I covered it on my channel. I really wish because it's that funny.
Yeah, well, I need something funny to watch, so I'll definitely be checking it out. Martin had a question for the panel in the chat. What do you think the objects mean when it comes to the characters in Fromville? I spotted Megan's doll on top of her drawers when she dies, but the next morning it's gone. I never noticed that before, Martin. I mean, there are those objects that Victor buried. That was interesting. The boy in white told Victor to bury an object for each person who died in that massacre who he couldn't bury. So those objects seem to have some significance. I don't know. Doug, what do you think about that?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not really good at this stuff. I mean, I've been thinking, I've been seeing a lot of things on some of the fan pages on Facebook and stuff about, the picture of the camper, the toy camper, and of course we have the real camper and those kinds of things and I mean, I'm quite sure that those things are there by design. What the exact purpose is it foreshadowing? Is it I'm not quite sure exactly what they're after in terms of doing that stuff, but one idea came to me when that question popped up, the whole idea of Victor being asked to bury those things. We have talismans in the show, so maybe it's that more objects than just the talismans themselves have talismanic characteristics.
Yes.
That's the best I can come up with in response to that question.
Right, like there's an interesting theory that maybe each object has, that's significant to an individual character could have some kind of, could carry their energy in it in some way. Like Victor's lunchbox, there's a theory that that Tabitha went through the lighthouse with his lunchbox, and the reason she was able to land so close to Victor's father's house is because she had that kind of like an anchor. And I mean, it is a really odd coincidence. She and her family were traveling in Arizona. When she's pushed out of the lighthouse, she lands within walking distance of Victor's father's house. I like that theory. I think that's interesting.
It's similar to with the kids when they said that they poured their hopes and their dreams into the faraway tree. So it can see like people's emotions and everything have some sort of power or significance in it. So if people's objects that they had on them when they died carried some sort of cosmic energy, I can see it being used in some sort of way. I never thought of it that way, but yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
Magic is nothing but unexplained science. And when this is all said and done, I listen. I'm all over the place here and there and stuff. It is magic is unexplained science, but I do think that there is a scientific element to this, some type of. I just think there is. There has to be some type of scientific element to it. I'm not saying it's not magic. I just don't believe in the hocus pocus stuff. I really don't think it's hocus pocus. I think it's something else. I think it's and if you want to go scientific element, if they were in a different realm or you're dealing with fourth dimensional beings who would appear, if you're dealing with a fourth dimensional being, that would appear to be magical, what a fourth dimensional being could do to the third dimension, because everything that they would do, you would not be able to see. Right, you would just see the after effects of them actually doing it, but you would not see the person who's actually conducting that. Right, so I think if we deal with it like that, then I think that there's a good possibility that we could be dealing with this. I really don't think that it's a magical tree. I don't see it. I just don't see it. I wish if it is, it is, but I truly just don't think that there's some Harry Potter magic going on here. I think it's more than that.
Well, we will see. And welcome, Doc. I'm so sorry if you were backstage for a while. I couldn't see you.
No.
Sorry about that.
No, I just got there pretty much. No worries at all. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Doc.
Great to see everyone. Hi, Doug. Hi, Scarlet. Hi, Grant. Hi, Tony. Big surprise.
What's up, Doc?
What's going on, my man?
Hey, Doug.
Nice to see you, Doc. So we've got another call in here who has a question or comment. We've got a couple actually. So
cool.
Nice.
Yeah, so we've got a couple. So I'm gonna add so now KP, you gotta promise to be good, okay? Be on your best behavior and KP is a regular on Tony's channel. I'm gonna add you, but okay, be good. Please be good now. And if you have a question or comment, you can say it. I don't know if you're still there. He's been back there for a while. But
What up?
Hey KP.
Yo, well, hold on. Let me do this. Hold on.
Oh.
Tony.
That's my book, baby. All right. Thank you so much.
Two copies. It took. I didn't remember what date it came out, but I ordered this book a day or two after it was released, and it only got here like 3 weeks ago. So it took like 3 or 4 months to get here, but it got here, and I've read it and I have questions, but we'll deal with that another time.
Yes, sir. But thank you for buying, and I truly appreciate it, KP.
Listen, I have to support. You know what I mean? I have to support. I don't have any questions. Like I just want to be part. I just want to be part of whatever is happening here. So like, I'll put myself on mute and just listen to you guys. I'm doing hippie activities and having a nice time. Let me wish Doug a good evening, sir. I can't wait to see you in the next season because I think your character is going to do some really fun things. And I've listened to a bunch of your interviews with Julie and with Tony and a bunch of other stuff. So I have a pretty good idea of what's been happening. So I'm just gonna chill in the back here. I'm gonna put myself on mute and I'm gonna enjoy what's going on. I don't really have any questions.
Well, nice to meet you, KP, and thanks for showing up.
Good to meet you too, brother. Nice to meet you too. And come whenever you get a chance, come down to the islands of Trinidad and Tobago. I'll take you out and show you a good time.
And he uses that excuse not to put a shirt on every time. He never
It's a hot island. It's a temperate climate. You know what I mean? But I'll put myself on mute. I'm gonna take the camera off too, so that you guys can't ogle my sexy body.
Yeah, there you go. It's cold in Canada, but they don't come on with a pocket every time they come on stream. KP come on.
I mean, if we're going to stream with our shirts off, I can do it too.
If we're going to stream with our shirts off, I'm leaving. So
I'm pretty good. I think I'm ready. I'm pretty good right now. So
yeah,
that is really good.
That's our KP. He is always colorful and fun, and you never know what you're gonna get. Anyway, we have another call-in guest here who has a question or comment, and it's Brandon K. I'm gonna add you.
Oh man, I'm not gonna look all.
Brandon, are you there?
I'm gonna be presentable.
Who has a question or comment, and it's Brandon K. All right. Brandon, you gotta turn down the volume on your stream in the background. Brandon, you there? I don't know. You've got it. There's a delay, so you have to turn us down in the background, the volume.
You got to turn it off. That's all.
Okay. Well, hopefully he'll figure it out. No pressure, Brandon. You just have to turn down the volume in the background, and if you have a question or comment for Doug, you're more than welcome to ask it or say it. And Alexis, I don't know if you're still here. I know it's getting pretty late for you, so I'm just going to put you backstage for now, unless you want to chime in. Just type in the private chat, okay? If you have anything you want to add, or if you want to come back on camera. But I've still got you here.
About Alexis, real quick. Y'all were calling Alexa and blowing up my whole Alexa in my room when you kept saying it. Asking me questions and stuff. It kept saying, I don't know that. And everyone's like, Alexa. I'm like, man, I should have just put the keyword to echo and stuff and everything else. Yeah, it's Alexis. Yeah, I was saying Alexa earlier. On it messing up my whole system in my bedroom.
Yeah, it's Alexis. Alexis, how's the jade doll coming there? Are you still doing? You're still at it, huh?
Getting there.
Nice. Wow. How long does it take you to make one of those? An entire doll? Like, how many hours would you say?
It really depends. I mean, like some of these took longer than others. She took me like 10 hours, something like that. Boyd took me like 7. Smiley took about 7. Donna,
wow,
probably about the same as Sarah. Yeah.
That's a lot. Yeah.
But if I can just sit down and do it with no interruptions, like right now, I mean, it's been what, 2.5 hours? This is pretty fast.
That's amazing. You started that at the beginning of the stream, did you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Little
Amazing.
stripes and
That's
amazing. Wow.
I'm so happy that you actually crochet. My kids were younger, and their grandmother crocheted. My kids' mother's mother would crochet all the time, and I used to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I used to always encourage them to go learn that from your grandmother. So this is the art form that is taken for granted, and that I don't want to go away on this planet and just always be out there. So one of them actually did, and they crochet now too. So I'm very happy.
And it don't have to be like old lady stuff. You don't have to make blankets and stuff like that. You can make toys and dolls and anything, clothes.
Yeah, I think the art form is just all about, to me, preserving art forms and stuff. And I don't like to see things die away, you know. And so that's what I really wanted them to do and stuff, just to preserve the art and know that you got that from your grandmother, so that when you're doing it, you can think of your grandmother while you're doing it.
Yeah.
Doc, I know you said you were doing a theory stream, right? You hit me up earlier today. I did respond.
Yeah, we tend to start that really late.
Jeez, really late. It's 1 o'clock.
Oh, they're just getting started. Are you kidding?
Jeez.
Oh yeah.
That's second breakfast for them.
We got the call-in show first, or we can yeah.
No, this is Doug's time.
Yep, this is Doug's time right now.
We're sport, Doug.
I think we have I think Brandon is ready backstage as well. I think they got everything sorted.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I am actually having a problem right now with my Chromebook not charging, so I'm gonna have to shut my camera off and change devices. So Brandon, I'm gonna add Brandon to the stage and he can ask his question, and I will be right back.
Okay.
All right. Okay,
Hey, Brandon.
Brandon, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How is everyone doing?
We're good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Brandon came in all Barry White on us and everything else.
No, actually, this is my actual voice. I'm sorry. Hey, it happens when, you're doing a lot of screaming. It's the old military in me.
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
But I have to say, Doug, Mr. Doug Hughes, I love listening to your stories.
I'm glad to hear it.
Don, Tony, I've watched your show many a times, and I have to say, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for watching. I truly appreciate it.
So when it comes down to it, the man in yellow, I've always said that he reminds me of the wizard from The Storm of the Century. But The Storm of the Century, that wizard wanted a certain thing. He wanted a protege. But my thing is, the man in yellow seems more like he's just working for the boy in white. The boy in white acts like a child. He looks like a child, but Sarah said he was not a child. So when it comes down to it, in my eyes, I really believe that the mastermind is the boy in white playing little games, trying to keep grown people trapped and tortured.
And that may be, but I have no idea about that at all, really.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, when it comes to these kinds of theories, the one's as valid as another because there isn't really enough information to go on to say definitively one way or another. And again, I think it's always best, like, everybody's got theories. I've got certain ideas about things, many of which I have no doubt will be proven wrong. But to me, it's not about finding out that, oh, I got that one right. I mean, it's kind of gratifying when that happens, but I'm much more content to just be surprised by the answer, whatever it is. I'm along for the ride. And I think the way I choose to watch the series has a lot to do with the fact that I'm an actor, because I watch everything like this. I watch it from an actor's point of view. I watch it from the moment to moment point of view, because as an actor, that's where your focus is. And so for me, trying to anticipate what's going to happen kind of is antithetical to my process. I would much rather just have it come at me and be surprised by it. And yeah, of course, inevitably along the way, you get some ideas as to where you think things are going. But sometimes the most interesting experience is when you think you've got it all nailed down and they do something completely different and you go, whoa, didn't see that one coming at all. I mean, I think that was for example, the appearance of the man in yellow in the first place is a perfect example of that. Nobody saw that one coming, And as Julie's heard me say time and time again, when people go on about how effective that scene was, they all seem to think it's my doing. It's like, no. This thing was very carefully crafted in such a way that when this guy showed up, nobody had any idea that's where we were going. And those are the most gratifying moments, I think, in series like that.
I agree.
Doug, everything you've been doing and everything that I've seen, even with Julie and Don, everything here, the part of the journey is us trying to make theories and trying to guess, because you're going to surprise us. We could be completely wrong, but it's the journey of it. The imagination has now grown once again, where it was in a stalemate of the same old tropes that we've seen before. Now it is brand new. It is refreshing. So the theories that we make that may parallel to certain books or other movies, it's just parallels.
Yeah, actually, I think that's a good way to describe it, because and we were having a conversation about this on another live stream a while ago about how, the series brings up so many archetypes that there are any number of books that you could go, oh, that's just like this, or it's just like that, because they're big issues that are dealt with in all kinds of literature, and there are many books that people haven't discussed that you could just as easily argue inform the story in one way or another. I mean, it's obvious that the puzzle box aspect of the show is part of the show. So of course, people are going to be trying to anticipate what's coming along and theorize and stuff like that. I mean, that's why Julie's here. That's why Tony's here. And I get that, but I think it's important to bear in mind that it's a part of the series. There's so much more than just the puzzle box aspect to this series that again, it kind of harkens back to what I was saying earlier about how I'm not particularly a fan of horror, but the series is so good, and in order for it to be what it is, it needs to be a horror. So I'm totally okay with that, but that's not where my focus is. My focus is more on the characters' journeys, and that applies to the puzzle box aspect of the show as well. It's very cool, and it's really interesting that it has garnered the degree of interest that it has. I mean, to me, the most significant aspect of all this theorizing is it's a measure of how deeply invested the fandom is in the show, and that's a mark of its success, I think. So it's very cool that that's a part of it. But again, for me, it's always important to remember that it is just a part, that there's a lot more to it than that.
100%. I will say this real quick.
Thank you so much.
No, you stay on Reddit, but I would just like to say, I knew you was coming, Doug. I seen the picture in the basement. I knew the man in yellow was somebody. I didn't know how you were coming, but I knew you was coming.
Oh
I
yeah.
knew. As soon as I
We
seen the
knew
picture,
it.
I seen it, and I said, and I made a video. I was like, "This is somebody here. Who is the man in yellow?" And the man in yellow showed up. So I seen it. So it wasn't. It was unexpected how it happened.
Exactly, and that's my point. That's the fun aspect. Is like something's coming. I mean, for example, we've been watching Severance and sort of the build up towards the season finale, which is coming out, or is it out now?
No, next week.
No,
next week, buddy.
Oh, next week. Sorry. Yeah. That everybody's got an idea of where this is going, and some of us, may be right, but exactly how it manifests, none of us knows. And that's the fun part, is seeing, okay, I think I know what's going to happen here, but exactly how are they going to pull it off? And the more of a surprise it is, the more satisfying it is from my point of view.
I really hope they do not show how he died on the train. I believe he died on that train ride. I don't think that train ride was too happy. We all seen the show, right? Everyone's seen it. So I won't even say the names of the people in case you didn't see it. But the man on the train, he's gone. Julie, you seen it, right? The episode?
Which episode?
The last episode.
Episode
of
9.
Severance?
Severance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I hope his passenger with him survives at least.
Yeah, I think I don't think he's gonna die. No.
Oh, he's dead. It's dead. I promise you that. I promise you. You'll never see him again. That's it. It's over.
Oh no.
It's over.
Oh, that'd be terrible.
It's over. It's over for him. It's a what I would call like a Tony Soprano ending, right? That was ambiguous when it happened, when Tony Soprano died in the show, and people say, didn't he die? The screen just went black and people went crazy. People calling up the cable company, like, what happened? My cable cut off and everything else. And no one knew what happened. I believe that's what happened with him, that they're going to leave it open-ended so that people can say he made it. Some people could say he didn't make it. Some people say, but to me, he's gone. He's out. He's out of there.
By the way, I just thought of something I meant to mention earlier. A total change of subject here. Are you guys aware of the fact that there's like an awesome lunar eclipse happening tonight?
Was it yesterday?
I heard.
Right?
We had, it was yesterday for us in the southern hemisphere.
Oh, I thought it was tonight. Damn it. Oh, well, missed it already.
Yeah, blood
Doesn't
moon.
matter. Every time one of these things happens here, it's completely overcast anyway. So
that's what we had to deal with here as well. We were outside. Mrs. was out there with a camera, and all we got was cloud cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed it. Damn it. Some other questions I wanted to get to really quick. Faith and Repentance had asked Doug, is there a character role that you've always wanted to perform, either TV, movie, or stage?
Not that comes to mind. No, I can't think of a particular role that's like, oh, I would love to play that. I can't think of anything.
You wouldn't want to be Danny Zuko and play Grease?
On which?
You want to be Danny Zuko and play Grease?
No, he's more of a Kaneki man. Look at him with that hairdo. That's Kaneki.
You wouldn't want to take John Travolta's role in Grease and play with Olivia Newton-John? You wouldn't want to have done that?
No. I have never seen that movie.
You've never seen Grease?
Never seen it.
Oh my God. Ooh.
But it's the word.
I just didn't.
Ooh.
So also Banana Facts with Banana Dave had a question for Doug. After embodying so many characters over the years, do you ever feel like pieces of them stay with you? And if so, which role do you think left the deepest mark on who you are? And do you like bananas?
I have a banana pretty much every morning as part of my smoothie. I also like peanut butter and banana sandwiches. So yeah, I like bananas. Or if you meant the movie Bananas, yes, I liked it too. Well, here's the thing. All of the parts that I've played are all parts of me anyway. And some roles more than others do stay with you. I wouldn't say that the role changes me. It's hard to describe, but yeah, they definitely stay with me. There are certain speeches from shows that I run through in my head time and time again because they really touched me when I did them. In fact, I did one of them on one of the lives with Julie here from a Canadian play called Ed's Garage. This lovely speech that it was a lovely character actually, but the speech kind of summed the guy up. And yeah, you tend to relive those moments. There are several roles that have stayed with me over the years, and yeah, it's a hard thing to describe, but I guess the answer to your question is a qualified yes.
Yeah, it's a good question. Another question here. It's nice. My legit Indian channel. Don't look into it. That's a new one. Welcome. After all these years of striving and perseverance, now that you finally made it, I guess in terms of doing something more visible, they're saying, do you feel like the same actor who started this journey, or has success fundamentally changed the way you see yourself and your craft?
Well, to begin with, I don't see myself as having made it. Whatever that means. This has certainly been a big step up in my film and TV career. Absolutely, no question about that. But I don't think it's changed anything.
Yeah.
In terms of my work or who I am as a person. The longer you're in this business, the more you come to terms with the fact that nothing is permanent. There are absolutely no guarantees. There never have been. I'll tell you a story that might illustrate the point. One of my years at Shaw, there was a young actor in the company who had auditioned for the artistic director of a theater here in Toronto. And this artistic director was not a particularly likable guy. He was a little on the arrogant side, and he could really make actors feel uncomfortable in auditions, unnecessarily so. And this kid, he was about 22 years old, went into this audition, and the director said something that he took offense to. And so he took a strip off the guy, off the artistic director. And he was very proud of himself for having done this. And I said to him afterwards, I said, don't you realize that, not only have you killed any chance of working at that theater, but you've just killed the chance of working at any number of theaters in Toronto, because this guy's friends with lots of the other directors in Toronto. Do you think they don't talk to each other about this kind of stuff? You just shot yourself in the foot. And his response to this was, well, as far as I'm concerned, this industry needs me a lot more than I need it. And I said,
well, thank God he wasn't arrogant.
I said, no kidding. Let me give you a piece of advice. The sooner you can get your head around the notion that if you get run over by a milk truck tomorrow, this industry is going to go on without so much as an eye blink, the happier you're going to be. And personally, while I was telling him this, I was thinking, I'm never going to hear of this kid again. He's not long for this business. And sure enough, he disappeared and never heard of him since. And no surprise there.
I thought you were going to say something like, and his name was Jim Carrey or something,
No, I think this kid went off and became a doctor or something, but he's definitely not in the business anymore, and rightly so.
Do you respect more I don't know, that's not the right word to say, respect more. Let's just go through actors like Daniel Day-Lewis, right, who actually lose themselves in a character, who are, say things like, you can only refer to me as this character while I'm on set. They get that much into it. Other than actors like Robert De Niro, who's a great actor in this work, but he plays Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro is a gangster, he's Robert De Niro a gangster. Robert De Niro is a doctor, he's Robert De Niro as a doctor. Do you think that one form of acting is more of I would say not better than the other, but more respectable, not respectable or anything like that? I don't know how you got to say it.
My answer to that would be that, every actor has to develop their own process, and no two processes are the same. A lot of them have a lot of overlap. For example, you may be surprised to hear this, but Robert De Niro is more of a method actor than you might think. for example, you know, using the Daniel Day-Lewis example, he'll have a watch that he needs to wear for that particular character, you know, like, and he'll insist on that kind of stuff, which is very similar to Daniel Day-Lewis's approach. The difference between the two of them is Daniel Day-Lewis gets hired to be a chameleon, to play all these really, really different roles, you know. And there's fun in that. I mean, I've always been a character actor, and part of the fun of that is you get to play, in general, you get to play a wider variety of roles and disappear into the characters in a way that, say, a leading actor, and I understand that Daniel Day-Lewis is a leading actor, but he's a leading character actor, you know, so he's known for being able to completely transform himself. Not all actors are like that, and not all actors are required to do that. But when it comes to the actual process, my feeling is whatever it is that gets you there, that's fine with me. And it can change, like my process can change depending on what it is I'm working on. You know, like you never know sometimes what's actually going to push your buttons for you. So I don't tend to side with one category or another of actors, because I know actors who are kind of their approach is the complete opposite to Daniel Day-Lewis, but they're brilliant actors and they do wonderful work, you know, and unless you knew the details of how they worked, you would never know that it was so fundamentally different from the way a Daniel Day-Lewis might work. So yeah, there's no real better way as far as I'm concerned. Some people need to really, you know, do the method thing to get where they need to go, and other people don't at all. You know, there's a great example of that when they shot Marathon Man, Dustin Hoffman working with Laurence Olivier. And there was a scene where Dustin Hoffman had been kept up all night. And so he stayed up all night so that he could be in that state. And he was so exhausted, he was screwing up his lines, and they were having to do take after take after take. And Laurence Olivier finally said to him, you know, what's the problem today? And he explained, he said, well, you know, because the guy's so exhausted, I thought I would just stay up all night so I'd actually be in that state. And Laurence Olivier looked at him and said something like, well, why don't you just act it? You know, two completely different approaches, right? So, I mean, whose is better? I don't know. It depends on the situation, I guess.
Absolutely. You know,
Lucky it wasn't a stay up all night and get stoned sting or something.
What's that? Sorry?
I said it was lucky it wasn't a stay up all night and take drugs scene. It would have been a complete wreck.
Well, it's interesting you should mention that. I did a play once where I had to be falling down drunk at the end of the play. So as a rehearsal exercise, I went home one night, got pissed, put on the tape machine, and recorded all my dialogue while I was drunk. And I played it back the next day, and I went, well, that was a complete waste of time. I can't use any of that at all, you know, because in a play, it is reality, but it is a heightened reality, you know. And if I was as drunk as the character needed to be and I was on stage, nobody would be able to understand anything I was saying. So, you know, you have to employ a certain measure of artistic license just to get the message across.
Yeah, Dudley Moore played an amazing drunk in Arthur. I think a lot of people know Dudley. I gotta ask Doug because we don't know if you've seen all these movies. Doug, have you seen Arthur?
Oh yes, oh yes. Oh, I have indeed.
Yeah, he played an amazing drunk in Arthur. Like
he played an amazing drunk in real life too.
Oh, yes, he did, and so did Peter Cook. Yeah, the two of them. I actually worked with Susan Anton, believe it or not.
Did you really?
Yeah, did a show with her in Winnipeg many years ago. They tried to turn the movie Grumpy Old Men into a musical, and she played the Anne Margaret part, and it was a disaster. The whole thing was a nightmare. But she was a sweetheart. She was lovely, and I thought all I could think the whole time I worked with her is, I'm 1 degree of separation from Dudley Moore. Because I was a huge Peter Cook and Dudley Moore fan. Yeah. Sorry to see them both go.
Yeah.
So a few other things. Mackie wanted to know who Doug would cast in an on-screen version of his favorite project that he's written.
Oh,
what do you think, Doug?
That's a tough one. Well, to be perfectly honest, I'm thinking of two different projects that are kind of vying for favorite, and in both cases, I would want to play them myself. When Marcia and I started writing together, that was always everybody's first question, you know, do you want to be in one of your plays? And my answer was always the same. I was like, no, I don't want to be in my own play. The play I just wrote, that'd be like sleeping with my sister. I had no...
Only in Arkansas.
What was that? Sorry?
Only in Arkansas.
Anyway, I had no interest in being in any of my plays originally. But then with the passage of time, you know, and I got some distance from them, there were certain roles in some of the plays where I go, yeah, that'd be kind of fun to do now that it's kind of ancient history. But Deadline and my books are based on characters that are essentially me. And so I would be my first choice to play them just because I know those characters better than anybody could possibly know them. And I would be a really perfect cast for them. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And Julie, you've read Deadline, so you tell me, what do you think? Do you think I'd be a good cast as Dawn?
Oh, well, you would be perfect. I can attest to that. Dawn is basically you. I got it right here. Anybody who wants to order a copy, as a matter of fact, the link is in the description of this video. You can order an e-copy. You can order a physical copy. It's awesome. Any fan of From would love this. We're going to be doing a stream discussing it soon with Doug and Marcia. And it's a murder mystery about two playwrights who get trapped in the murder mystery that they're writing. And they have to find a way out before they get killed themselves. So, and it has comedic elements. So I really think people, fans of From, would love it. You can find the link in the description of the video, and you can read 32 pages of it for free online. So you'll know what you're getting before you order it too. So just wanted to mention that really quick. And Dieter's been putting the link in the chat during the live as well. So I would strongly encourage people to check it out. Any fan of From would enjoy it. And then you can join in on the fun discussion we're going to have with Doug and Marcia, which should be coming maybe next week at some time. We're still working out the details, right?
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe next Friday, possibly.
Yeah, if Marcia is available, then we might be doing it next Friday. So if you get an e-copy, there's still time to read it. It's only 70 pages long. There's still time to read it and join the conversation when we do that live. I just absolutely loved it. So I can't recommend it enough, truly. And it's the main character is very much like Doug. If you like Doug and his stories and his amazing sense of humor, then you would love this play and all of his work. So you can also find the link to get his first 5 plays in the description of this video too. If you like that one, there's all of his links are in there, in that description. So you can find it there and his website as well. Doug, you game for a few more questions? What do you think?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I don't want to overdo it with you. Just wanted to ask.
No, I'm fine. That's why we're here, right?
Yeah. All right, cool. Because a lot of interest. This is awesome. 43 people watching. Thank you so much. I want to remind everybody watching, we are doing a giveaway with the lovely, kind Alexis here, who is crocheting a jade doll as we speak, that she's going to be giving away so generously. So all you have to do to be entered to win is type #Jade, all lowercase, JADE, in the chat. And randomly at the end of the live, I'm gonna draw a winner. It's all random. It's done through StreamYard. I just press a button and it'll pick a name. Alexis will announce it tomorrow on her social media, Facebook and Instagram. So
Scarlet also wants back on too, Julie.
Oh, okay, cool. Scarlet. Oh, Scarlet's devices are not connected. Scarlet, go out and come back in again, and I'll let you on. Something's wrong with your device at the moment. So Leon's luscious lips lusting, I love that alliteration, love it, says, when you strip away the script, the camera, and the applause, what does acting mean to you at its purest form, Doug?
That's a really interesting question, because I just it was either yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I caught a clip of something I'd seen before. It was what's his first name? Cranston. Breaking Bad.
Brian
Cranston.
Brian Cranston was doing a little clip. I think I saw this on Instagram. He was talking about auditioning and how about 18 years ago he had this epiphany when he realized that he'd been going about it all wrong, because like most actors, he'd spent his career thinking that the audition was all about getting the job. And what he suddenly realized 18 years ago was that that's not what your job is in an audition. Your job in an audition is to do the best audition that you can do and serve the text to the greatest extent possible. And he said, when I realized that, two things happened. Number one, I wasn't nervous anymore when I did auditions. And number two, I started booking stuff like crazy. And I really loved that, because that's kind of the approach. I mean, of course, I'm acutely aware of the fact that I'm trying to get the job. I've never been able to entirely eradicate that from my psyche. But primarily when it comes to, I actually like auditioning. A lot of actors don't particularly like to audition. I usually enjoy them. Whether it's a self-tape, I prefer doing auditions in person where you can actually, relate to the people in the room. Second favorite to that would be Zoom auditions, because again, there's some interaction. But even doing self-tapes, for me, it's all about just trying to get to the essence of what is this scene? What is the author trying to say? What is this character trying to say? How can I serve the text the best? And when it comes right down to it, I think that's been my approach to acting my whole career. How do I create this character in a way that is most faithful to what the writer has written? I've mentioned before that I've been trying to get a conversation with John Griffin about The Man in Yellow, because at present I don't know any more about The Man in Yellow than anyone who has seen the finale of season 3. And he wrote back and he said something about, having a conversation about some of the things that they have in mind for next year. I'm paraphrasing. That's not exactly how he put it, but I wrote him back and I said, I'm not really interested in knowing where the character is going. That's not it. I need to know more about his backstory. I need to know more about who he is, because the better handle I have on who this character is, the more I can make my choices in line with what you intend with the character. That's my focus. I think that's always my focus. It's like, who is this character and how can I most faithfully bring that to light? I'll give you an example of how that manifests itself. Many years ago at Shaw, I've told this story before to Julie on one of our lives, I think. I did a show, a British farce called Will Any Gentleman, and I was playing this Hungarian hypnotist. And the show begins with a scene in a music hall where this hypnotist is doing his act. And he calls the lead actor up on stage and hypnotizes him, and the guy goes crazy. And he unexpectedly attacks the hypnotist and ends up chasing him around the theater. And they have like this mock sword fight with umbrellas, and it's very silly. But the hypnotist, when he comes out, one of the first things he says to the audience is he apologizes for his strong accent and his poor command of English. And I thought, okay, a guy like this, in a moment of extremis, like where he's being threatened by somebody and being chased around the theater, he would not be able to maintain the conversation in English. Like we had to ad lib as we were running around the theater. I thought he would lapse into his native tongue. He would do this in Hungarian. And as luck would have it, there was a woman on the main drag in town who had a sandwich shop who was Hungarian. So I went to see her and I wrote a bunch of ad-libbed lines down, the things that I thought this guy would be yelling as he was being chased around the theater. And I said, could you please teach me how to say these things in Hungarian? Which she did. And got me to pronounce them properly and stuff like this. And I was so happy to be able to do this. Now, who in the audience would know that I was doing this? Probably none of them, because there was so much bedlam going on in the scene. There's so much noise that, and I was speaking another language anyway, that like most people probably had no idea what was coming out of my mouth. But the most gratifying thing about it was occasionally there would be Hungarians sitting in the audience. And I could always tell when they were there, because there'd be this little knot of people pissing themselves laughing at the things that I was yelling from the stage when nobody else had any idea. And it's those kinds of moments where I think, maybe the playwright hadn't thought that far along. Maybe that wasn't his intention. But as a writer myself, I have a feeling that if he knew I had done that, he would have went, oh, that's perfect. And that's always my objective as an actor, to try and serve what the writer has put on the page, to bring it to life in as believable a fashion as possible. That was a very long answer, but that's the best I can think of.
No, that's a great answer. That's awesome. And my friend Justin here, Justin, who I've told you about, Justin is a screenwriter himself, and he says, Doug, have you ever thought of turning your plays or scripts into a film or TV show, or is it funding distribution hard to find in Canada?
Yes and yes. We've actually converted our fourth play, Jack of Diamonds, into a screenplay. But because Marcia and I are completely unknown as, well, we're not, she is actually better known as a screenwriter than I am. I should mention that she's got a project that she wrote with another writer. I think it started as a screenplay originally, and it didn't go anywhere. So they converted it into a play, and it has had several productions, and it's been quite successful. So then they converted it back into a screenplay and mounted it again. And they've got some funding, and they've got a distributor that's kind of interested in it. It looks like it might go somewhere. The thing is, it's so utterly different a project from our play that there's very little chance these producers would be interested in our screenplay. And because other than this project, we're utterly unknown as screenwriters, we haven't been able to get the time of day out of anybody. And our playwriting resumes don't really mean anything in the world of film and TV, so that hasn't gone anywhere. We also, during COVID, when COVID hit and there was absolutely no work around, the two of us spent several months putting together a Bible for a TV series. And it was a project that Marcia had wanted to do for years. So we finally did that. We got the whole thing together. And no sooner were we at the point when we thought we could start showing this to people, when I went to an audition here in Toronto, and the director of this thing was also a playwright, and the reader they had that day is another actor and playwright whom I knew. And so his first question was, what are you and Marcia working on? And I described this series that we had put together, that we had spent 9 months working on. He said, that's really interesting, because Kevin Kline's got something in development that sounds a whole lot like what you just described. And we Googled it, and it was almost exactly what we had created. Like, so similar that there's no way on earth we would ever be able to sell this project. So it was, I won't say it was a complete waste of time. It taught us a lot about writing for TV and writing for a series, but it's got no chance of ever going anywhere. So that's the extent of our film and TV exploration so far.
Well, I would love to see your work get turned into a screenplay, to get turned into, like a film. I would absolutely love that. Deadline would be an amazing film, for example. Deadline would be fantastic.
Well, and we were aware of that from the beginning. And the new one, Sucker, would also translate to film instantly. Like, it would take a minimum of effort, I think, to turn Sucker into a screenplay. Well, you've got one of my screenplays. You've got Starstruck.
Yes.
I will be very interested to hear what you think of when you've read it. That was just something I wrote on my own, just for fun. I was working at Stratford at the time, and it's all kind of based at the Stratford Festival.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking forward to reading that one. Yeah,
that's a lot of fun.
Absolutely. The Raging Satanist wanted to know if there's ever been a role you turned down or lost that still lingers in your mind, making you wonder how it might have changed your path.
It's funny. My entire career, I've read articles in the entertainment section where actors are being interviewed, and they always talk about the projects they chose. And it was like, wow, you get to choose what projects you do. The only choice I have ever had is, do you want the job or don't you? I've never been in a position to turn work down for the most part, with the exception of commercials. There are lots of things that I absolutely won't support as an actor. I don't do political commercials. There is a long list of things that I won't promote in ads. But when it comes to TV and film and theater, there's only one job I ever turned down, and it was for political reasons. It was this very overtly political play whose politics I fundamentally disagreed with, and I was offered the role and I turned it down with absolutely no regrets. It never went anywhere anyway, that show. A friend of mine went to see it, and he sent me an email later. He said, yeah, you know that show you turned down? Good career move. So that was the end of that one. But other than that, I've never been in that position. So
that's right.
Yeah.
Real quick, I gotta tap out. The Don doesn't tap out, but yeah, I gotta go. I've been it's 1:30. I'm gonna fall asleep up in this piece and everything. So before I do, let me just say thank you, Julie, for having me on and allowing me to come on your channel. I truly appreciate it. 100%. Thank you, Doc, for. I wish I had actually a chance to talk to you, but we'll talk. We will get into it. We'll talk and we'll get into this theory. Thank you, my man, Grant GG. Thank you for rocking me. I love crochets by Alexis. You do great work and everything and all that. Doug, we're gonna have you on and everything else. Nice to meet everybody in the chat. Josh and White, not you, because you're hating on me. I see you, brother.
See you, Tony. Have a good one, mate.
It's always love to you and everything. I will speak to y'all later. Y'all.
Thank you so much for coming.
If I can stay awake, I will watch you on the television set.
Well, take care, Tony.
Thanks for coming, Tony. It's so great to see you.
For coming, Tony.
We've missed you.
It's great to see you again.
We've missed you.
Great to see you all. Peace. Stay sexy.
Take care.
We've missed Tony. He's been away a while.
Yeah.
And there were a few more questions that I starred, Doug, but it's up to you if you want to answer any more or not.
Oh, no, I'm good. I might need to get a little more water, but I'm okay.
Okay.
I have to get up in the morning, so I'm all right.
Okay. You just say when and just let me know.
Oh, I'm probably good for another half. I'll probably call it quits at 2, but.
Okay. All right. I mean, this is amazing. We've got a phenomenal turnout tonight. So it's just awesome to see. I'm really happy to see all these questions for Doug. Really great questions too. Like this one's interesting, from Obtuse, Rubber Goose, Green Moose, Guava Juice, the IV earlier. If someone watched every performance you've ever given, what do you think they would learn about you as a person?
I think at the end of the day, they would probably think the same thing that you're thinking right now. I bet that wasn't the answer you were expecting.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that would be quite a mammoth task, because you've played many, many roles in theater over the years too. If someone had seen every role you've ever done, my God, I can't only imagine how many that would amount to with your long career.
I have to. I'm probably forgotten a number of them, so I would need to be reminded. But yeah, it's a fair number.
Yeah, it's awesome. So Jay also had said Doug is very strong from biking and life, so I'm curious what precautions were taken to ensure Doug didn't actually rip out Ian's real neck.
That's not as facetious a question as it sounds, and we talked about this recently in one of the other live streams. Of course, fights like that are always choreographed, and they're very carefully choreographed. And one of the basic tenets of stage fighting is that the person who is in control of what's happening is always the victim. And if you choreograph the fight that way, it means that no one's in danger of getting hurt. And the example that I used in this particular scene was, if someone is choking you, the way you do it is, the person doing the choking doesn't actually choke you. What they do is they try to remove their hand from your neck. You, the victim, are the one that holds the hand in place. So you're in complete control of where that hand goes and how tight it is against your neck and all the rest of it. The other guy is actually trying to pull away from you. And you need that opposition to get the kind of struggle to make it look like it's real. But it is, in fact, the precise opposite of what it appears to be. And you can't do that with every aspect of stage fighting, but that's the general principle that's applied to all of it, For example, if someone is dragging you, we did this thing in stage fighting where you get down on the ground and someone would drag you around the room by your ears. You'd be up on your feet, And the way it works is the guy who's got your ears, he's not holding you by the ears. He's trying to take his hands away. You're holding the ears to your head. So you're the one that's in control of that. And there's no danger of anybody getting hurt that way.
Right. That's so interesting too. I'd never, until you had explained that before, I never knew that about stage fighting. Because sometimes you do wonder how they make it look so real without actually hurting each other. That's fascinating. Yeah, because that looked so realistic that the way that was done. Wow. I mean, it really looked like you were choking him. I mean, you slammed him against the RV like that.
Well,
I
actually,
mean, did he have to?
he slammed himself.
I was just going to say he must have slammed himself into the RV, but it looked like you did it. Yeah, yeah, because but the way that you guys did it, it was so realistic. It really looked like it was you that did it. Who did it? Yeah, amazing. Um, Completely Honest Reactions asked, do you ever feel like acting has given you a deeper understanding of human nature, or does it sometimes make people feel more like puzzles to be solved?
Gee, Julie, I don't know. What do you think the answer to that question is? You think it's given me more insight into human nature? Would you say that's the case?
I would say that's accurate. Yes.
I read something recently about how people who read a lot, one of the benefits of being a reader is that you have a much more fully developed sense of empathy towards other human beings than non-readers, because you're constantly putting yourself in other people's place, in their position.
Yes.
And so empathy is an inherent part of reading, particularly, reading fiction. And that applies to acting as well, because you're constantly being asked to put yourself in the place of the character you're playing, even people who are very alien to you. And so it becomes all about, all right, what part of myself resonates with this character that I'm playing? Because you only have yourself to play with, I always use the analogy of it's like a cello. If someone's playing a cello, they can play blues on that cello, they can play classical music, they can play country and western, but it's always going to sound like a cello. It's just going to be different music coming out of it, but you're always going to recognize it. And musicians would say, not only do I know it's a cello, I know it's that specific kind of cello. I know what a Stradivarius sounds like, but that Stradivarius can be played in a myriad number of ways. And it's the same thing as an actor. You have this body, this organ, which can be turned into any number of different characters. It's always going to look like me. To a degree. It's always going to sound like me, again, to a degree. It's always going to be me. I can only use my own life experience. And so that's what you're going to get in one way or another. I'm rambling now.
Absolutely. Right. Great answer there. So this was a new one. Aussie ASMR Multi-Layered said, have you ever had a moment where a character you played made you question something you believed about yourself or the world?
That's a really interesting question. And I would have to say probably yes. I can't give you a specific example, but getting back to this whole idea of identifying with another character and empathy and all of that, that's a slow, gradual, incremental process that has been taking place the entire time I've done this, which is, 47 years now I've been an actor. So yes, I think that process has probably been happening, but I probably haven't been conscious of it in the moment.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. Fascinating stuff. And Ryan, I think I can probably guess the answer to this one. Doug, looking at back at your career, is there a particular project or a moment that stands out as a turning point for you?
I'm going to surprise you, Julie, and give a different answer than what you're expecting. And I feel a bit negligent because I was asked this question, I think, in the very first interview I gave, and I immediately jumped to the Shaw Festival story. But there was something that happened before that was probably the most formative thing that happened in my entire career. A few years after I left theater school, several Canadian actors I knew went down to Boston, to Wellesley, Massachusetts, and they did the Shakespeare and Company workshop with Kristen Linklater's company, and came back and just raved about this workshop. It's a month-long intensive workshop that they still do to this day. I don't know if they're still doing it at Wellesley, but it's still going on every year. And they do other workshops as well that aren't as long. But this was like this 4-week-long intense Shakespeare workshop based on Kristen Linklater's voice work. This was about 5 years after I'd left theater school. And I thought, the more I heard about this, I thought, I've got to do this thing. So I applied to the Canada Council for the Arts for a grant to go, because it's very expensive. Didn't get the grant. And I thought, fuck it, I'm going anyway. And I took out a loan to do it. And this was at a time when interest rates were at like 17%. And I was working as a security guard. But I thought, I am doing this, damn it. I don't know why I felt so compelled to do it, but I was bound and determined to go. You had to submit a resume, and they accepted me. And so I went down and I did this workshop, and it was transformational. It changed my life. I started theater school 3 weeks after my 18th birthday, and I was a very young 18-year-old. And I left at the end of second year. So I always felt that my training was incomplete. And one of the great things about doing this workshop was I was now 5 years older. I had some life experience under my belt. And a lot of the stuff we were taught at this workshop, yes, it was based on Kristen's voice work, but a lot of it was the same kind of stuff you would hear in any theater school. And it was kind of stuff that I heard when I was in theater school myself. But now I was in my 20s. I wasn't a teenager anymore. And a lot of these things that I was hearing were resonating in a way that I simply wasn't ready to hear at that young age. And so I relearned a bunch of stuff I'd been taught in theater school, but in a way that I could actually use. And I think it was the single most important thing I ever did as an actor, taking that workshop, because I came home with a renewed sense of confidence in myself and with a new skill set. And that has stayed with me ever since. And I thank God that for whatever reason, I made that decision that I absolutely had to do that workshop, because it changed my life.
That's awesome. Wow. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, I was thinking the Shaw Festival, because that was like what opened so many doors for you. But then there was that other pivotal moment that paved the way for you to eventually get there.
Yeah, and it didn't pay off for, well, about 10 years after that workshop, before Shaw, a little more than 10 years, but we got there, And I would submit that one of the reasons Chris kept bringing me back to audition year after year after year was because of the stuff that I learned at Shakespeare and Company.
That's awesome. Yeah. What else here? Oh, Real Cinema Therapy. She's got a channel she just recently launched. She's also known as Grow and Thrive on YouTube. Nice to see you. She had a question for you, Doug. What occupation would Doug be if you were not an actor and writer?
Well, there were a couple of times where I seriously thought about quitting the business. The one being just before I got rescued by the Shaw Festival. But I actually had one about 6 years before that, when just before Marcia came up and said, "Hey, how would you like to write a play with me?" I was thinking about another career, but I had no idea what I would do if I didn't do this. I mean, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a paleontologist, So when I started thinking about other careers, I thought, well, I could go back to school and get a degree in the sciences, I probably wouldn't have been paleontology at that point, although I'm still nuts about dinosaurs. Just look behind me. But probably in the life sciences, probably something to do with, helping to save the planet, something to do with the environment. So I thought, okay, it's either make a wholesale change like that, go back to university and get a science degree, or keep doing what I'm doing. I couldn't think of anything else. And at the time, the Ontario government had this program where if you were looking for a new career, you could go through all these tests and stuff like that, and it would help you to determine what sort of careers you would best be suited for, given your education level, your aptitudes, your interests, etc. Blah, 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 blah. So I went and I did all these tests, and I did these aptitude tests, and it was 7 different aptitudes, and the highest score was a 1, the lowest score was a 6. I think on 5 of the 7 aptitudes, I scored a 1, and on 2 of them, I scored a 2. And they don't give you like a point on the graph. They give you a graph, like a line like this, and they say you're somewhere in here. And 5 of the 7 graphs went off the page. And I said to the guy, what does this mean in terms of my aptitudes? Like, what are my limitations? And he said, essentially, you don't have any. I said, okay, that's nice to know, but it doesn't help me narrow things down at all. And then there were these other programs where you could input all this information and it would spew out a list of jobs, but it kept spewing out so many jobs that it was like, there's 3 pages of stuff here. I don't have anything to choose from. Then there was this test called the Career Options Interest Inventory, which is a forced choice test where you'll get a question like, would you rather spend the evening bowling or knitting? And even if you hated both of them, you had to choose one. Which one do you dislike the least? And so at the end, you get this graph. The middle of the page is like complete indifference. The left-hand side of the page is complete indifference. And the right-hand side of the page is like total interest. And I answered all these forced choice questions, and the graph went right down the middle of the page until it got to the arts, and then it went boom all the way to the end of the page on the right-hand side. And then it went down to the sciences, and it went boom to the sciences again. It was like, great. 3 weeks I've spent here, and what I know now is exactly what I know when I walked in the fucking door. And it was right around that time that Marcia and I had coffee, and she said, hey, how would you like to write a play with me? And I think that was the thing that saved me from changing careers.
Wow. So you could basically have done anything according to that aptitude test.
Well, according to the aptitude test, yeah, but the other tests where you had to input all, your job expectations and salary and stuff like that. The problem with that one is it kept saying you don't have the education for it. You have to go back to university. Well, I already knew that, so it wasn't any help. And it was spewing out jobs that were like, I wasn't remotely interested in. The only ones I was interested in, I wasn't qualified for. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you landed in the perfect thing for you. Clearly, this is a calling, because you wanted to be on stage from the time you were practically born, from what you've told me.
Pretty
And
much. Yeah.
It's your calling. So there really is there was no alternate path for you to take. I really feel like you're doing what you were meant to be doing, and writing as well. I mean, you're amazing at both. I think I would say equally amazing. I mean, I know I haven't seen much of your acting thus far, but I mean, from what you've told me about your career, it's phenomenal. Your long history in theater, and then I'm just loving Deadline. So again, I would remind people in the chat, check out Doug's play Deadline. If you enjoy hearing Doug and his stories, you're gonna love this. I mean, you'll basically be able to hear Doug's voice in your head while you're reading it. It's hilarious, and it's also full of suspense and mystery. It's got everything, all these elements of From that we love, fans of From. It's got those same key elements. So the link to that is in the description of the video, and we're going to be doing a live where we discuss it with Doug and his writing partner Marcia, probably in the next week, maybe next Friday. So you can get it online. If you read the e-copy, you still have time to read it before that as well, too, because it's only 70 pages long, and you can read a sample there as well. I just want to remind everybody of that. And I've got a couple more if you feel like I have a couple more questions, Doug, that I starred.
Sure, but I should tell you, I got a royalty check today from PlayScripts for sales.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for $13 and change.
$13. My gosh.
Well, number one, we don't make a lot on sales of the play to begin with, and also I'm splitting it with somebody else, so it could have been $26 and change, but
wow. Well, God, what are you going to do with all that money? I mean, my
I
God.
have no idea.
Alexis, how are you doing there? How's the jade doll coming?
He's hard at work. Oh my goodness, look at this.
Oh,
You're going to be done
that's
tonight.
amazing.
Amazing.
That's amazing, Alexis. You are
Anyway.
unbelievable. You just started that at the beginning of the live and you're already up to his neck.
I'm actually very impressed with myself.
So you should be. But
That's
you were saying,
amazing.
Julie, you had, there was another question you wanted to throw at me there?
Yeah, so I've got a few more here that I starred. Here's one from Dieter. This one should be entertaining. Have you ever completely blanked on a line mid-performance and just made something up? Did it work or did it turn into an accidental comedy show?
Yeah, I remember I did it. It happened to me once in the very first school tour I did. And this was like 5 months into the tour. We'd done this show like 100 freaking times. And I just totally dried on the line. It was me and this other guy on stage together, just the two of us. We were playing a couple of wizards. And it was a kid's show. And I just blanked. And I looked at him and I walked over and I said, "Where the hell are we?" And he said, "I think we should try this." I said, "That's a great idea. Let's do that." And we just went on with the play. But, you know, when that happens to you, people always think it's a question of memory. It's not at all. It's a question of concentration. That's a sign that, all right, you were on autopilot today, dude. That's why that happened to you. You know, I think there may have been one or two other times in my career where I've blanked on a line, but it's never been like a total train wreck. That's never happened. I've also had a couple of times where I actually saved somebody else on stage who blanked on a line. That's not always easy to do, but the one time that I'm thinking of, fortunately, was a place where I was actually able to help the guy get back on track. And I guarantee you the audience had no idea that anything was wrong. It's amazing how often we get away with that.
Yeah. Yeah, like you have to kind of think on your feet and ad lib in the moment. And you know, because there are no, when you're on stage, it's not like TV or film. You can just do another take if you screw up. You know, you got to just you know, come up with something right there in the moment. And even if you screw up really badly, though, I mean, you've told us stories about how the audience loves it. They crack up laughing. Everyone, and I mean, people are human. You're gonna make mistakes. It's inevitable, and people love it. It just shows your humanity. And I feel like people like it even more if you make a mistake, if there's an imperfection. I know I do.
People love that when that happens. They do. It's like, you know, I thank God I was here for this one, you know, is kind of the reaction you get from them.
Seriously. I love it. You know, if I go to a concert, when I used to be able to go to concerts, I used to go to concerts and I loved it when they screwed up. Everyone would just eat it up, cheering, clapping. Like it I don't know why. It shows like they're human just like us. And I don't know why. It's just something. It's not something where we're hating the show because they messed up a line. No, we enjoy it even more. But anyway, Samuel here had asked earlier, how long have you gone without writing? In the past, you said you only write when you have something to write.
That's really hard to answer because a lot of the times I've gone without writing because I was too busy. Like, for example, I was at Shaw for 13 years. And basically the only time Marcia and I could get together and write was in the off season. And it's a 9-month contract there. So there wasn't a lot of time. That's one of the reasons why we've only written 7 plays so far, because number one, we were separated by work and we were also separated by distance. For years, she and her husband lived in Edmonton, which is like, 4,000 kilometers from where I live. And then they moved from there to Halifax, which is about 2,000 kilometers in the other direction. So, they were very far away and, she had her career as well. So it was very hard for the two of us to get together. So there were long stretches of time where I simply wasn't able to write because I was too busy doing other stuff. And it's, going without writing has never really been an issue for me. We talked about this recently in a live stream, the whole idea of writer's block. And I think that's probably where this question came from, because it's true. Like in terms of writing my books, I wrote those because, I got the idea for the first one and I thought, oh, that's a really cool idea. And I just started down and doing it, sat down and started doing it. And I was having so much fun that, the next thing I knew, I had 400 pages of dialogue. And it wasn't too long after the first one. I mean, and I spent years revising the first one. That was a process. Writing that was a process of probably about 3 or 4 years before I finally went, okay, that's enough. And it wasn't too long after that I got an idea for a sequel. And I went, okay, I really want to write that. So that took off too. There have been periods where I haven't been writing anything, and I wasn't particularly inclined to, because nothing had occurred to me. But there's never been a period where it's like, oh my God, I've got to write something. I need an idea. It's more like, oh, that's a cool idea. Maybe I should find some time and write that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, and it helps that it's not your only vocation. So, you can, when you have acting projects, you can focus on that. When you're in between projects, well, then if you have inspiration, you can work on a play like you've been doing with Marcia.
Yeah,
So,
because if I were just a writer, I'm sure there would have been periods where, something was required of me and I wasn't able to come up with the goods. But fortunately, I've been spared that so far, he said, knocking on wood.
yeah, absolutely.
And the other thing is,
Ryan
and this is probably important to point out, that every time Marcia and I write, with one exception, we've always been writing on spec. Nobody's been paying us. So we're totally free to take as much or as little time as we need to write, So there's never been that thing of like, oh my God, I have to have a draft ready by Friday. That's never really been an issue for us. We did get commissioned to write one play for a theater company here in Ontario several years ago. That was something fishy. But the timeline that we were given to write it was like basically the same sort of timeline we would have given ourselves. So it wasn't like, oh my God, we've been paid, we're writing to a deadline, we've got to get this done now. There was like no pressure at all. It was just like another writing project for us. So yeah, it's never really been an issue.
You didn't have a deadline, literally.
There you go. Only self-imposed.
It's just a self-imposed one. You had a deadline for when you were going to quit acting once, but thankfully for us now, the stars aligned and you got your big break in theater, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
Ryan wanted to know, he said he read a book a while back by Stanislavski. Do you find his approach still relevant today? Have they influenced your own approach to acting?
Oh, yes. Stanislavski, I imagine he's talking about An Actor Prepares, or he might be talking about creating a role. But Stanislavski is kind of like the Bible of the method acting school, which is largely what I was taught at school anyway. And there's one of the big followers of Stanislavski's was Uta Hagen. She was a German actress who started a school in New York and was famous. That school was very famous. And she wrote a book that was kind of our Bible theater school called Respect for Acting. And it's based very much on Stanislavski. And yeah, I mean, a lot of his stuff is relevant. I've heard the argument that, he developed his process for the Moscow Art Theater, where they spent 6 months rehearsing plays, and that it was really designed for that kind of a rehearsal process. And it's not really suited to the kind of rehearsal processes we have these days. I don't know about that argument. I don't know if that's true or not. I think there might be some merit to it. It was a very different world when he wrote those books, God knows. But the basic tenets of his approach, I think, apply. It's all about, who am I? What do I want? What's in my way? How do I do to get what I want? What are the given circumstances? Just the kind of basic questions that I think any actor should be asking themselves when they're putting a role together.
Absolutely. Yeah. By the way, Faith said we should just ask Doug to photocopy his play and we'll pay him and Marcia $15 instead. That'd be a better deal. Or does it look better to have sales on paper?
I have a feeling our publishers might have something to say about that.
Unfortunately, we can't do that. He can't do that. But
well, and I should clarify where the real money is made in publishing plays is not in people buying copies of them, but in getting productions. That's where the royalties really happen, you know.
and hopefully soon, yeah, you can get more productions done of Deadline, with the spotlight on you more thanks to maybe, who knows where that could lead, as season 4 comes and you get more and more attention, if you can continue to utilize this platform, maybe it could help.
It's possible. I mean, you never know where this stuff is going to land, and let's face it, this is a pretty rarefied community here, which doesn't have a lot of direct contact with the theater world out there. But you never know. Things go viral,
Absolutely, so it can't hurt. You never know who might be listening. And these lives, as season 4 comes, more and more people are going to be watching live streams. And, when you do the interview circuit, there will be even more eyes watching you. So you just never know who might be in a position to do this. And I mean, even take, even if you take From out of the equation, though, I think it's a given that this should get more productions. I know it's difficult to do, and it's difficult to just get people to open it up and read it. But once they do, I think it would be easy to get them interested. It's just getting them to read it, right? You're sending it around and just hoping someone will just pick it up and read it, or open it and read it, right?
Well, and as I've said before, one of the benefits of having a published play is time is on our side. It doesn't have to happen tomorrow.
Right.
It took us 9 years to convince Samuel French to publish Too Many Cooks,
Wow.
But we finally got there, and when we did, it got produced,
Yeah.
And we've got that production going on in Calgary right now as we speak. And it was just a matter of getting it to the right people at the right time, and that you never know when that's going to happen, but the play's not going anywhere. It's there, it's out in the world, and anybody can pick it up and decide to do it. It's just a question of it getting into the right hands,
Yeah, and maybe one day even turning into a screenplay too. Like that would be amazing also. But I mean, for now, you guys can get a copy online and read it, and it's so much fun even just to read. You can visualize everything happening. Doug and Marcia have such a colorful, vivid writing style where you can picture everything. It's such a fun read. So I highly recommend people check it out. Again, the link to it is in the description of this video on playscripts.com, and it's called Deadline. Murder mystery with comedic elements, and we're going to be discussing it most likely next Friday, but we'll keep you posted when we're sure about that. We'll keep you posted. Marcia is going to be joining us, and we're all going to discuss it. So I hope people check it out. Again, you can read 32 pages of it for free online, so you'll know exactly what you're getting. And I know I was hooked. I wanted to read more. I'm going to be reading the rest of Doug's plays after. But yeah, so again, if you're listening on the replay, you can find all Doug's links in the description. The link to get any of his first 5 plays are also down there. But I recommend you start with Deadline, and you'll get a feel for their writing style. And our friend in the community, Just Me, she read Deadline and she immediately bought the first 4 or 5 plays of Doug's immediately after.
Bless
so
her.
There you go. Yeah, and
Anyway,
Dieter just dropped the link in the chat.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to bail, but I will take one more question before I go, if that's okay.
Yeah. Do you see another question I missed here?
No, I'm miles behind in the chat. I have no idea what's going on in there. I've been looking at the screen the whole time, looking at you guys.
Let's see. Yeah, we've had a lot. Let me see. There are many more questions. I've been starring as many as I could. Well, Dieter had a question, not a question, but a statement here. He said it's easy to make your own books and sell them on Amazon. Someone buys it in the background. It gets printed on demand and sent to the buyer.
It's not as easy as you think. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Julia, I have to take off. I'm just about to turn into a pumpkin again. So thanks for having me on. It was good seeing Doug, and it was nice meeting Alexis, and love your work, and Brandon and Doc as always.
Take
Good
care,
night.
Grant. Good to see you
Good night,
again.
Grant. Thank you for coming.
No worries. Have a good one,
Doug,
guys.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
See you, Grant.
Doug, everyone.
Yeah.
Dieter's a little mastermind. He is a true mastermind.
Brandon, is that you?
Yes,
I thought I heard
ma'am.
Brandon
It
talk.
is me, Julie.
Yeah. Do you have
Yeah.
anything else you wanted to add before Doug signs off?
Doug, it's always a pleasure. Every time I see your face, I'm always going to pop on.
Oh, well, thank you, Brandon. I appreciate that.
All right. Awesome. Well, thank you, Brandon, for calling into the panel, and everyone else who called in.
Yeah, thank you for calling in.
Yeah, we
Whenever
appreciate it.
you have a
It's nice.
live, Julie, I'll be here.
Sorry, what, Brandon?
Whenever you have a live, I will be here.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. And sorry I didn't see you were back there for a while. Sorry I didn't see you. I've been juggling. It's a juggling act here. We had a lot of people, a great turnout tonight, and so I hope I got everybody's questions, or as many as I possibly could tonight. And I truly appreciate all the support, all the questions for Doug, and everybody that called into the panel. See, it's not so scary, Doug doesn't bite. And we'd love to hear from you, whether it's in the chat or calling in. So we appreciate it. And thank you, Doug. You're a trooper. Spent almost 4 hours. Thank you so much.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Right. Seriously.
All right. Well, if that's it for the questions, I will get the heck out of here. And thanks again. It's been great. And yeah, next week I'll have to check with Marcia. She's just getting home. I think it's today she's home. I thought it was yesterday, but actually I think it's today. Anyway, Wednesday's an option if possible, right? If that's better for her, because I have no idea what she's got on for next week, if anything. So, but is that an option?
For next Friday?
Wednesday. If Friday doesn't work out, is Wednesday an option?
Oh yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Just yeah, when she has a better idea, you could just let me know. Wednesday's absolutely an option. 100%.
Well, I'll be talking to her over the weekend, so as soon as I know anything, I'll let you know.
Absolutely. And everyone's saying good night. Faith says good to see you, Doug.
Night,
Everyone's
Faith.
saying have a good night. Justin.
Good night, Justin.
Yeah. We
night,
really appreciate
guys.
Really appreciate
Have a
it,
great night,
Doug.
Doug.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Alexis. And thank you for this guy. I always use the wrong hand. That guy up there. He's been a source of great joy and will continue to be, I'm sure.
Thank you for picking me like like it was an honor.
Hey, the more business gets thrown your way, the happier it makes me. So there you go.
When I told my grandparents about it, my grandpa, he was like, "Oh, Miss Alexis, I need your autograph. I need your autograph."
That's awesome, Alexis. Well, you do beautiful work, and we love these hijinks of the mini men in yellow. So it's all thanks to your lovely work. So, how is Jade coming, by the way? How's Jade coming now?
I just got his thing going, and I got 10 rounds of this to go around. So, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm going to miss the finished product, but I'll see it after the fact.
This is the difference.
Yeah, that's awesome. That is so cool. Beautiful.
All right. Good night, you crazy kids. We'll see you all soon.
Good night.
Good
night. Good night, Bugs.
Bye now.
Bye. Oh, Scarlet. Scarlet's back. I don't know how long she's been back. Oh no.
Welcome back.
Scarlet, I hope you weren't back there a long time. I'm juggling so much tonight that I don't know what I'm doing. Are you there?
Yeah, I didn't think you'd have fun when you have 6 people for some reason.
Yeah, sorry. How long were you there? Were you backstage a long time?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Oh, geez, I'm so sorry. I'm on, you know what? I had to switch from my Chromebook to the laptop with the defective speakers. So on this one, I can't hear the notification noise when someone is backstage. My Chromebook is almost dead because the charger stopped working. And so I had to switch. And now when somebody pops backstage, I can't hear them on this. So this is why I need a decent laptop that actually functions properly and not just a Chromebook. So
Yeah,
apologies.
I didn't know that you had a limit of 6 people too on your what your plans were.
No, I didn't have not that I had a limit, but I thought, well, okay, it's a little harder to see Doug with that many squares, so I put some people backstage, and then I sent you a message in the private chat. But um, I wasn't expecting that many people to call in, so I didn't expect any of that. So I was like, okay, now what do I do? I had to kind of think on my feet because last week we only got one call in, and that was it. It was simple. I didn't expect this kind of thing. So it's like, oh no, I don't know what to do. I know I can fit up to 10 people on the panel, but with Doug, it's just too many. Like we said at the start that it was just going to be one person at a time on stage, to make it simple and
That seems more
controlled.
difficult. To take
One
people on
call
and
in
out
at a
seems
time.
more difficult than just piling all 10 of them on the screen.
Yeah, that's too much chaos. So we said at the beginning it's just going to be one call in at a time, but then Tony joined, so I was like, okay, no, Tony can just stay on, and then
Then you can kick me off. Great.
No,
Fabulous.
because you left for a while, so I put you backstage, and I said if you want to come back, just message me in here, and then I didn't see when you messaged me, so I'm sorry. But
See, that's a problem.
yeah, we know.
Another problem.
Just didn't know what to do. I didn't expect that many people, and Taryn, I felt bad. Taryn was trying to call in, and I said, just hang in there, a little bit longer, till Tony's done. But Tony stuck around, and I was glad to see Tony after so long. Everybody missed Tony. So glad to see he's doing all right, and he came back. And yeah, it's awesome that we had this kind of turnout and multiple people willing to call in this time. That's great. And it's good because Doug wants to hear from people, and obviously he wants to hear from people in the chat and get the questions, but it's also nice to put a voice to a name and actually hear someone and have a conversation, not a conversation, but hear their question or comment out loud. That's cool too. So
yeah. Hey
that was
Amy, she
great.
says she loves my picture, but that's the card. That's the picture that's on the Year of the Wilds card. Year of Wilds and Severance.
Yeah.
Kobo. Can you hear me fine?
Yep.
Because earlier, I don't know how much I could talk anyway. The StreamYard was just going nuts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I hear you fine now. I can hear you.
Could you hear
on
me
my
fine
lousy
before?
Earlier, I could hear you okay. Yeah, unless I mean, were you trying to talk and nobody responded? Because I didn't. If that happened, I wasn't aware of it. But
no, it was just really choppy. Like it's just like Friday nights or something. It's just really choppy. Like it'll go. If I touch the chat at all, it's like It just
yeah,
keeps trying to get clearer, and it's just like I can't hear half of the things that Doug and Tony said, so I'll probably rewatch it.
yeah.
Just Fridays. It just seems Fridays where I get dropped off. It's a bad luck day.
Yeah. Yeah, and I have my own tech issues here. But
Have we done the giveaway yet?
no. Well, the giveaway has been ongoing, so if anybody hasn't entered yet, you can still do it because Alexis is going to announce the winner tomorrow on her social media.
Okay.
So let's see. Yeah, actually, yeah, it's still ongoing. I see it. Yeah, so we'll see who it's going to be later tomorrow. And Alexis is making amazing progress. I don't know if you saw Scarlet, but she's already she started from Jade's feet and she's already up to his neck crocheting that. It's incredible.
I'm gonna have to do this with you more often because this is the most I've ever gotten done in a sitting. Like, ever.
That's cool.
That's
I mean,
awesome.
I wish the camera was down for this so we could see her. So we could see the magic as it's being woven.
It's so cool. Yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing. I would not have the patience to do that. It's beautiful.
It's fun. Usually with
So
like stuffed animals like this, it's different every time. So it's fun.
yeah.
How long have you been doing it, Alexis?
How long have I been doing it? I started crocheting in around the end of 2023. So not even 2 years yet.
How did you get into it?
Well, I went to a festival in our town and I just had my daughter a couple months prior. So I seen a stall of crochet stuff and I seen this cute little, I have it, it's in the living room. It's a little cow and it's brown and green and I just loved it. I paid $45 for it and I just kept looking at it and I was like, I can make one of these. And so I started with blankets and it's actually right here. It's the ugliest thing I've ever done. It is so crooked. And so I started doing turtles. And then here I am now.
Wow.
I've done this too.
Oh wow. Nice.
And do you know the toys from Nightmare Before Christmas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Great. That's great.
That's awesome.
And I got Chucky and Tiffany. I got Cartman from South Park.
Oh wow. That's awesome.
Beetlejuice.
He's huge.
Yeah, he's
big.
About
He's big boned.
Wow. That's so cool. That giant one must have taken forever.
This was actually, I thought it was going to take pretty long, but it took me less than a day. But
no way. Wow. So cool.
Are there hearts on the knife?
I don't even know what I put on there. No, it's just blood.
Oh, blood. Okay.
Of course. That's that blood. That's awesome.
Here's Tiffany.
Ooh.
Oh.
Chucky's way over there. I can't really get to him.
I just finished season 2 of Chucky.
That's so cool.
They're having a lover spat.
Huh?
So they're having a lover spat.
Oh, yeah.
Always.
Nice. Oh man, love it.
Have you made any puppets?
Any puppets? No, not yet. I wanted to make a puppet. You know, have you ever seen Bluey? I have a 2-year-old.
No.
But it's the puppet from Bluey. That's what I wanted to make.
Okay.
Oh, I've heard of it. Yeah. I've heard
Yeah,
of
my
Bluey.
daughter loves that show.
Nice. Ryan said you should do owls like Elgin and his grandma. Crocheted owls. They did. That's what they did. Yeah.
There's somebody in the From group that always comments on my every time I make a crochet post. They always, in all caps, make me an owl. Make me an owl. I like owls. And I never understood what it meant.
Yeah. That's a From reference. Yeah. Elgin always crocheted owls with his mom. That's what he said. Not his mom, his grandma. His grandma taught him to crochet. Um, Scott says they're really good at this. Yes, she is really good at this.
To be
Indeed.
honest with you, like Elgin's character, I don't know. I've never really liked Elgin's character, so I didn't really.
Yeah.
There's going to be no
He's not
dowel
my
of missing eye.
Yep. It was always owls. Yep. That's what he said. It was always owls. Yeah. You could crochet Elgin a little separate little owl crochet. Yeah, Amy. Oh, if she did crochet Elgin, it would have to have an eyeball hanging, dangling. It would have
Oh
to.
no.
Yeah.
Ugh. Crochet
Yeah.
eye.
Just
Like a
like
removable eye, like Peter.
I
Like
was
it's in
thinking
there,
about
and then you
doing
can
them in
remove
a
it, and it's a
set.
little string.
yes.
The head. Yikes.
That's- yeah, like Elgin, that would be great. Like because I remember seeing a behind the scenes picture of Nathan Simmons with his fake eyeball dangling from his eye. It's really gross. But that's what you'd have to do. Yeah, if you ever did Elgin, I think that would be hilarious and morbid, but it's From, so morbid
Yeah.
kind of goes with From.
Yeah, I'll make one for myself because I do that to make sure they look good, and then I'll probably decide if I can do it or not. Just like with
Yeah.
the boy doll, like this one is so ugly to me now. The other ones I've done so much better, and
Oh, I
this
don't
I
think
just I hate it now.
I don't think
It's your
he's ugly.
overwork.
I'm
No, I know what you
actually
mean though.
I'm doing a tiny boy too for an order.
Oh,
So
nice. Nice. Amy said Tilly doll would be funny. Yeah. Tilly, someone, I don't know if it was Amy who said earlier that Tilly would have to have a fanny pack. You'd have to have a fanny pack. Fanny pack granny. Yeah.
And two
Um,
cups of tea. 2 cups of tea. One cup of tea in each hand.
2
Be
cups
a
of
lot of
tea.
accessories.
Yes. Yep, that was Amy. I thought so. Muncher Luncher said, "Hey Alexis, can you make the dog Gus? I want the From dog."
I'm sure I could.
Oh, the boy in white.
Are we
That
going
would
to
be a
talk about
good
the
one.
dog? The boy in white? Are we
That
going
would
to
be
talk about these
I'm
things?
definitely gonna do the boy in white eventually.
Yeah, you got to do the boy in white. I bet people would want that
I
one for
think we got
sure.
distracted.
Well,
We had other things.
Okay, Doug.
my grandma told me that I should make a doll for Ethan, young Victor, and the boy in white to give to them, because they're younger. And I'm thinking about doing it just so they can have a souvenir since, they're kids. But
Yeah.
we'll see when that happens. It'll be down the line.
Yeah. Yeah, you should totally do that. But right now you're backlogged with orders, so you can only do so much.
I have
Oh,
4
that's
jade
awesome.
dolls to make.
4 jade dolls. Wow. That's amazing though that and you're getting the response that you are.
Yeah.
That's so
It was
cool.
shocking.
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised. You do great work, and this is a popular show, and people love this kind of stuff. So, like people keep asking when they heard about this giveaway, people keep asking, how do I order one? Do you have a wait list right now?
Yeah, been doing it on. I've been calculating everything out on a calendar. I'll pull it up right now. Like this week, I'm doing Dieter's order, so he's booked out until next week, And then I'm stopping my orders in the middle of April so I can crochet Victor and Donna for, you know, Liz and Scott. And then I'm going to do a couple other things.
That's
And
awesome.
then hopefully I'll be able to take more orders again in May. I can take one more person right now in April. If anybody wants to, I have one more opening until I take my break.
Nice. Nice. You can find, I think I put in the description of the video, your shop, the link to your shop. If not, then I will add it to the description of the video. And Dieter's been sharing it throughout the live to your Instagram and your Facebook. Which is better is your Facebook better, Alexis, for that?
Either one's fine.
Okay. So yeah, you can contact Alexis on her Facebook page or her Instagram, Love Crochet by Alexis, and it's LUV Crochet.
Yes,
Dieter dropped the
LUV.
link. Yep. Dieter dropped the links to both her Instagram and her Facebook there. And they're also in the description of this video if you're listening on the replay too. They're also in there. So you can find the links and you know, if there's maybe there's some kind of wait list, if there are multiple people, then eventually you'll get to it in time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to take any more people and then not be able to do it, or, you know.
Of course.
I try not to be disappointing.
Absolutely. And that's why a wait list is a good idea, because that way, you know, people don't have to actually like pay the money up front and then wait a long time. They can be on a wait list, and then when you get to it, and then they can do the order. That's what seems like the best system for you, since this is time-consuming work.
Yeah, the only thing that I don't like about it is that I don't start it until I have like at least 50% of the cost, and like I have my schedule set out, and sometimes people don't pay on the day, which is fine. I don't care when you pay. It just backsets me a little bit, and then I have to flip-flop, but it's okay. I understand. Trust me. I've had to cancel so many things because I don't have the money today. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, I can relate. Believe me. I can relate. Yeah. Dieter was asking if she's working on my jade. Dieter ordered me a jade doll. So that's that's there. That's so sweet of Dieter to do that.
This one is going to be the giveaway one, just so I can get it out of the way. I don't have to worry about it. And then the next week is Dieter's, that I'll be doing another jade, and then a Sarah, and then Tabitha, she was in the chat. She ordered two more jades from me.
Oh, nice. That's so cool. 2 more. Wow. Yeah. You're gonna be up to your neck in orders soon. Wow.
So I'm kind of glad. The smaller ones like these are easier. So.
Yeah. That's so cool. Dieter just wanted you to know, to let him know how much he owes you. You can do that privately, of course. So, Justin, if the show blows up with the third season, oh, you mean like fourth season in November to January 2026, she'll do great. Oh man, like now that people are getting to know your shop more, as the show blows up more with season 4, I think you're gonna get even more orders. So you'll probably have more than you know what to do with.
Yeah, I'm thinking about starting an Etsy shop and just making stuff in bulk and then just listing it on there, so I don't have to make anything. I can just ship them off. Like 2 big ones, 2 small ones, and then they'll be up for sale for whoever wants to get them. But I hate I would hate to sell on Etsy though, because I'd have to charge like $30 more, and I don't want to do that.
Right.
I already hate charging what I charge, and I mean,
Yeah.
it's cheaper. I would say I'm cheaper, but that's because I'm a cheapskate, and yeah.
Yeah. No, I totally get it. Totally get it. Um, and Martin, that's so sweet of you. Martin said he was going to gift me Jade too until Dieter said he was going to do it. You're sweet. You're sweet, Martin. Thank you for that. That's lovely. Um, so so this was unexpected tonight, Doc. Um, I was not expecting tonight to go the way that it did, with that many call-ins, and Doug stayed longer than he ever has before too.
So
I
long as
was
everyone else is
thinking,
happy, I am.
I just I just felt bad because first of all, I didn't see you back there for a while. My laptop, I don't think you were waiting long though, right?
No, I wasn't waiting long.
Okay, because my laptop doesn't have certain noises and I couldn't hear the notification, and I figured, Doug would be heading to bed at 1 a.m., but he was raring to go. So this is the biggest turnout we
Okay.
ever had. So he was like, "Okay, let's take more questions then." So I was like, "All right, let's do it." So I'm sorry. Didn't mean to like.
No, it's okay. I just feel bad for like if Tony came on wanting to do the thing on the boy in white, and sorry, Tony, but he had a good time it seems, so everything seems to have been fine. So long as
You
everyone
think that?
else is happy.
Yeah, I was so busy trying to field questions and stuff. I missed something. Was he? Is that why he was coming on to discuss that?
I think initially, yeah, because he dropped a video on the boy in white today, and I invited him to come on and talk about it.
Oh, I
But
didn't
th-
know
but he
that.
but he seemed to have a good time and enjoyed talking with Doug, so I think everything worked out.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, I did not know that. Or I would have gotten into it more with him. But yeah, he seemed to have a good time regardless, and it was just great to see him again. He's been gone for so long, um, not doing lives for a while. It's been a few weeks. Did a couple severance lives, but not much. So it was just nice to see him again.
Oh, I should
Um,
plug his new video.
yeah. Yeah, check out Tony's new video. I didn't know he dropped a new video on The Boy in White today. Wow.
Yep, he dropped it this morning, and tomorrow he is dropping one on the Man in Yellow, which connects to his boy in white video.
Oh, that's exactly what I did a few months ago. That's funny.
Well,
Except
it
I
kind
did it
of
the other way.
they connect,
Huh?
so yeah, it makes sense.
I did it the other way around. First I released my Men in Yellow theory video, then I released my Boy in White theory video. I think they're two opposing forces. So maybe maybe he'd like to come on again and discuss that more in depth. Like we could always do that. Like I would love to. So uh, yeah, Doc, thanks for dropping the link there to Tony's video. Everybody check out Tony's new video on the Boy in White. I also have my own, as luck would have it, I happen to have my own video on the Boy in White, which is linked in the description of this video because I haven't done a video in a while, but this is from, I think I made it in either late January or early February. But if you haven't checked it out, I have a video on the Boy in White that's in the description of this video as well. So, um, yeah. I think they are linked, and I think they are two opposing forces. The Boy in White, I think, is a helpful force who's trying to make the cycles stop, um, and free the children, save the children, whatever that may mean. And I think the Man in Yellow is trying to keep the cycle going and feeding on everyone's fear and suffering. I think the Boy in White is bringing in people who can help end the cycle or help in any way. And the Man in Yellow is bringing in people to cause harm or manipulate them, like Sarah, Elgin, people who can be manipulated. So that's my theory in a nutshell. that they are the two opposing forces, bringing in people like chess pieces to be either helpful or cause harm. So yeah, it's down in the description of this video. I have a bunch of Doug's links and I have Alexis's shop links. And then below that is the link to my theory video on the boy in white versus the man in yellow part 2, which that one focuses on the boy in white in particular. And I'll be curious to check out Tony's and see what he thinks. I know he has a very different view of the boy in white than I do. We had a friendly debate a few months ago when I called into his show, and we just had a friendly little conversation about it. I gave my reasons for why I think the boy in white is a helpful entity. He gave his reasons for why he thinks he's harmful. So that's always fun. I enjoy that, and it's all love, with Tony. It's always friendly. I agree. Sometimes we agree completely on theories, and other times we have different ideas, and it's just fun to have conversations like that. I love talking to him. He's such a nice guy. He's so funny. I love having him on panels. Well, this is the first time he's ever been on mine. I've loved being on his. He was kind enough to invite me onto his panel when I started my channel twice and helped a lot of people find me. A lot of people found me through his channel. So I really owe him big for that. And now this was the first time he was ever on mine. I'm honored. It's so cool. He helped me when I was starting out, and then now he came on my panel. It's kind of unreal. So yeah. So make sure you check out Tony's boy in white video. I'm so glad he's doing some more From content again. That's great. We just need some more From lives so we can get our Tony Teflon fix. I'm
I was
missing
kind of
it.
starstruck. The combination of him and Doug on here at the same time. Little deer in the headlights.
I know, right?
In case folks don't know. Oh, sorry.
I kind of was too a little bit. I was like, oh my God, is this really happening? Even though I consider them, I mean, they're both friends at this point. They're my friends, but I was a little like, wow, this is kind of unreal. Go ahead, Doc. What were you going to say?
Oh, crud. Yeah, I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Uh-oh.
It's okay.
It went off the bridge.
It's okay. It's okay. I do that
There
all
are
the
no
time.
survivors.
I do that all the time. No, but I understand that feeling of being starstruck. Yeah. It's like, wow. I mean, I talked to them both offline and stuff, and we're friends, but I never had them both on my panel. I've never had Tony on my panel before. Did he ever call in? I don't think so. No, he's just been in the chat. I'm pretty sure that was the first time.
Yeah, I don't
And
know if he's ever called in.
yeah, I think that was the first. Yeah.
I do remember
cool.
what I was gonna say. I was
Oh,
gonna
yeah?
say, in case people don't know, Tony Teflon is the Don of the From community, the From fan community. He is the Don, the Tony Teflon of Teflon TV. So if you don't know who he is, oh man, you got to go and check him out. Like, you really do. You are missing out.
Yes, definitely. He is, he helped to build the whole From fan base from the ground up from season 1. I wasn't around for that because I didn't find the show until a year ago. But as soon as I found the show, I started watching his videos and watching his live streams immediately, and I got hooked. He's just the best. He's a great guy. He puts on a great show. I love his theories. A lot of his theories in season 3 were spot on too. He was correct about a lot of predictions and theories. And yeah, I just love his channel. So I hope he comes back and does more lives soon. And Dieter dropped the link to Tony's channel in case anyone hasn't checked his channel out. I know he's basically the king of From. So I mean, if anyone hasn't heard of him, I'd be shocked. But anyway, and he recently hit 100K too, which was an awesome milestone. I was really happy for him. 100K subscribers. That's a great milestone. Got that plaque, that YouTube button plaque. That was nice. Yeah. He's been really good to me. Yeah, he's such a kind person, and so it'll be cool if he does want to talk about the boy in white and the dogs with us sometime. We'd be glad to have him on. Anytime he wants to come on and talk about anything, we'd be glad to have him on. And he knows that. I've always told him that he is welcome anytime. So yeah, maybe one day in the far distant future, I can't imagine hitting 1K, but hey, I can
When From
dream.
hits Netflix. When From hits Netflix.
Even from its Netflix. Backy saw. I like to think I'm the king of From. Yeah,
Maybe after the man in yellow kills a few more people, on screen or something.
yeah.
More people will come here to see Doug.
Oh yeah,
People
yeah.
go for the kills.
Who knows? Yeah. I think once Doug is less busy, Doug's going to be really busy filming and stuff, but hopefully when things calm down and he's done filming, he'll come back to us, and that'll be wild once that's over. I mean, he
The
won't be able to
stories he'll
tell
have.
us anything. Huh?
The stories he'll have though, like from the set that don't give things away. I'm sure he'll have a lot of them.
Oh God, yeah. Um, I mean, if MGM allows it, then hopefully he'll come back and talk with us. But we can talk about all kinds of other things. We can talk about his theater stories and his plays, and so he won't be able to tell us anything about From itself after he films it. But we have a million other things we can talk about with him. So I hope he does come back to us, and then once season 4 airs, well, once he's allowed to talk, he'll have all kinds of fun stories. I can't wait to hear. It's going to be amazing. Yeah. Yeah, like he won't be able to give us any details or anything, but he can tell us how he felt about the experience. Yeah, I think so,
Right.
Justin. Absolutely. Um, yeah, so
He had a
that'll
great
be great.
time. He talked with Jack about this other play, etc.
Right. General stuff like that, just how he felt about the experience, getting to meet the different cast members and that kind of stuff. Nothing to do with the plot of the show or anything. And we will never try to pump him for information. He knows that. He can trust
Yeah,
us.
not here.
No. Uh, we would not get him to risk his job to try to
Right.
get any dirt out of him. It's not gonna happen. Um, hey there, Fletch. Good morning. Nice to
Hey,
see you.
Fletch.
We had quite a live for the last few hours with Doug and doing our giveaway with Alexis here. So this would be when you might want to catch the replay for. I know you're one of the awesome replay gang members. Tend to watch it later. I appreciate all of you guys. Anybody watching it on the replay, thank you so much for watching, by the way. Truly appreciate it.
My dog watches those. It's true.
Huh?
My dog watches those. It's true. I put them on for her.
Your dog. Oh, it's great. You know, it's funny, but I think my mom used to do that with like leaving the TV on for the animals or something. Like she leaves something on for them, or like yeah, she's done stuff like that before for the pets. Um,
I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do
um,
that and sometimes music at the same time.
yeah, that's great. We have an awesome replay gang. I noticed that the numbers go up after we finish. Sometimes we've even had the views double from when we actually do a live. I've seen it double occasionally, so it's awesome. I really appreciate everybody that watches because I know we have crazy hours and we're doing this at all hours of the night, in the middle of the night, early morning. So we have awesome people who want to actually watch the replay, and I appreciate every one of you guys. I really do. Um, I'll see you, Ryan. Thank you so much for being here.
Good night, Ryan.
And yeah, and thanks for all the awesome questions you had for Doug. He loves answering questions from fans and having great conversations with you guys. So thank you for your contributions and everybody else who asked Doug questions tonight or offered comments. Thank you so much. Thank you. Doug gives so much of his time and energy to the fandom, and so it's nice to show him some love back in return. He deserves it. So Doc, I don't know what you want to do here because we were gonna talk more about the boy in white and the dogs, and we still can if you want.
Yeah, we could. Oh yeah, good. Scarlet's back on. So yeah, we can do that.
Sure.
This is kind of a part 2 anyway, so we can keep it comparatively brief for us, right? We always try,
Yeah.
but that rarely ever happens.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, but I guess maybe we can go over for part 2 of the boy in white. Anything else that you want to talk about and everyone else wants to talk about, and then I guess maybe possible mythological figures associated with, and then do a brief talk about the dogs.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. So what do you folks have for things that you might want to say about the boy in white that wasn't covered last week? Or do you want me to go into the possible mythological figures first?
What did we not cover last week? I'm trying to think. Well, I didn't show any pictures. That's one thing I wish I had done. So I can throw up some pictures of him while we're discussing this stuff. That's one thing I wanted to do. I I think I went into all my reasons why I think that he's a helpful figure, rather than causing harm, but I like that it's still ambiguous. It could go either way. Yeah, I think we covered all of the different instances where he interacted with people, so all the things we know about him that are fact. Who's seen him, the people who have seen him who have seizures.
Sorry,
Wait, why is
the
there an
volume was
oh,
supposed to be
okay.
low.
I thought that was me.
Nope, that was me goofing. I thought I had the volume off.
I thought that was me. Okay. Anyway, um, Justin, the boy in white, do you think he's related to the man in yellow? I think he's the opposing force to the man in yellow. Scarlet's having device issues, internet issues. Hey,
I think
Scarlet,
the man
you
in
having
yellow
internet
is boy in white
problems?
grown up.
Maybe.
Um,
What were we on? Mythology?
well,
Anything that we didn't cover last time that we think we want to say about the boy in white.
oh my God, Mustard. I like your name, Mustard. Is that a K dot reference? As in
Oh
DJ
shit.
Mustard? As in DJ Mustard? If so, I'm a fan. I just had to. Sorry, I had to shout that out. Anyway, yes, Mustard. Hell yes. Um, legendary. Anyway, sorry, geeking out here over Kendrick. So, Scarlet, you're having internet problems over there still? Yeah, I think she is. Her internet always seems to go out on Friday nights. Um, yeah, if you could hit the like button, fam, if you haven't already, we'd really appreciate it. Please hit the like button, please and thank you. We appreciate it. Um, it really helps people find the channel, so it helps a lot, Doc. So, Doc, yeah, we were saying. So I was saying, yeah, I think the boy in white and the man in yellow are the two opposing forces. That's what it seems like to me. Like the boy in white seems to want the cycles to stop. That's why. Remember how we told Victor, don't chop down that tree. The bottle tree, we were told that through Victor's memory, when he remembered, he said the boy in white told Christopher that the children were born in the dark and murdered in the dark, the Ankui kids, as in the Ankui kids, and they lay on the stones. Someone who loved them told them a story, and that story gave them hope. Then their hope they poured their hope into the roots. Basically their hope became the roots of the faraway tree. The roots became the tree, and the faraway tree represents the hope of the children. So I think that's some pretty solid evidence right there in the narrative that the boy in white is a helpful figure, just in that alone, because he told Victor, don't chop down that tree. That tree represents the hope of those sacrificed children. I think it's going to be crucial in breaking the cycle somehow. They need that tree, the bottle faraway tree. So that right there, I think, is a clue that he's helpful. Multiple things in season 3 made me change my mind about him. I thought that he was a malevolent figure until season 3, and season 3 changed my mind. There was that. There was the fact that he basically he lured Tabitha to the top of the lighthouse by making the Ankui noise, then pushed her out. She landed within walking distance of Victor's father's house. That was a helpful thing. It may have seemed like it was hurting her at the time, but she found a piece of her past life there. The husband that she was with in her past life. She learned about Miranda. She saw Miranda's paintings. It paved the way for her to remember her origins, I think. That was the starting point she needed for her to process all of that and get insight into her past lives. All the stuff Miranda knew that she didn't, because she didn't drop acid. Miranda dropped acid, and that's how she knew so much about this place and how it works. And Tabitha just got insight into it by looking at all her paintings. I think all of that was helpful. So those are the biggest reasons why I think he's helpful. He saved Victor and Julie on the Colony House Massacre night, sent them into a tree, protected them both, sent Sarah back to safety through a tree. Boyd, not so much, but that might not be his fault. I went into that on the last live, though. So yeah, 50 likes. Yay. That's awesome. Thank you so much, fam. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you, Dieter and Scott, for being amazing mods there. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. And Doc says he'll be right back. Scarlet, so if you want to sign up for the giveaway, you can still do it. Let me see. Yeah, so you just have to type in hashtag Jade, lowercase Jade, Jade. I'll do it in the chat, but if it draws me, then I'll just draw again. That's what you have to type in. So you can do that. Scarlet has really bad okay. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's you can still enter, Scarlet. Yeah. You can still do that. Julie, I shared Kendrick's channel. Thanks, Dieter. Hashtag Julie, I shared Kendrick's channel. I'm not in the drawing. If it draws me, I'll just draw again. All I have to do is click a button. I'm not in the running. So all I have to do is press the button and draw some other random name. So yeah. It's completely random. Anyway, so yeah, I'm guessing Scarlett is having internet problems. Friday nights, her network seems to go down. So anyway, welcome back, Doc.
Thank you.
So anyway, that was my spiel on why I think the boy in white is a helpful figure in a nutshell. And so what's your opinion, by the way? Do you think he's helpful or causing harm or neutral or has his own agenda, or what do you think?
I think he's helpful, but I do think that I'm not. I really don't know. especially after Tony's new video, but I still think that he's a helpful figure. I think that he is connected to the Man in Yellow. I think that he probably becomes the Man in Yellow with all the time hijinks, but that could be a stretch. He could be, as Tony thinks, a glamour of the Man in Yellow, kind of like how the nightmare creatures, they look all monstrous and they put on that glamour and they have their pristine outfits. But I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's connected to the trees somehow and to that ritual in particular. I could be wrong though, because his clothing does look a little bit newer than theirs, but that could be also just misleading. And that dog breed is from the like 1950s, that the dog that is often seen with him, Gus, or whatever you want to call it, the Belgian Tervuren. So I'm not sure if his origin is from the same time, but just judging by the clothes, we can't really go by that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The clothes throw me off. The clothes really throw me off with him because, you know, if he's, if he, I think he's very much like the Ankui kids, a very similar type of figure in that, you know, they seem like they're visions and they can appear selectively to who they want to appear to. They don't appear to anyone. They can appear when they want to. They have selective visibility. The Ankui kids and the boy in white. Only Tabitha sees the Ankui kids and Jade. And the boy in white selects who he wants to appear in front of. They're so similar, and it seems like he's their champion, like he's on their side. They, you know, they seem like they're visions, but they can physically touch people. They have that in common. Boy in white can interact. That's another thing about him. He can interact with his physical environment. That's a fact we can say. He physically pushed Tabitha out the lighthouse. He got wet
That
in the
surprised me.
rain. Yeah, right? I mean, it could be an illusion that he got wet in the rain, and it could be some kind of magical power that enabled him to push Tabitha. Because it's like, it's weird, you know, he's not a, he can't be a live boy because he's looked the same since 1978 unless he's a story walker. There's a theory now that he's a story walker. I've heard that one. That he's alive somewhere right now, but he's story
Could
walking.
be,
I
but
don't
I
think
feel
so. I mean,
like probably not.
he's ghostly
Possibly.
white. It's possible, but the way he's presented, he doesn't seem like he's meant to be alive, just like the Ankui kids are not. I mean, he doesn't look as extreme as them, but he's white as a sheet. I get the sense that he's not alive. He's not a story walker, in my opinion. Um,
I think he has to be something that he makes him not afraid of the slow walkers, because they don't seem to attack him or anything or seek him out. But I don't know, he seems to be unfazed by the slow walkers. We haven't really seen him act like afraid of them or be in the same scene with them. But he appeared during the attack on Colony House, right?
yes,
Kind of. And they didn't go
yes,
for him, so yeah, I don't know how. I still wonder how corporeal he is, and
right.
if he's just like, you know, a no-go for them to attack because he's like a player in a higher level.
Right. Yeah. I saw an interesting theory. I think I forget who it was. In my Discord, who said something. I think it might have been David Agile who said that. Or was it David or was it Robert? Now I have to look. Somebody said that maybe the boy in white is like some kind of combined spirit of all the Ankui kids put together. Like he's their representative. He's like he
Their
was kind of,
avatar or something.
yeah, like an avatar for
That's a
them.
common theory, kind of,
That's an
but it is
interesting
a theory
one.
that's out there. There's
And
one that
Scarlet's
he's
back.
kind of like an
Yep.
embodiment of the forest.
embodiment of that's an interesting
Or the
one too. Maybe
trees.
like he's like the embodiment of the forest. I could see that.
Sometimes I wonder
The
if
wilderness.
yeah, the wilderness, yeah. Yeah, there's a similar theme there, it seems, because he talks about the forest or this place being angry at a point and refers to it as, well, I think it
Mhm.
was this place, I think he called it, right?
Yep.
So he acts like
Mhm.
the place itself is alive or some sort of being. I do wonder though if only certain people can see him and it isn't so much like it's partly selective, but maybe only some people are sensitive to enough to see him, because I feel like he might be using the Gus, the Belgian dog, um, as kind of like his like he sends him out instead if the person can't see him. I feel like that's what kind of what happens, but yeah, I don't know.
Interesting.
So I think that's
Or to
why
get
Boyd
like
their
sees
family.
Gus and not the boy in white. But then again, Boyd might just have too many questions for the boy in white, and maybe that's why Gus appears to him.
Well, Gus can also run. I haven't seen the boy in white run.
Boy in white's a slow walker.
Yeah, Gus won't stop running, damn it. Like, Jesus, slow down. Gus is always taking off running and Boyd can never catch up to him. And thank you,
There's a good
Quan,
reason
for
for that.
liking the stream. Huh?
There's a really good reason for that. And I know from experience. So the Gus is a Belgian Tervuren dog, which is a long-haired variant of the Belgian Shepherd dog, of which the Belgian Malinois is the short-haired variant, kind of. At certain points, they kind of became their own breeds. But my little Velociraptor is part Malinois, part German Shepherd, and oh my God, the energy she has. She is just incredibly hyper, and I have to make sure she gets like a lot of attention during the day, a lot of exercise. Right now she's over in her hallway. She's fenced off over there 'cause she just had dinner, but oh my God. And yeah, they have a high herding instinct. And so like
Mhm.
they're always running around, they're always chasing things, especially like the cat. But very devoted,
Yeah.
very protective, very, very intelligent. But ADHD and very hyper.
Mhm. Or they're around kids, they'll try to herd the kids.
Yep. Thankfully, I don't have that
Um,
problem.
I
yeah.
also don't have that problem, at least at nighttime.
Justin thinks that the boy in white is one of the two who rejected the creature boss, the red cave mural drawing. Okay. And David is the one I was thinking of who said the boy in white could be like a collective self of the seven sacrificed white fragments into seven colors. Oh, yeah, interesting. There are seven colors of the rainbow. That's interesting, yeah. Or the collective self of the entire play. And the rainbow sky.
Okay,
Oh, I like that because
I like that.
you know, with the Chromonocle story being at the center of it all, the Chromonocle gets lost in the rainbow sky. There are seven King Kui kids, and that corresponds to seven colors. I wonder if that was intentional. Like that's really cool. Um, or the collective, or he could be the collective self of the entire place and everyone in it, or the higher self, or the false light. He also said in the Discord, I liked this. He said, when thinking about the boy in white, we should look at it from the perspective of how does our mind deal with trauma? It creates multiple personalities and repressed, forgotten memories that are replaced with a delusional memory created by the mind as a defense mechanism for the ego. I've always seen the boy in white as a collective self of either the seven sacrificed or of the entire place and everyone connected in it. So that's really interesting. He says the boy in white is a force that wants them to remember, but can't communicate to them directly. The self communicates with the subconscious using mythology, and it's up to the subconscious to decipher the message. Very much like Boy in White and Victor. Also, the secret word communicated in the initiate degrees of masonry. The secret word communicated in From was remember. So you know he wants them to remember. I think that's true that the boy in white wants. He wanted Victor and I'm not Victor, Jade and Tabitha to remember the man in yellow is the wrath that is the cost of the knowledge from remembering the truth from fiction or reality from delusion. The truth and reality hurts. That the truth hurts, reality is pain, essentially. That makes sense. The boy in white wants them to remember the truth. The man in yellow is the wrath that is the cost of knowledge from remembering the truth. Because remember, he said knowledge comes at a cost. See, that makes total sense to me. Yeah. But yeah, that was what David had posted in the Discord, and I thought, wow, that makes a whole hell of a lot of sense. Justin says maybe this place was like a Garden of Eden with man in yellow and boy in white, and the man in yellow kills the boy in white's mom, and the place turns destroyed, similar to the Bible. Man corrupted to evil, two sides. Could be. Like there are a lot of biblical references in the story, so it could be inspired by a situation like that. There's so many biblical references. I definitely see these as two opposing forces. 100%. Yeah. That's a great point, Justin. Love it. Anyway, Doc, so what were you thinking of discussing about the mythology surrounding all this?
So there's a there he could be a sort of, well, all right. So for mythological connections, there is the psychopomp, sort of an usher through various realms or to the underworld. That's one that comes up a lot, such as like Hermes in Greek culture, well, in Greek mythology. And was Hermes a child?
I don't
Was
know.
Hermes depicted as a child? I don't remember.
He is a young god, but they all have stories of their youth when they're like younger.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if for some reason all right, never mind. But
Like
yeah, the
Cupid, it's
boy.
like Cupid.
Okay, yeah, it's kind of like what I was thinking if it was something similar to that. But some parallels between Hermes and the boy in white are that he guides characters to safety or pivotal locations, such as Sarah and Boy to the Faraway Tree in season 1, and Tabitha out of the lighthouse. And yeah, and saves Victor as well, and Julie. And he has selective visibility, gives cryptic messages, such as "this is the only way," "things are different now," sort of like a deity would do, or a prophet. And okay, no, Hermes is an adult god with a winged cap and sandals. There's also
yes.
Yeah. So I was a little off there with the imagery, but yeah, there are some similarities there. And
It's
there's
and
kind of some
Hermes is also a trick. Sorry, I have a delay.
Oh, a trickster.
Hermes is also a trickster god, yeah.
And yeah, the boy in white seems to come off as at least playing the trickster role to a degree because of how ambiguous he is, and he makes people ask questions. And
I
anyone else
like
have any
that.
comments about?
The trickster thing, yeah, that's it. That's fascinating. Yeah. I've heard theories related to that, and it could definitely be part of the inspiration that the writers are going with, I think. They draw a lot from mythology, all different mythologies from different cultures in this show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like connecting to the tricksters, there was another similarity between Puck and is the Shakespearean play. Midsummer Night's Dream. I'm scrolling up.
Oh, Puck, yeah.
I'm not reading it directly, so I'm like trying to recall it from memory. But yeah, there are some similarities, well, or parallels between Puck and the boy in white. Selective visibility, mischievous, almost like mischievous behavior, but not so much mischievous as in, we don't really know what the heck is going on. Obviously, Puck is overtly playful and supernatural, while the boy in white is solemn and, it isn't really a fairy, or at least doesn't have any explicit fairy traits that we can see. There are fairy theories, though, regarding a lot of the entities in From. So there could be at least an inspiration, maybe, or subconscious inspiration, if not a direct parallel. Also, the youthful
Justin is like,
appearance,
you're blowing Justin's mind here.
his role in aiding Victor's survival is similar to Samuel's call to serve. Oh, I just jumped into a different one. Sorry, I didn't have this organized very
The
well.
Bible? You just jumped into the Bible.
I just jumped into the Bible. Yep, from a Midsummer Night's Dream. I'm story walking, people.
Oh yeah. I was thinking like
Okay.
Puck was like the spirit of the forest again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Loki. Yeah, Loki is awesome, Justin. Yeah. Loki is a fascinating figure. 100%. Yeah. Martin thinks so too. By the way, Alexis, you are a trooper. You have been doing this for almost 5 hours. Aren't you
Oh
exhausted?
my gosh. She looks.
You gotta be.
Did she freeze, or is she just giving us a dead stare?
She just passed. She's just frozen.
She
Because
just
she worked too
froze.
hard.
Oh, okay,
worked
she
so hard that
froze.
she froze.
Yeah,
Oh.
he said she was more productive on this than any other time, so she's being more productive.
Me?
But now they got her.
Oh,
There she is.
Okay.
now there are two of you.
The twin and the evil twin.
As happens.
Well, I'm about to head off of here, but I did get the hard
Holy
part
cannoli.
done.
Oh my
So,
God. That's amazing,
amazing.
Alexis.
just
So
needs
cool.
beard, eyebrows, and hair.
Wow.
Wow.
She did this all since the start of this live, guys.
I literally
this is incredible.
I was working on Boyd right when I entered in, and then I switched over to Jade. So yeah, 5 hours right there.
You should come
That's
on our regular
amazing.
rewatch lives and just start a project.
I've been concentrated. I mean,
in the background.
That's incredible. Oh my God. Justin, like Justin says, Alexis needs her own trophy. That was phenomenal. That's amazing. You're a trooper. You've been at this for almost 5 hours, and wow, starting from scratch and got that much done on the live. That's legendary. So cool. Thank you
I
for
love
doing
that.
this
I'm
with us.
impressed.
Thank you for doing this giveaway for us. Thank you for being with us on the panel, doing this live. That's awesome. I know it's not easy, when you're not used to being on a panel, but you've done an amazing job, and you're just awesome. You're a natural at this.
I'm happy to do it. I mean, honestly, when Dieter first messaged me, I thought it was some type of scam, and I was like, but I'm glad I went ahead and kept talking to him.
Yeah, you never know. There are all kinds of scam artists out there on the internet, so you got to be careful.
He's really confident, and I was like, people do this to me. But I'm gonna go ahead and head off of here. It was great to be here. Everything's cutting in and out.
Thank you for coming. Thank you so much, Alexis. Thank you for doing this giveaway with us. And we will. I'll let you know who the winner is, and then you can announce it tomorrow. Alexis will announce it tomorrow on her Facebook and Instagram, right?
Yeah, both of them.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
All righty, thank you. See you.
Have a great night, Alexis. Great to see you.
Good night.
Good night. That was amazing. Wow. She literally did that much since the start of this live. Wow. Incredible.
I should have
Yeah.
like a camera. I could be like drawing. I have a camera on my drawing, and then she could be doing crochet, but have it more on her hands. So it's kind of like an arts and crafts session.
Yeah, you could. You know,
That could be
that would
making a
be
puppet.
awesome. Yeah. You know, that would be funny. Yeah, like just have an arts and crafts thing going during the live because I know you already do draw during lives anyway, so we could actually see your progress as you're doing it.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I just
Muncher
highlighted
Luncher said
things.
Scarlet should draw the characters. Yeah, she totally could. She's very
Ooh.
good
I
at
did a
drawing.
faraway tree. I was singing faraway tree. And then I did like I think I showed you a Fatima that I did. And a Julie
Yep.
for some reason. Julie. There was a Julie.
Yes.
But nothing too
I can't
serious. They
really
were more
draw
like
people.
sketches, so something serious.
Oh, it was beautiful though. That singing, I loved that singing faraway tree. If we ever manage to get merch going, like you should be drawing the artwork for it because it's amazing. Like the
That should
singing
be a
faraway tree
cartoon.
was so cool. Why won't it let me? Now it's making me highlight comments, so I'm trying not to. This laptop is weird. I'm sorry.
For
Anyway,
the rest of the parallels with Puck, I did find. Sorry, I just went and highlighted everything that to separate it. This way, I wouldn't get everything mixed up anymore. But he's got selective visibility. He has subtle influence on events. Puck does. And his calm demeanor could be a subdued version of Puck's trickster energy. And differences is. Oh, I already went over that part. So yeah, that was all the Puck stuff right there. All right. I got more, but do we have any good comments?
I
like Midsummer's Night's Dream. It's a good play.
It's been a
And
long
there's some
time
good
since I've
movie
seen it.
versions. There's some good movie versions of it.
Oh, I haven't seen any. I should check that out. I've read a lot more plays than I've seen.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a really early one, I think, that has a what's his name? Kenneth Anger in it as Puck. That's black
Okay, I
and
don't
white
remember
for
that.
the 30s, and then there's one that had Michelle Pfeiffer and some other people in it that came out in the 90s, I do believe. It had Kevin
Okay.
Kline as Bottom. He did a pretty good job as turning into a donkey. It's pretty
oh really?
absurd. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
that's
what
right. Yeah, because
happens.
Puck turns someone into a donkey. That's something that the boy in white doesn't do, at least not yet.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Yeah.
all a farce anyway, because the one fairy wants the queen of the fairies to fall in love with him, but somebody else, gets drinks the potion. One of those. Hilarity ensues.
Oh yeah.
That gets turned into a donkey.
Reminds me of Pinocchio.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Pinocchio, they were turned into donkeys in that story. The little boys. It was horrifying. Anyway.
But there's some parallels with the biblical references with child prophets. There are a lot of stories about child prophets, like the young Samuel in the Old Testament. And there were even Greek child prophets like Tiresias in his early years. He was like a childlike seer, and I guess. But then there's also. Here's a really obvious one, or at least seems pretty obvious. Not really mythology, but classical literature. The White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. The White Rabbit is a mysterious guide who leads Alice into Wonderland dressed in distinctive clothing and appearing at transitional moments. Some parallels are that the boy in white's all white attire and role in guiding the characters to significant places. Parallel, the White Rabbit's function as a herald of strange realms. His appearance often marks shifts or revelations, such as Tabitha's exit from the town, similar to the White Rabbit's role in pulling Alice into new experiences. Its cryptic nature aligns with the surreal, riddle-like quality of Wonderland. Differences are obviously he is not a rabbit. And yeah, and the boy in white is more calm and concise.
Wow.
Yeah, I really liked that one.
Who's
that was a good
Alice in this
connection.
situation? Sarah?
I guess
I would say Tabitha.
Tabitha.
Both?
Yeah, I think so.
You know, like how the boy in white, he basically lured her to the top of the lighthouse by making that ankui noise, and she went up there, and then he pushed her, and it's kind of like she went down a rabbit hole, you know, metaphorically
Yeah.
speaking.
Well, she did down through
I-
the house. Down her
Oh,
house.
oh yeah.
She also fell through the hole into the into the
Yeah.
cave. So she's a lot like Alice in this story. Now, the boy in white didn't lead her to dig the hole. However, he did help. He did tell Victor how to get her out of there when she was down there. And then he, you know, when she got to the lighthouse, he lured her to the top, pushed her out, and then she found herself, you know, just making all these discoveries. This whole world opened up to her outside of Fromville because of him. So I like that connection to the White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. And I mean, I think that may be one of the inspirations for the show. You know, you've
Oh,
got that
Scarlet fell
red
off.
rabbit on Julie's shirt. There's a white rabbit on Julie's shirt that says
That's right.
illusions on it.
And I thought it was a Pokemon at first.
Yeah, it's a weird looking rabbit, but it's a rabbit. We
Look
looked
at
at it
that.
closely. It's a rabbit. I think it could be an Alice in Wonderland reference. We even
I
had
think
an
so.
Alice in Wonderland reference that you can't. I mean, it's undeniable in season 3 when it looked like they were having a Mad Hatter tea party in the cave with Jasper sitting at the head
Yeah.
of the table down there.
Yep.
He had a teacup and everything. It was
Holy cow.
definitely an Alice in Wonderland reference.
I miss Jasper.
Yeah,
He'll probably be back.
yeah, I liked Jasper. Anyway, yeah, I really like that connection. That's so cool.
Those were the best ones.
Justin,
There's some other that are more loose. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Justin was asking, do you believe the boy in white is getting older because he is losing his power with the changes in From? I don't think so. I think they had to just everything is changing, and he's growing up too fast, so they wrote it into the script so that they wouldn't have to write him out of the show.
Yeah.
I don't think he's losing his power, but I think he's changing his tactics. That's what he's doing. He's evolving his tactics. But yeah, I feel like they just wrote that in. It's okay, do we write him out? Do we recast him? He's growing too much. So everything is just changing. The seasons are changing. He's changed. Now that they're basically going back to summer weather, though, I don't know how exactly they're going to explain it in season 4 because they're shooting this summer. But I don't know. I guess what's done is done. He already changed, so we have to suspend our disbelief. The kid grew. Uh, anyway, who knocks over the tree they see in the road? Garrett family. I don't think anybody does. I think that's all just magic. I think it's
Harry of
like,
the Hendersons.
uh
Harry of the Hendersons.
I think it's just magic. You know, it's funny. We just watched the episode where I forgot Randall accused Donna of bringing a group of people out there and leaving the tree in the road. He's like, how many of you did it take to lug that tree out there? And she's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, Randall thought they really dragged that tree out there, and this is all just a big production. I think it appears like magic. I don't think anybody knocks it over myself, but anyway. So anyway, Doc, where were we?
So I went over, I think probably the best out of the possible connections, but we do also have, I guess, a couple of others that could possibly connect, such as the fates from Greek mythology, and how they kind of possibly manipulate things. Well, how he possibly manipulates things from, behind the scenes. That's more of a speculative one. There's the Oracle of Delphi, because
Oh
he
yeah.
shows up and he makes proclamations.
Mm.
So the parallels there were Boy and White's short, vague statements, such as Nathan was right, this is the only way, resembled oracular pronouncements, offering insight without full explanation. His selective appearances to certain individuals parallel the Oracle's role as a conduit for specific seekers. His knowledge of the town's history and mechanisms suggests a deeper understanding, like an Oracle's divine insight. Differences to Oracle as a female figure, tied to a specific location, Delphi, while the Boy in White is mobile and childlike.
And not huffing anything.
And not huffing anything. Doesn't have a veil of ether.
Yeah. Pretty much.
There's the ghost of Hamlet's father.
Oh yeah.
Possible parallels, obviously selective visibility, connection to possibly the connection to Victor's traumatic past, the massacre, and guidance, burying belongings, resembles the ghost role and prompting Hamlet to address unresolved history. His calm, otherworldly demeanor echoes the ghost's ethereal presence. Differences, ghost is an adult, tied to a specific identity of King Hamlet, while the Boy in White lacks a clear personal history and appears youthful. And then there was the Egyptian god Anubis.
Oh yeah.
Jackal-headed god, guides souls to the afterlife and oversees transitions, often depicted as a protector of the dead, with parallels that the Boy in White's association with dogs.
Oh yeah, okay.
Faintly echoes Anubis's canine imagery, his guidance during crises, suggests a protective or transitional role akin to Anubis leading souls. His immunity to the creatures parallels Anubis's dominion over death-related realms. And differences is Anubis is an adult deity with a clear jackal form, while the Boy in White is a child without specific animal traits.
Except with the dog. Has the dog.
Except with the dog. Yep, yeah. He's got a dog or multiple dogs.
Yeah, I think it's multiple.
Yeah, it seems like.
Yeah.
It's at least 2, right? Or are there 2 or 3?
I thought there were 3 in that one scene when Victor had the gun and all that around that.
Yeah, I think there were 3. And I think the shepherd dog was kind of separate from the other 2, at least like in space, like on the screen. And did a dog run across the road before the Matthews family got to Fromville?
Not that I saw.
Or am I misremembering? Okay.
Yeah, not that I saw. Not that I recall.
What do we recall for appearances of the dogs?
Massacre.
Huh?
The dog was in the massacre. He was in that one scene with Tabby and Jim. Around that time.
Yeah, the massacre
he appears
scene.
to Boyd several times.
Yes. I think the massacre scene was when we first saw them, if I want to say. In the aftermath of the massacre, they were running around with the Boy in White. That's how I got that's where I got the strong sense that they belonged to the Boy in White, because he was like leading Victor to, from the root cellar, he led Victor to the merry-go-round, and the Boy in White's dog, the dogs were running back and forth with the Boy in White. So that's why I think they're connected. I think they're connected. They were all together, and they all seem to be protecting Victor. Like the way the dogs surrounded Jim and Tabitha. I mean, if that hadn't happened, yeah, it seemed like they were protecting Victor because he had Ethan there in the woods, and Jim could have killed him. I mean, Jim. I mean, like honestly, it looked to a parent that looked sketchy as hell, and you'd think this is a perv taking your kid out in the woods. So the dogs showed up, and they surrounded Jim on all sides, and yeah, I think they were protecting Victor and belonged to the Boy in White. The Boy in White was Victor's friend. Anyway, but But so there's mythology connected to dogs too, right? That could apply
There is.
here.
And
Sorry, am
so
I
yeah, we
jumping
had
ahead?
no, well, no, I mean, so for the dog appearances, we had that. We had trying to think. They appeared to Boyd, and I know they led him to the talismans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he didn't see the boy in white himself. The dog led him, the one that he called Gus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Trying to remember the other occasion which he saw the dog. Was it when he was in the woods with Sarah?
Well, there was one in the episode we just covered on our rewatch where he came up to him and led him to the. I can't remember. Led him away from the ruins. I don't know. I can't
Okay.
remember.
I
That's
knew
when he
that there
called
was
him
another
Gus
appearance. I
first.
was trying to just place it in my memory. I was like trying to like look around in episodes. But yeah, there are a lot of references to dogs mythology. There are some good ones too. Let me see here. Is this the file? Yep.
I mean, he seems to lead Boyd in the right direction, even if he gets him lost after.
Do we have any theories on why he calls the dog Gus? Did he just come up with that name, or do you think he knows the dog?
It's weird because me and Julie were talking about this because Boyd actually looks at the collar and he looks like he's touching the collar. So I didn't know if he, just in acting, looked at the name on the tag or came up with a name on the tag because he was touching the collar and touching the tag.
Right, because he looked at it.
I'm not sure.
When he
Yeah.
There was a flashback scene where he first found the dog back when he was out in the woods looking around, and that was right before he found the talismans. And he looked at the dogs. He did look at the dog tag, and he said Gus. It's in the closed caption that when the dog takes off running,
Okay.
he's yelling Gus, and then he does it again when he winds up back in the ruins in season 2 after he gets out of the dungeon area. The dog shows up and he's like, "Hey Gus, slow down." It's right there in the closed captions, and yet somebody associated with the show gave some interview saying that the dog's name is not Gus. So I don't know why they said that because it's
Maybe
in the show.
it's just Harold's nickname for the dog. Like, hey guy, hey Gus.
That's what I
Hey
wondered
buddy.
at first, but
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe he ad-libbed it. But
Maybe.
anyway. The dog almost let him off a cliff, I thought, Maggie.
Oh, that's like the Fool tarot card. Have you ever seen the Fool tarot card where he's got, because Taryn
yeah,
loves
yeah,
this
yeah.
because like Boyd always carries a bundle and the guy in the Fool card has a bundle and then there's a dog and it looks like he's gonna go over a cliff.
Yeah, I
Not
think
the
the dog's
dog,
supposed to be
the Fool.
warning him not to go over the cliff.
Yeah, not to go over the
But
cliff.
so yeah,
Yeah.
actually that could be some tarot symbolism right there, actually. I totally missed that.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
there was also, I know Kenny mentions that to Boyd at one point that someone arrived in Fromville with a little yippy dog, but doesn't say anything else about what happened to the dog.
Oh no.
mm,
And
oh,
there are no dogs in like the town itself. They only seem to
no.
appear to in the
It
woods.
doesn't sound good for that poor dog.
Yeah. Unless he escaped and became a wild magical dog.
He just turned into a bigger dog.
Yeah, maybe he turned into Gus. Or yeah, one of them.
The boy in white is like,
Maybe
this
he
can't,
did.
this can't do. You have to run through the forest and through shrubbery. I must make you bigger.
Yeah.
The
I
long
don't
hair,
know.
that's probably that's an odd choice for that kind of environment.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a more northern like
Yeah.
colder climate.
Mm.
Hard to cut out with a lot of burrs. Lots of burrs.
Yeah. Because when I had my Belle, she had a longer fur, and oh my gosh, that'd become a pain sometimes. Wasn't
Yeah.
even as long as that dog's.
Oh yeah, it can get bad. Like I had a Lhasa Apso growing up, and their fur can grow down to the floor if you just let it
Mhm.
go. Like it, they,
They're like a mop.
they can look like a mop, like a mop that's alive, basically. But we would have him groomed so it never got that long because it would be a nightmare to try and keep that from getting knotted up. Yeah. Anyway,
Right now, I'm just highlighting things so I don't get things mixed up.
is there any mythology there that you found that connects like dogs with a figure like similar to the boy in white? Like, uh, you know, did you see anything like that? I'm wondering.
Yes, yes, I did actually, and it was there were a couple things, not to a boy so much, although um there in The Omen, a black Rottweiler guards Damien. So there's that. There is a child being guarded by you know, ghost dogs, but that's
Okay.
not the one that I was looking for. Just a moment. It was from Native American mythology. Too far.
I finally had to shut off the camera just to change positions because my pain is getting bad. So that's why I'm like, okay, I'm comfortable being on camera now, but I'm like now I'm laying on my side, so it would look weird on camera. So I had to shut it off,
Oh,
FYI,
no worries.
just because of my pain. But
This section I did not have if anyone wants to talk a little bit about something else while I look this up and section things out a little bit.
sure, no worries, no worries. With Alice was saying I prefer Anunnaki. Yeah, I've heard of that mythology. That could definitely connect with the show. I think the show has multiple, I mean, it's drawing from mythologies from multiple cultures, clearly. There's not just one. It's going to be you can clearly see influences from multiple mythologies. I think where people were falling into a trap was in season one, you know, people were seeing a lot of references to Norse mythology and thought, well, this is gonna explain everything, but that's not the case at all, because then later they had Greek mythology references and Japanese mythology references in season three. The Greek came in more in season two. Um, there's Inuit references with the Inukshuk and uh, the kind of shaman type thing going on with little Ethan and his shaman stick, and like that's a mythological reference. There are also religious references in it, biblical references. So it's never going to be explained by just one thing, but they're kind of blending and pulling from different sources. Uh, and if you try to box it into just one, it's never gonna fit. That's where people get stuck and they get frustrated. But I think it's fitting that they blend different mythologies because it's, you know, the show involves characters from the US. They're only pulled there from the US, and the US is a blend of many cultures, people who came from many different cultures all together in one place. So that's that's how I make sense of it in my head. And at the end of the day, the show is creating its own mythos. So it's not just going to be explained by one mythology, but we can certainly point to different mythological influences and references in the show that are blatant. Some of them are blatant, some of them are more subtle. But yeah, I think like mythological references could really, give some insight into things like the boy in white and the dogs, which are still so mysterious. Yeah.
Tying into Norse mythology, there is the idea of the wild hunt, um, which was kind of a hunt led by like a commanding figure. Mythological procession of ghostly hunters, typically led by a deity or spectral figure such as Odin in Norse mythology, Herne the Hunter in English folklore, Gwynap Nud in Welsh tradition, riding through the sky or wilderness at night, accompanied by spectral hounds. The hunt chases souls, omens, death, or punishes the living, often linked to storms or winter. Possible parallels: the supernatural leader, canine companions, and the nighttime liminal presence, or often nighttime. And let's see, Boy and White's nocturnal activity in the forest setting aligns with the hunt's wilderness roam, suggesting a liminal role, guiding characters through danger or transitions. Dogs reinforce this through their daytime appearances. That one's a little bit more shaky, but it is a possible tie to the wild hunt. That wasn't what I was looking for before, though. Before, I was looking for Sedna and the First Dogs. This is where did it come from? I had it. Oh, it's from Inuit mythology. The myth in some versions, after Sedna's father throws her into the sea, becoming the sea goddess, dogs emerge from her severed fingers or as companions in her underwater realm, guiding or aiding her. With parallels being that the Boy in White's dogs could be guardians like Sedna's dogs, tied to his protective acts, such as Victor's hiding, Sarah's escape, and other connections. Dogs as protectors in a supernatural domain echo the Boy in White's role. So From lacks a clear underwater parallel.
Mm-hmm.
And then Blackfoot have concepts of, they have the legend of the crazy dog. Little people gift a boy with a magical dog, teaching him war medicine. Dog is a protector and spiritual guide. There are also stories of dogs as spirit guides.
Mm-hmm.
So the Boy in White's dogs resonate with the Blackfoot's magical dog or Sedna's companions, suggesting a spiritual role tied to his guidance, though less explicit. That wasn't the actual spirit guide thing that I tried to.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, my fingers.
Dogs as protective spirit guides. I mean, that sounds fitting.
Yeah.
That seems like that certainly seems to apply to these dogs, I think.
We've also had dogs in other sci-fi stuff like the dogs in The Thing, or the dog in The Thing. It was really the thing. It wasn't a dog after all.
Yeah. The dog. That's what started the whole thing in the first movie, the original movie, of course. Yeah.
Yep, and then the second one, the dogs, because the second one's a prequel technically, the dog's leaving the compound, and then it connects to the first one from there.
Which I liked. I know
Yeah, I
a
like
lot
the
of
way they
people
did
didn't.
that.
I did too. I thought they did a good job, but
It was a requel. It wasn't quite a
Right.
prequel. Technically it was a prequel, but it was more like a remake.
Right.
It wasn't as good as the original, but it had some other stuff in it that the original didn't have that were from the original story. So it was good to see that kind of done on screen.
Yeah.
So it had some good points to it, but it wasn't quite. I prefer the original, especially the practical effects. But well, technically that's not even the original. That's the second version. The original was it The Thing from Outer Space, and was black and white, and it was based a lot less on the story than the others were. It wasn't as good.
Yeah, I looked into that and it didn't look that good. Like I looked at it. I think it's on YouTube actually.
It's on
And
Tubi
it
as well.
just yeah, it doesn't appeal to me that much. It doesn't look anything like the one from the 80s at all. Like not the same kind of quality. There were a lot of kind of
Oh shoot! I
horror
shut off
movies from
my
the
cam and move.
okay. Some of the horror movies from the 50s were kind of subpar. Um, but the one from the 80s is the classic. That's the gold
They're so
standard.
good.
That's phenomenal. Yeah, that's one of the best movies ever made. You're not going to equal that, but I think the prequel from 2010, whatever, the 2010s, it did it did a great job as well as could be expected. I do prefer more practical effects over CGI, but I thought they did a good job. I liked it.
Hmm.
Yeah, I liked it. But yeah. Um,
That was
yeah, all
mostly what
this
I had.
um
I had a couple more
yeah.
things about the possible connections between the boy in white and figures in film, but
Mhm.
I think I need a
Okay.
very short break, like 5 minutes.
Okay. Um, they're great to get hammered too, Garrett family. Dialogue, the costumes, the monsters. Yeah. Yeah, that could be fun. Sure. Absolutely. And all the artwork of the show is psychedelic acid trip art for a genre of music called roots rock. Google image that if you'll see. Oh man. Roots rock, huh? Okay. Google so psychedelic acid trip art. Yeah, I've never heard of that, Martin, but I'll have to Google that. Huh. Hmm. Oh wow. Yeah, I just Googled it. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Yeah, it looks like an acid trip for sure. Yeah, I can see it. Wow. So cool. Um, Lord of the Rings is goated for practical effects. Most of the scenery were miniatures, just genius stuff they did. Yeah, a lot back in the day, a lot of things were miniatures before um like they used to do that because that was all they could do. When we'd see movies with spaceships and stuff way back, like when Alien came out, they did that kind of stuff. They showed spaceships with as miniatures. I don't know how they made that look so realistic, but it was amazing what films were able to do with miniatures. I didn't know Lord of the Rings did that. Wow. The Blob was good. I never saw that actually. I haven't seen a lot of the old 50s um black and white horror movies. There are certain ones I have, certain classics I've seen from like Hitchcock and um the early 60s, some classics like The Innocents, which is um an interpretation of The Turn of the Screw. That's a really good one. So, a preppy gets the girl and runs from pink goo. Well, that's always good. In the blob. Yeah. Now I feel like I should watch that. I know it's a classic. Um,
The 80s or 90s version was kind of scary.
oh really? There was an one from the
I
up
think it was
they did
80s, 90s, could have been 70s, but I know it was
no
like
kidding.
a remake.
The Blob, really? Wow.
Yeah. And if
Huh.
you haven't seen it, you have to see Little Shop of Horrors. Both versions are good. One's a musical, one isn't. The 80s one's musical.
Okay.
I think it was
Yeah, I've
80s.
actually never seen either. Yeah. Um, that's another one I have to add to my list. My very long list. Um, Definitely need to see that. We got to do more watch parties. Um, More watch parties for these things. We just did a watch party for Young Frankenstein in the Discord. That was fun. At Doug's recommendation, because I had never seen it. That was fantastic. Wow.
I haven't seen that in so long. I loved it as a kid. I've been meaning to show it to Tristan, my fiance.
Nice. It's so good. Yeah, I loved it. I loved it. I have a lot more I need to see with
He hadn't
Alice.
seen Gremlins. Oh my God. So I had to show that to him. And Short Circuit with Johnny Five. He hadn't seen that either.
Short Circuit? I've never heard of that one.
Oh my God, you have to see those. Both of them were good. The second one's kind of better than the first.
Okay. Short Circuit. I'm gonna add that to my list.
Johnny Five is alive. Johnny Five's a robot.
Okay. Nice. I actually never saw Gremlins until recently. I just recently saw Gremlins and Gremlins 2 for the first time, and I absolutely loved it. I'd never seen it. I can't believe I had never seen it before. It was so good.
When I was a kid, that
Oh,
was one of the movies that I would rewatch over and over again, except, well, there were two of them.
oh yeah. Um, Blazing Saddles next. Yeah, we should. Blazing Saddles is on the list. I've never seen that one either. Definitely on the list. Sorry, Martin. I was gonna watch The Gorge with you guys. I was going to, but I hadn't gotten any sleep the night before, and I took a nap and slept through my alarm, so I missed like the first half of it. And I didn't want to watch. When I watched that, I want to watch it from the beginning. I'm sorry.
Mm.
I want it to be there. Um, no, I won't stand you up if we set up a Lost watch party. I'll definitely make sure I'm there. Believe me, I
For the
won't stand you
whole
up.
thing.
The whole, oh yeah.
You have to sit there and watch all 6 seasons in one session,
Oh my
one
God.
sitting.
We'd be there for a couple of weeks. It's a
Hey, you
long
promised.
slog.
Today you promised.
I did promise. Um, yes, Martin, Young Frankenstein was phenomenal. It was really good. We're gonna probably do more Tuesday night watch parties for things because Tuesday night we don't have other stuff going on. So, um, not next week. 'Cause I have something else going on that Tuesday night, but definitely want to do more Tuesday night watch parties and some Saturday night ones too, occasionally. Like every other Saturday, we're gonna do a watch party for something. And then I'll probably just randomly watch Lost in there sometimes. And if someone wants to join like Martin, you can watch it with me because I'm making my way through. I'm in season 5 right now, and Martin wanted to watch some Lost. I'm always down because it's not as fun watching it by myself. So, you know,
Mm.
I'll I'll fit that in somewhere. When Severance ends, I'll have a lot more time for that kind of stuff. Definitely. I'll finally, commit to finishing Lost and do it in the watch party channel and join me, Martin, if you'd like, or anybody else. Watch parties are fun. I love doing it. Otherwise, I'd be sitting here just watching everything alone, and it's depressing. My mom only wants to watch old sitcoms, and um, she also goes to sleep at like 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock at night. So we keep different hours. Anyway,
We could
yes, I
probably
only
watch a
watched
couple
The
movies.
Gremlins recently. Yeah, stop.
We could probably watch a couple movies that might be influences on from or inspirations, such as like The Shining and A Return to Salem's Lot. I know he says he was mostly affected by Salem's Lot when he was a child, John Griffin, I mean, but I feel like there are more parallels with the really bad sequel.
Mm, yeah,
And then
yeah, definitely.
there's also an episode of Nightmares and Dreamscapes about a creepy town that people get kind of trapped in, and
Really?
that one has some parallels too. Yeah, Robert, I think, pointed that out and suggested that we read or listen to it. Well, read it, and I listened to it. I haven't actually watched the episode version.
Was that a show?
Yeah, that was a show,
Oh,
Nightmares and Dreamscapes. It was like taking Stephen King short stories and turning them into like episodes of an anthology series.
oh, that's awesome. I never heard of that. I'll put that on
I
my
haven't seen it.
list and nice. I'll put that on my list and check it out. Like, um, if there's that episode about a town that people can't leave, that would be that would be fitting.
It's called
Stephen King is definitely an influence. Mm.
that particular episode and that particular short story is called They Sure Got a Hell of a Band or something like that. It's called
Oh,
it's a long title.
yeah, that sounds familiar, actually. I
I've
don't know
mentioned it
why, but I think,
before in Discord, and I posted a
yeah,
link to a reading of it that someone had posted on YouTube.
okay,
It's pretty good. The reading,
cool.
the story itself is not one of my favorites of his, but I can see the parallels for sure.
Absolutely. Um, I mean,
There's a creepy
I think,
diner.
oh, really? There's a creepy diner?
Yep, I don't want to give away the punchline of anything, so I don't want to say too much about it. But yeah, there were some parallels. It was good. Um, I think the creepy diner and the being trapped there things were like the main parallels. Um, and the town being creepy. They get there by following a road that is just kind of like going on like almost forever and stuff. So I think that he might have read or listened. I think he might have read it because obviously the show wasn't around yet. I think no, was that? I don't remember when that came out. But anyway, uh, yeah, I think he might have read it at some point and been influenced, but possibly not. I feel like it's an idea that have we seen this kind of idea anywhere else? Yeah, besides Lost, like from before Lost.
Not that I can think of, really. Yeah, I'm not sure. I love this kind of concept. Anytime I find a movie or show that has that sort of concept, I have to watch it for some reason. Yeah, I mean, well, The Twilight Zone had an episode about a town where you couldn't leave. So there's that. Um,
Oh, okay.
yeah, that's the oldest one I can think of. The oldest example of this that I can think of. Um,
Now,
and
I was
yeah,
I was a big fan. I was a big fantasy nerd in high school, and I read a lot of Dragonlance novels. And in those novels, there are wizards, and they have these towers of high sorcery that are part of like that belong to like the most powerful wizards, kind of like the Order of Wizards owns one, and then there's one that anyway, that one's not important. But the one that's owned by the Order of Wizards is kind of cool. It's in a magical forest, and it's almost like the opposite of the forest in From. If people are walking towards it, they find themselves walking away from it, unless it wants you to be there. If it wants you, then that thing's going to appear pretty much like wherever you are, and then you're going to
ooh,
find yourself just constantly walking towards it.
ooh, that's fascinating. I love that. That
Yeah, the
I
other
love
one
that
just
kind
has
of
undead
concept.
protecting it. I
It
thought that
has
this
what?
was a really cool idea. Yeah, the other one just has undead protecting it. This one's got a cool magic forest.
Nice. What's that called again?
Um, the Tower of High Sorcery. That one's technically the Tower of High Sorcery of Wayrith, and the forest is called the Wayrith Forest. And it's from Dragonlance, which is a Dungeons and Dragons game and book series.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's very From like for sure with the forest kind of drawing people in. The forest and From is kind of like a character unto itself. It seems like it's
Yeah,
alive.
I think we're gonna have to do like a deep dive on magical forests and at some point, and creepy towns.
Oh, that's a great idea, actually.
Scarlet
Yes,
had
because
recommended doing creepy towns, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we could, we can do all
Origins of
kinds of deep
FromVille.
dives into potential influences. What? Sorry, what?
Oh, I just said the origins of FromVille.
The origins of FromVille. Yeah. The origins of From. Yeah, it's that would be perfect. Yeah, to look into just different concepts that are similar, like possible influences on From. I want to do watch parties for some movies and shows that either have similar concepts or it could be potential inspirations for the series. Um, and we can do deep dives into stuff like that, magical forest mythology, uh, other stories that have similar concepts. Because I know there are others. There must be.
And
And
what are some good movie? Well, what are some movies that have like creepy children that might tie into like the boy in white character, or like maybe aren't quite the same, but other movies that have creepy children, and how From does it different or
mm,
similar, either or?
I don't know. I mean, the
Everyone knows about
creepy.
Village of the Damned, so right. That was that creepy kids.
What was like? What did you say?
I said Village of oh no, I meant Children of the Corn. Children of the Corn had creepy kids.
Oh yeah, extremely creepy
Technically both are
kids.
true.
Both are true though. Yeah,
Village of
Children
the
of the
Damned
Corn.
actually was really creepy.
Which one was?
Village of the Damned for some reason scared me more as a kid. It was just psychologically terrifying. And I watched that in theaters when I was a child, and oh my God, that was probably one of the scariest films I ever saw.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Village of the Damned?
I haven't seen it, but I just Googled it, and it's terrifying looking through glowing eyes of the kids. Oh my God, it's
Yeah,
horrifying.
they're all pale, they have that white hair, they're all telepathic. So the premise is like there's this town, and they they have like this blackout, everyone falls asleep. When they wake up, all the women are pregnant, and then they give birth to these creepy kids that are telepathic and like taking over the town. And and yeah, it was a creepy movie, but there could be a little bit of a nod to that with the boy in white being creepy and seeming to know everything and wearing all that white.
Sure. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, what an awesome concept. How was that? I've never seen that. I'm definitely gonna add that to my list.
There are a
Um,
few versions. I've only seen the newer one,
I
or I think it's the
tried
newer one.
I tried watching the original once, and it just was so, I found the beginning so boring that I just shut it off. I've heard the sequel is better, actually, but
Yeah, I've
I'll have
only
to check
seen
that.
well, yeah, I think I've seen part of the original, and I think I was a little bit underwhelmed by it. I'm not sure if I put it on or if it just happened to be on TV. But yeah, the 90s one, that was the one that scared the heck out of me.
Mm, yeah, it looks terrifying. Um, so what was I gonna say? With Alice said, I hope you do the magical forest to replace Severance. Well, I gotta find something to replace Severance, that's for sure. Um, if that were like a series or something that's on, I could totally do that. But what I have to do is I have to find something current to cover when Severance is over. It's good for the channel. I have to find something. That's a goal. I don't think I'm gonna find anything that I'm gonna be as obsessed with as Severance and From. So you know, I probably will do whatever it is I do. It'll be shorter lives and for that particular show. And I'll do videos, but I won't be as obsessive about it. Like honestly, I've been looking, there's not much on the horizon right now in terms of the type of show that I would want to cover. The only thing I could really find is The Handmaid's Tale, which is coming out April 8th, and I've watched all 5 seasons. I've been,
Ooh.
really into the show. I mean, it's depressing and it's dark and disturbing, but it's a fantastic show. So I'm probably going to make scripted videos on The Handmaid's Tale. I'm not going to do lives for it though, because that would just be, I think that would be way too much of a downer, and people wouldn't want to come to a Handmaid's Tale live.
I need to finish watching that. I really liked what I saw of it.
It's a great
Does it stay pretty
show.
decent?
Oh, it does. Yeah.
Okay, good.
It's beautifully done. It's very artistic and powerful, but it's harrowing to watch. But I definitely wanted to do like a magical forest deep dive. We're gonna continue, doing this kind of stuff on our From Academy Fridays, doing deep dives into different topics that are related to From. So like concept of magical forest, that's something I definitely want to do. The forest in From, they refer to it like it's alive, it's not your fear that feeds the forest void, it's hope. Why does she say the forest? It's not, she doesn't say this place, she said it's the forest. That's what evil Abby
So
said
he
to
did say
Boyd.
the forest.
Yes. Yes. Abby said to Boyd, evil fake Abby, it's not your fear that feeds the forest, Boyd, it's hope. So
Yeah, so we got
that's
like
an
this living
interesting,
forest.
like alive. It's like the forest is part of the big bad, I think. Um, that was a key line right there. Um, and then you have other lines like, the boy in white telling Sarah in her head, this place is angry now. Nathan was right. This place is angry. Um, it's like this place is sentient. Victor says the trees are moving. That's bad. The trees are moving closer to the town. And he says that's a bad thing. So, you know, then Dale has that line, it's a forest full of nightmares. Um, so I think the forest is like some kind of
I
sentient
loved that
thing.
line. The forest
Huh?
full of nightmares. I said I loved that line, the forest full of nightmares.
Wasn't that great? Yeah,
That
I
was.
loved, yeah. It's like none of us are enjoying ourselves out here. It's a forest full of nightmares, Jade. Um, yeah. Because Jade was wigging out and wanted to take off, and understandably, he just saw that Puritan guy. So, um, but
Another
hey
nightmare
there,
reference right there.
and it was another nightmare reference. The forest and a nightmare reference. Two recurring things here in the show. So, yeah, I was taking notes on that. Hey there, May the Ankooey Coolie. I like your name. That's awesome. Um, what else? Children of the Corn. Yeah, I've only seen that once. I want to watch that again. That's a classic. Um, what else? Let's see. The Pit is great. I've never heard of The Pit. Hmm, never heard of that one. Hey there, Code Knox. Um, the forest is eating slash absorbing the town. It seems kind of like it the way the trees are moving closer. There's got to be a reason for that. So, yeah, that's something that we should definitely do one of our From Academy deep dives into, and also like the whole creepy town, you know, towns that you can't escape from thing, because that's been done several times before. What that could mean. Um, yeah, there's a lot. There's so many different things we can explore during the off season on these Friday lives, and you know, and do watch parties for. Do more watch parties. I have a list of stuff that I think is, it's either potential inspiration for the show or just, similar concepts that at the very least, even if it's not inspiration for the show, it's still enjoyable to watch because it's in the same type of it has like same type of themes or similar concepts, so stuff that we would enjoy checking out in the off season, doing watch parties and discussing it in these lives.
I also have a
Hey,
question for the
Trace.
chat.
Yep.
Um, if we moved from Academy to Wednesdays or Thursdays, would that work for them? I know some people work weekdays. So I don't know, but we're thinking about maybe moving it to a Wednesday or Thursday, I think, right? So I'm
Well,
kind of curious.
that's something we gotta. Yeah, it's something we gotta talk about. Maybe we were thinking about maybe moving it to Thursday after Severance is over. So,
Mhm.
so yeah, we might consider moving it to Thursday. I know it might be more difficult with people's work schedules. That's a good point. And as far as Doug, I don't know. Like, 'cause these are the ones Doug tends to join since he's available earlier than we have him on. Um, if like I can talk to him too and see if that would make any difference to him, whether it's a Thursday or a Friday. And if it doesn't matter to him, then that's something we could do. Yeah, we could yeah,
If
so
it works out easier for everyone, I'm just trying to make things easy for folks.
right, yeah. Yeah, yeah, let us know in the chat if Thursdays would be okay with you guys if we moved this from Friday to Thursday. If we did that, it would be after Severance ends. Right now, we have watch parties for Severance on Thursday nights. So next week is the final one. So it's
Oh
just
no, I
something
want to
that we're
dominate.
thinking about.
I want to
Huh?
kick out the Severance. So I want to dominate. I want to kick out the Severance. I'm going to take over. Remember, I'm an invader. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's only one more week, so you can tough it out one more week and
I can tough it out.
uh
I've got some
yeah, I can
monsters I can work on.
yeah. Leave Severance alone. We love our Severance. But Scott says Friday night is really best though for most people, isn't it? It kind of is, I think, because a lot of people don't have work the next day. And these streams tend to go to the wee hours because these are the streams Doug usually joins, which just works out better that way because Doc
Mm,
has work. Doc can't come on early, so I figured if we're gonna
yeah,
have Doug join one of the two from streams, then it makes sense to do this one.
I would
Um,
have to move my
and
shift
then
earlier on Thursdays, which might be possible. Maybe. I'm gonna ask.
okay, well let's talk. We'll talk about it
Yeah,
off stream and we'll figure it out. Something
yeah,
that'll
we'll
work
figure
for
it out.
all of us. Absolutely. Yeah, we will talk about it and May says Friday is good. It's been hard for me to show up during week live streams. Yeah, that's the thing, because we do very late night lives, especially these. Uh, these go really late slash early. Now it's early. It's 4 in the morning on the East Coast.
Right.
So,
I work at 4 p.m. to midnight usually. I get out at 11 on Fridays. So that's it works for my sleep schedule. Like tomorrow, because I'm on so late, I'll be sleeping until 2 p.m. probably.
right. Yeah. So and it works fine for me. I'm able to sleep. I do sleep. A lot of people wonder if when I sleep. Believe me, I sleep. I just have to sleep. When I do these streams, I just have to sleep during the daytime. Part of the day anyway. Like a
Wait, you're
vampire, but
not
I do sleep.
AI?
And I'm not AI. Nope.
Oh my God, I thought you
Real.
were like this AI that doesn't sleep. No, I'm kidding.
No, trust me, I sleep. I sleep and uh so yeah, we'll figure it out, Scott. Um what's your
Julie B,
schedule on Thursday?
everyone, a product of
Huh?
Grant Gregory AI. I said, Julie B, everyone, a product of Mr. Grant Gregory AI. Very convincing. No,
Yeah, even when I'm on camera, it's not real, it's all just a creation of Mr. Grant Gregory. Surprise. Yeah, he's the wizard behind the curtain. Trace. It truly is AI. That's the greatest AI. Uh, yeah,
I think if I were AI, I'd have a lot more of my shit together. I wouldn't make so many mistakes, and I'd be on time more, I think, too. But yeah, what's
I'm
this late
totally
slash
AI.
early? What?
I'm
Doc?
totally AI, including my set. That gash in the ceiling is intentional.
Yes. Uh, what's this late slash early you speak of? It's only 1 a.m. here on the West Coast. Michael, yeah, I wish it were only 1 a.m. here. It's 4:11 a.m. here for me and for
I had plenty
Doc.
of caffeine. I had plenty of
Yeah.
caffeine. I'm good though, I think. I get a little bit
Oh,
loopy as it gets to this hour. Sometimes I like nod off while standing, but I'm good. I feel good right now.
wow. Nodding off while standing. That's impressive. Um, yeah. Oh, thanks, May. I'm happy you could join us. Welcome. Really glad to see new people in the chat. That's always cool to see. We do these every Friday night. Um, if Doug comes, which is pretty often, Doug Hughes, aka the Man in Yellow on From, um, if when he joins, then we start at 10 p.m. When he's not joining, then I usually don't start until like 11 p.m. Eastern or even 11:30. Um, Doc joins after midnight, sometime between midnight and 12:30 a.m. And we do our when Doug joins, we do story time with the Man in Yellow, and he shares his awesome stories from his theater career and writing plays and just his awesome life stories in general. We have great conversations, and um, yeah, so we do that. That's an ongoing series when he's available, and lately we've been doing call-ins, which we never did before, but that's cool. People can call in and talk to Doug, ask him a question, or just give a comment, and he loves that. Loves to hear from you guys, and then Doc joins anywhere from midnight to 12:30 a.m. And when Doug heads out, we dive into one of our From Academy topics of the week. We do research and just kind of bring that to the table and discuss all different From related topics. And it's a great way to stay engaged in the off season. So soon we're going to probably lose Doug. Well, he's not going to be available every week. Like in April, he's going to be away for a couple weeks in Spain, so we won't see him for a bit. And
Oh, fancy.
yeah, he's going to be away, so we won't see him for at least 2 weeks. And then From is probably going to start shooting in June. And whenever it is that they need him, we'll have to lose him for a while, unfortunately. But hopefully he'll come back at some point when his schedule frees up. And in the meantime, we're going to continue doing these From Academy streams. Right now, it's on Fridays, and if we change it to Thursday, we will let you know. But right now, it's Fridays, and Wednesday we do our rewatch streams. So there's that too. We're rewatching From one episode per week. Next week, we'll dive into season 2, episode 3, and that'll be Wednesday at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. And of course, there's our Severance. We've got Severance live on Monday at that's probably going to be about 10:30 p.m. Eastern. I say 10:15, but I know it's going to wind up being 10:30, so I'm going to just make it 10:30. And that'll be Monday. We'll talk about the penultimate episode of Severance, if anybody's into that show too. And of course, the finale of Severance is coming next Thursday. We'll have our watch party in the Discord as usual at 9 p.m. Eastern. And again, I show it a second time at around 10. And then we have a voice chat about it. So that's pretty much the schedule for in terms of the lives and the watch parties and um okay,
You
May.
forgot
I
about the
watched
live
you a
streaming of
while.
child sacrifice. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were about to read something. I was making a joke.
No, it's okay, Doc. What were you gonna say?
I said you forgot about the live watch party of child sacrifice. I'm just joking.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna. We don't have like exclusive footage of the Ankui kids getting sacrificed or anything like that. So, um, so we're not doing that one. But May says, I watched you a while back, but life got a little crazy. It's awesome to see how much your channel has grown and that you've been able to have Doug here a few times. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Trust me, I understand about life getting crazy. Like, I'm barely able to even do all these myself. My life is a mess, but it's been my lifeline, so I keep doing these no matter how bad I feel. Um, but thank you so much. That's really kind. And Doug has been an awesome friend of the channel. It's really been amazing to connect with him. And I never expected when I interviewed him the first time that, first of all, that he'd want to do a live stream in addition, because I did a pre-recorded interview with him, which is linked in the description of this video too. My scripted, I mean, not scripted, but my recorded interview with him that was not a live. I did that first, and it's a two-parter because it was so long. I never thought he would want to actually do a live stream in addition to it, and then I never would have dreamed he'd actually be a regular. So that's been amazing. And I'm really grateful that he likes being here and we love having him here just as a part of our community now. He's become a friend of the channel, and yeah, it's amazing. So I'm just so grateful for that, and that people want to show up and enjoy the conversation. It's awesome.
Samuel had a
Thank
great
you,
comment,
Trace. Samuel,
and so did
do you think
Alice.
do you think Jade and Tabitha participated in creating and locking up the Ankui children? Um, I think they tried. I think they failed to stop it from happening. That's why they have to keep coming back again and again in life after life, trying to fix this somehow. I don't think they participated in it, but they tried and failed to stop it from happening. That's the sense I got from the story from season 3. Um, so that's why they were not turned into monsters like the other people who sacrificed the kids. But they got cursed in their own way. They got cursed to keep coming back again and again. Don't you think, Doc?
I think possibly, yeah.
Yeah. Um, and thank you, Trace. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. With Alice said, what about the dogs in the forest that surrounded Tabitha and Jim when they were looking for Ethan? Could the dogs have been summoned by Victor, Ethan, or the man in yellow to hinder their search, or possibly
Oh,
alert Victor and or Ethan of his parents' presence? Yeah.
and that
Um,
reminds me of something. I think it was Parkland Media who pointed out that when when Boyd sees the dog for the first time, it looks like you hear like twig snap or something off screen, and the dog looks in that direction as if there's someone else there with the dog that is off screen. And so there are a lot of theories as to who that might be. Is that the boy in white, just staying out of view? Is that the man in yellow? Or is that the person or creature that lives out in the woods, or at the cabins?
hmm. So wait, um, I missed the very beginning of what you said.
Okay, so when Boyd first runs into the dog in the woods,
Yeah,
Gus, um, you hear at one point you hear twig snap off screen, and the dog looks in a different direction as if he's looking at the sound of the twig snapping,
okay.
and then he looks back to Boyd as if there's someone else there with the dog.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. I I've got to watch that. I got to watch that back again. I never noticed that. Interesting. Wow.
I think it was Parkland Media who pointed that out. in his video.
Mm.
That or is the person responding to his video, because there was a person who responded to his video. I'm trying to remember all the names. I'm so sorry that I can't. I can look it up though. But it was him or the other person.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, you're trying to give credit to the appropriate person. Sometimes we can't always remember accurately, so it's people understand that if you're
The
inaccurate
JH
there, and
review
you,
was the other one.
yeah. Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
fascinating. Hmm, that's fascinating. So, yeah, I think yeah, there could have been some being there that the dog was looking at, the boy in white, the man in yellow. Yeah, I'd have to take a look at that scene again and think about why that could be the case. Like what presence could be there? That's so interesting.
I'm thinking the boy in white didn't appear to Boyd because Boyd would ask way too many questions.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it would be the boy in white. I mean, unless the boy in white was there. So it could be like that scene where the boy in white did appear to Sarah, and Boyd was standing right there, but he couldn't see him. So
Mm,
it could be that the dog could see the boy in white, but Boyd
right.
couldn't. Selective
Exactly.
visibility. Mm-hmm. So it could be. See you, Martin. See you, Martin. Thank you so much for being here. It's awesome to have you.
Good night.
Thank you for being such an awesome member of the community and supporting. Really appreciate you. Um, and thank you. Yes, 70 likes. Thank you so much. And thank you, Scott, for cheerleading for the likes. I really appreciate it. It really makes a difference because when I see reminders, it helps me. I don't remember to like videos when I'm watching them either. So thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you, Dieter. Dieter popped in too. Dieter popped in to drop some links to my socials. Um, I recently finally made a Facebook page, although I haven't done much with it yet. But I am on Facebook now and Instagram and X too. X is just at JulieBDeepDives. I'm easy to find. Anyway, um,
Michael had a great observation.
the
I'd
dog.
seen something like this pointed out before, but I didn't actually catch this part. Yeah, about the dogs right there.
Yeah. So it's like, so he says, when Boyd comes out of the dungeon and yells, "You don't break me, there is a dog there." The only thing there when he said it. Later, the monsters throw it back at him. Are the dogs spies for the town slash monsters slash entities? Oh, that's that's something I'd never thought of.
Could
You're
be.
welcome,
It's
Martin.
possible not all the dogs work together too.
Yeah, yeah. Um, you're welcome, Martin. You're such a sweetheart. Um, that's such a cool idea. I never thought of that. I've always assumed that there's some entity because of that scene and the monsters throwing it back at him. I've always just thought, okay, well, that's more evidence that there's some kind of omniscient being here that can see and hear them wherever they are, even in the middle of the woods. But it could also be explained by time travel. Now that we have time travel, someone could have been there and heard that. It could also be explained by the monster's cave. It could extend underneath. We don't know how far it goes. There could have been, the monsters could have been under there and heard him um, in the cave. But I tend to think that's not the case, though. Maybe there's something else going on here. And that's an interesting thought. It could be something related to the dogs.
It could
Maybe
be
not all the dogs are on the same team. Like Doc, like you just said, maybe like one of them belongs to the boy in white or two of them. And a different one is on the man in yellow side or something. It's possible.
really. I think what makes probably the most sense to me would be it being the trees. First, I thought maybe the crows, but you don't see them at night. Until the dog was pointed out. So the dog's possibility. But I wonder about the trees because the trees are just like super creepy. And I know like supposed like the faraway trees are supposed to be good, kind of linked to the Ankui children, but they do seemingly bad things too. So I don't know. So I think the trees might be suspect. The trees themselves that are encroaching on the town.
Oh yeah, there's something malevolent there, I think. That because Victor, like I trust Ethan and Victor's instincts, and whatever they say, I go with. And Victor said the trees are moving closer, and he said that's bad. So since he said that, yeah, I think that the trees, there's something malevolent going on there with the trees and the forest in general. The forest full of nightmares, the forest that feeds on, well, according to Evil Abby, the forest feeds on hope, but I don't believe that personally. I think it feeds on pain, suffering, maybe false hope. But yeah,
We have we have the pictures of the tree claw, the claw hand made out of trees.
mm-hmm.
I think there was
That's
some
true,
other
yeah.
sort of tree monster imagery that I'm not recalling properly. Maybe roots or
This would be
something.
a great this would really be a great topic for From Academy. Should definitely
Oh
do
yeah.
this one. Yeah. There are all kinds of things like that we can dive into. I think that would be terrific. Yeah. Um,
Do we
but
think that the boy in white turns into a dog ever? There was that theory that I had come across, and I don't think he actually turns into a dog, but I don't know. Other people might think that he does.
mm, I think Scarlet said that at some point that that she
I
thinks
don't
he
have that
he may
again.
turn into a dog. Yeah.
I mean, I believe he probably could if he wanted to, but I'm not sure.
Right.
I think it's more like he just can like tell the dogs to, I don't know, they're kind of like his buddies or they help him in some way, and he can't be seen by everyone, at least not if he doesn't want to be.
Right. Yeah, like forget why Scarlet had a specific rationale for why she thought maybe the boy in white can turn into a dog. Like
I'm curious.
in some cases, well, in some cases, like depending, I think I remember what it was. I haven't eaten anything and I'm starving, eating a bowl of cereal. Um, so Scarlet, I think it was that I think she said that the dog, like Boyd would respond better to a dog than the little boy. Like he appears as a little boy to people who would be more receptive to him, such as a mother like Tabitha, a little boy like Victor as a kid, Ethan, a young woman like Sarah, but that he could possibly shapeshift into the dog when he wants to do something in, to get someone like Boyd to follow him. And like a grown man, he might be more receptive to a dog than a little boy. I think that was basically the rationale behind it. It could be, I could see it.
That makes sense.
Some type of, right? Like could be some type of shape-shifting entity.
Do we actually see him with Gus? We see him with a smaller dog in the flashback, right?
We saw him with there were two dogs darting back and forth down the street. Yeah. There were definitely two.
But do we see him and Gus in the same scene? Have we?
I'm not sure. I can't really tell them apart.
I think there was a
All the
scene
dogs
with him and at least a shepherd dog.
all the dogs look so similar to me. I have a hard time telling them apart. But I have to look at it more closely. But I know that he was in the same scene as two dogs during the post-massacre scene. There could be a third one though. So
Samuel asked, why do you think the dog was barking at Jim and Tabby in the woods? We kind of talked about that a little bit. I think that the dogs were trying to keep Jim and Tabby away while Victor explained the faraway trees, and then I think they showed up to warn them about the faraway trees, not a little bit more, maybe like as like a warning against using them, or to warn them that Jim and Tabby were coming. But I don't know. Victor had a very traumatic reaction to that. That was my take anyway. I don't know. What do you think?
I was talking and I didn't realize I was muted.
Oh no, it's okay. I was also asking the chat.
So I think it was probably to protect Victor from Jim, because Jim was going to attack him for sure. Maybe the dog. I mean, the dog didn't know Victor was armed, so he could protect himself. He had a gun in that lunchbox. But
Did he fire off the dog? I mean, he fired off the gun to scare off the dogs, right? And in turn, that also kind of let known the fact that he has a gun, and I think that also kind of warned Jim away.
Yes.
So was
That's a
it the
great
boy in white
point.
manipulating events?
That's a great point.
That
Because
only just kind of occurred to me. Sorry, go ahead.
no. Were you gonna say? Was I cutting you off there?
Nope, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that's a great point, because Victor was carrying that gun in his lunchbox, but that didn't mean he was gonna whip it out like that. I mean, he might not have done it if the dogs hadn't shown up like that. The dogs showed up. Victor, now I just remembered something too. Victor is triggered by the sound of barking dogs, because I think it's because that's one of the first things he saw when he came out of the root cellar after the massacre. When he was showing Ethan the faraway tree, he heard barking noises that sounded like they were coming from the tree. There were these muffled barking noises, and he started covering his ears. Triggered. So now I don't think that means the dogs are a malevolent thing. I think it's just the fact that I think he associates them with the massacre, and it triggered him. I could be wrong. Maybe they are a malevolent figure, but they showed up, and then they showed up for real. First, he heard the barking coming from the tree, and he was triggered. And then Jim and Tabitha showed up. The dogs showed up for real, and it made him take the gun out, fired in the air to scare the dogs off. And that in turn, that made Jim aware that he has a gun. So Tabitha was like, he has a gun. Let's get away from him. Otherwise, I think Jim would have just physically attacked him right then and there. Seriously. Taking his
That was
kid out in
actually
the
really
street like
clever.
that. Taking his kid out in the
The way they
woods.
set that up.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that was really clever how they did that. But it's funny though, he's not triggered by the boy in white. He's not afraid of the boy in white. The boy in white was one of the first things he saw when he came out from the root cellar, but the dog seemed to upset him more. I don't know why.
Yeah. Maybe he didn't really see the dogs after that.
He may not have.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I think too they were trying to give us a little bit more context of Victor and his trauma.
I agree.
And,
Yeah.
and Michael Merkin also had another comment too. Said at least one dog followed the man in white, boy in white. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit tired. The boy in white down the road in Victor's flashback. Did I miss something else too? Oh, after the massacre, the dog follows the boy in white, separate entities, I think. Okay, so the dog does follow boy in white.
Oh yeah. Let me see. I
Oh, I missed
have
a. Oh, there's been a bunch of chat in here. Okay, I missed a whole lot.
oh yeah.
Uh,
I'm trying to find the episode where I think it was a rock in a far away. Where yeah, this is it. The dogs.
mm.
I have it. I have the picture
Oh,
that'll
good.
show both dogs. My cat is howling. I'm gonna have to go feed her in a minute, but there's a picture in here that shows I take way too many of these screenshots.
Hey, it's useful.
It's useful, but it takes me forever to find the right one. Oh my god, it's a lot.
Hey,
This
it's
is
like
the
me
one
looking
that
through my notes.
yeah. You take awesome notes. You're very detail oriented. I love how much work and research you put in.
Oh,
It's
thank you. I
awesome.
just need to organize them better. I'm learning
Oh,
though. Now I know to highlight things.
you're doing great. So here it is. This is the scene. There's Victor. There's one of the dogs. He's very brown. He's got long fur. It looks like a guy is literally cut in half. Since when do the
Right?
monsters cut people in half?
And that is a Belgian Shepherd dog, so it's the same type of dog at least. I don't know if it's the same dog.
Mm-hmm. Same. So that's the same type of dog as Gus.
Yeah, I don't know if it is the same dog, but it's the same type of dog.
Okay. Now, if I could just zoom back out. Oh, this thing is so annoying. Hold on. This is why I need a better laptop. Okay. Um, so then there's another shot of the dog. This is a close-up shot of that dog we were just looking at.
I feel like Gus
So,
had lighter colors though, but I mean that it could still supposed to be the same dog. They might
mm-hmm.
not have been able to get the same canine actor, but I think it's supposed to be the same dog.
I think so too. Yeah, I think so too. Now it looks like there's just one. I could have sworn there were two in this scene, but
I
I
think
only
there are
see one.
multiple. No, because we only hear more dogs than the one that they see, right? When Jim and Tabitha only see one dog, right? Or do two other dogs run by? No, the two
Yeah,
dogs running are in. Hmm, yeah,
that looks like a
pretty,
child right there. That's a
could be
child.
a child or a
Uh,
young woman.
yeah. Scarlet said somewhere here there's a child in tap shoes,
Oh
and
my gosh, we might be showing a little too much gore for. I just
it's not
realized
it's not
it's not too
too
much.
bad.
Okay,
It could I think it's all right. Some of the shots on this show I do have to be careful, but now it won't let me zoom out again, and I'm stuck on that poor little dead kid. Okay.
so yep, there's a couple of
Ah,
times a dog appears. And other time I remember two different looking dogs. Yeah, there was a small dog or two small dogs at one point. I remember. I don't remember what episode though, and I was having a hard time finding it like through the videos and AI.
um,
Like that's something I have to do a rewatch for.
well, so in this one there was only one. I could have sworn there were two, but in this flashback there was just one. I think the only time we saw more than one dog was when they confronted Jim in the woods with Victor.
Okay.
And it's the same
Yeah, I think
episode
that
as
sounds
this
right.
one. This is the same episode too. So it's a rock and a far way. So Victor is at the tree, and all of a sudden he's looking at it, and there's a close up on the tree because he hears muffled barking noises coming from inside the tree. It's like the place is trying to trigger him, I think.
Hmm.
I think the trees are trying to trigger him. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, no, I think so.
And only he can hear it. He's like, "Don't you hear that?" or something. And he covers his ears. Ethan can't hear it.
That might
I
also be
think the
trying to get him to remember.
could be. And then he thinks of this. So he's triggered by hearing the barking noise coming from that hole in the tree, and he has that flashback starting. That's when the memory starts to come back, and that's why we see this shot. And then he's triggered, and by the end of the episode, he remembers the whole thing. Oh shit, that's too much. Too much gore. Too much gore. But that was Gus the dog.
Put your hands over your
Or
eyes, kids.
I think it was Gus the dog. Just have to be
Yeah,
careful
that
not to
looked
get the
like it.
video pulled. That looks like the same
Yeah,
dog.
that's the same dog.
Yeah. It's dark, same colors, long fur, but there's more than one. Oh no, it won't let me zoom out again. God, damn this cheap laptop. Look at this. I keep trying to zoom back out and it, it won't let me. Damn it.
Probably works
Ah.
better than the one I have.
Oh, never buy a $200 laptop, guys. It's a very bad idea.
Yeah, I bought a $300 desktop and realized, oh crap, it's missing some important components.
Okay, so
I
then,
can't even get it to boot.
so there was more than one, like it does show, it shows at least two, but it's hard to tell. I take a lot of screenshots and I'm having trouble seeing that there's more than one, but I know there was one on one side of them, and
That
then
was a different type of dog,
that one
wasn't that?
there.
Looked like there was one
Th-
snarling. That one that had shorter hair.
oh yeah. Yes, this one looks like it has shorter fur, doesn't it?
Yep, that's right. The I remember that. Gus wasn't snarling like the other one was,
Right.
and I think they stood on opposite sides. Oh, and
Yep.
that makes me think of the Two Wolves uh the song or a story about the Native American, I think it was Native American story. There are two wolves within you. One's good, one's bad, and the one that is stronger is the one that you feed.
Mm. Oh, that's interesting.
We got
I
the
like
two
that.
dogs, the snarling dog and the guide dog.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate it. And Scott, I've never answered your question, Scott. Hold on, let me answer your question. No, I have never seen Something Wicked This Way Comes, actually. So maybe that's another one to add to my list. Sorry, Scott. I meant to get to that earlier. Anyway, you were saying, Doc, that's interesting, like one good and one bad wolf.
Yeah, that everyone the stories that everyone metaphorically has two wolves inside themselves, a good wolf and a bad wolf, and that the one that's strongest is the one that you feed.
Interesting. Yeah,
Something along those lines. I'm sure I'm butchering it, but it's something similar to that.
I love that. Yeah. Maybe that could be the case, I've just been assuming the dogs are all, if there are two of them, that they're on the same side, but there could be one on the boy in white side, one on the man in yellow side, even.
Mm.
Yeah. Or, whichever side you think is, benevolent, and
And
whichever one
malevolent.
is malevolent. There could be one good, one bad. So interesting stuff. That's a good catch that dog has shorter fur. I was never able to tell them apart. But you're right.
It's because my
that's
parents
the
bred German Shepherds, and they look kind of similar, and I had to learn how to tell them apart. And some of them, I remember like when we got Arissa and Jenna, I had a hard time telling them apart for like 2 weeks, and then after that, I was like, how could I not tell them apart? They look completely different to me now. So, and then having litters of puppies and having to tell them apart, and they're from the same freaking litter, and Jenna and Arissa weren't even related. Um, so
yeah.
I'm kind of good at telling them apart, I guess.
Mm. Yeah, you are. Because I was never able to pick up on that. Similar coloring and everything, and you only see this for a split second too. And as I was going by it, I should have picked up on it, but because I'm looking at the still, but yeah,
It's a similar
same.
type of dog, it looks like.
Mm, it does look like a similar type of dog, similar color fur, but shorter. So there were definitely at least two in this scene. And then Victor fires the gun in the air and they take off. I think there were two.
I think there were
I
two.
think, yeah. And then he once he has the gun out, he just points it at Jim. But yeah. Um
One had Scott says one had an evil growl, one looked nicer. Yeah, I think that's why they
yeah.
chose the the Tever Tev Fred the long-haired shepherd dog for the boy in white, because one of the reasons why people breed them and like them is because their fur seems to look elegant. And that's how it's commonly described, as having elegant long fur.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful dog. Gorgeous. Um the fur has got to be a nightmare to maintain, you know. Full it gets full of knots. Um
And your furniture. The
yeah.
boy in white has to do a lot of sweeping, vacuuming,
Oh, yeah.
cleaning off of the furniture.
Oh, yeah, like my place. It's
Cat
completely
fur.
coated in cat
Oh
fur.
yeah,
The three
I realized my grandmother's chair is all covered with the cat's fur right now, because lately she's taken to climbing on it.
Oh man. Yeah. It's an endless battle with cat fur when you have cats around. We have three of them. It's everywhere. And it all gets sucked up into my treadmill and clogs up my treadmill gears.
Oh no.
It's really bad. Yeah, and then my treadmill doesn't work right. It's crazy. Yeah, that's how much fur we have here. Which I'm actually on right now. I couldn't wait any longer. I just had to get on the treadmill.
Understandable.
But anyway, I'm glad I thought to pull up these pictures so we could actually like look at the dog while we were talking about it. So, and there's just one other thing I can pull up. Then we should probably sign off. We've been going at this for a long time. But I
Yeah.
can pull up the episode where Boyd found the dog. It was episode 8. It was, I believe it was this one. Yeah, this is the one. Because I want to see which dog it was. Going through hundreds of pictures. It's great when I'm breaking down an episode, but when I want to find an individual picture, it's not so great to have this many. Okay, flashbacks. Boyd. Okay, it's a little further down. Okay. It was a little, I think it was a little before, no, wait, it was after this. Boyd was in the woods with the dog.
Mhm.
Boyd and the goat. Okay, here it is.
There we are.
Here's the dog.
Yeah, it looks like the same dog, or at least
Looks like this.
it's supposed to be the same dog. If it isn't the same dog actor, it's the same
Yeah,
character.
see it. It looks like it has lighter fur, but it has long fur. Maybe it's supposed to be the same dog.
Well, even
But
if it is the same canine actor, depending on if the dog's shedding, what the dog's been eating, if it's getting more like oils or whatnot, and if it's getting more sun, it can change the color of the fur a little bit. Um, Belle had a like multicolored coat like that, and her coat would change colors a little bit depending on like if she was shedding or not.
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I didn't realize that was a thing. But
Oh yeah,
um,
especially if they're getting time out in the sun with the sun bleaching their fur.
okay, yeah, the sun. That makes sense. It does that with humans' hair too. So
Mhm.
um, yeah, I think this is probably supposed to be the same dog that was in the flashback scene with the boy in white. Similar fur, very long fur. Yeah. And then the dog takes off again. um, Now, of course, it appears again to Boyd in season 2, but it's dark, so you can't really see much because it's nighttime. Anyway, yeah, I think that's our Gus the dog. So, yeah, I think it's a helpful entity. This is the dog that was with the boy in white. I'm not surprised that it looks like it's meant to be the same one because this dog, I think, was helping Boyd, leading him in the direction of where he found the talismans. And yeah, he got
Mhm.
him lost in the process, but he did find the talismans as a result of following the dog, you know? So, and
Yeah,
the
I think
dog
that they're
helped him
supposed to be helpful
again
figures.
later. Huh?
I think they're supposed to be helpful figures. Whether or not they're helpful to the lives of these people or just ending the cycle, is a whole different matter. But I mean, they're not mutually exclusive ends.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they could be just like the boy in white could just be trying to end the cycle, and sometimes he has to do harmful things to achieve that end. Um, so there, I don't think there is any purely good figure in the show. It's all ambiguous, probably on both
Or
sides, actually.
and there is still the possibility that they are evil and they're all working together. But I like to think that there is a little bit of a light in the dark, and that they're using this and these characters as that while making them super creepy and a constant question. And like if you keep them like creepy, they're like this, they're kind of like a blank slate or mirror that like reflects what you fear they might be, and your fears about the town and the forest. So I feel like they
Hmm,
have to keep it like that.
I agree. Yeah. Um, I like that they keep it ambiguous. Um, and the one that we just broke down, um, the dog helped Boyd. I mean, it's undeniable. The dog helped him find his way out of the woods, I think. I mean, why did he show up right when Boyd was at the ruins? I think it was toward the
Yeah,
end.
the pieces just they don't seem to fit right for me for the at least for Gus to be a malevolent dog or a malevolent creature. Um, the same with the boy in
Yeah,
white. Like there are definitely creepy aspects, but I do think the boy in white is trying to help. There there is still a strong possibility he isn't, and I do see that possibility in there too. But I feel like there's more evidence leaning towards him being a benevolent character as well.
yeah, I agree. I agree. Um, oh, one last appearance of the dog here to show. He shows up, and it's the long-haired one again.
Yeah.
Same dog. Yeah, it's the same dog and he calls him
He
Gus.
calls him Gus. So he recognizes him.
Yep. He recognizes him. He's the same long-haired one. And he says, "Hey, Gus, slow down." His dog is always just taking off like a rocket. Like, Jesus, slow the hell down every time. But look how he came to him there and then took off. It's like, follow me. It seems intentional. Because Boyd, how else would he have known how the hell to get out of there? He went into a tree. Remember, he was finding his way through the woods the way that he was navigating. He was carving arrows into trees so he would be able to find his way back. Well, that was all shot to hell because first the tent was dragged, so they didn't know where they were once the tent was dragged. And then they were just wandering around. Then he got in a faraway tree and wound up in the ruins of that dungeon. How would he have found his way back safely at night with the monsters in the woods? So that dog seems like it was there to help, to get him to follow it, right?
I think so. There is also the possibility that he just wanted to get the worms back to, well, the cicada nymphs back to town to infect other
That's true.
people. The whole
That's true.
I don't think the him giving them to Smiley and Smiley kicking it and then being reborn, I don't think that really helped the bad side in any way. It just kind of just made things take longer for Smiley to be able to wreak more havoc, I think. So yeah, I don't really know if that's all part of the Boy in White's evil plan. So I think he's probably a good guy.
Yeah. That's what I think for now, and yeah, I would have I would have fought really hard on the opposite side of it until season 3, but season 3 just showed me some pretty solid evidence that the Boy in White is a helpful entity. Up to that point, it was just too ambiguous, and yeah. Anyway, I could go on and on forever about that, but yeah, the dog. This seems like a helpful act, 100%. He follows in the direction the dog went, and he found his way back to town. Ultimately, I mean, not to town, but first he got to the peach truck and a safe place to hide. So, um, yeah, I think. Oh, and you know what? I don't think the Boy in White is a shapeshifter myself. I think the reason the dog comes to Boyd is just because Boyd would be more receptive to follow a dog than a weird, creepy Boy in White.
That's what
But
I
they're two.
think.
I think they're linked. The dog belongs to the Boy in White. Maybe they are the same entity. Who knows? But we've seen them together, so I don't know. I don't know if I think it makes more sense for them to be separate, but they're linked. The dog belongs
Yeah.
to the boy.
And that kind of fits the whole like persona, well, the personality of that type of dog too. They tend to be loyal to one person specifically. And very, very, very loyal.
Yeah. Well, this dog seems to be loyal to Boyd, except if you won't ever slow the hell down, just slow down.
Well, loyal to the Boy in White, I think, and helping the Boy in White achieve what he's trying to achieve.
Oh, he's loyal. I think he's definitely loyal to the Boy in White, and the Boy in White is trying to help Boyd, I think, by sending the dog. The dog is, is trying to help in both cases. And it would be a little more helpful if he'd slowed down a little bit so Boyd wouldn't get as lost, but ultimately it worked out in both cases. So
I do
yeah.
think some of the reasoning that the Boy in White gives for not being more direct and specific might be a little bit shaky, but I wonder if that's just like that was the best that they could do with explaining why he's so mysterious, and it was convincing enough.
I know, right? Like, he's like, "Oh, I tried before, and I think it's best that you figure it out, that you know, how did he say it? I think it's best that you learn on
You kind
your
of have to,
own or something."
yeah, or
Yeah.
yeah. It's kind of like the you can bring a little horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Yeah.
He
Um,
was kind of yelling at them, "Drink, jump through the tree." And Chris, and he was like, "No, I ain't doing that."
yeah, yeah. I think it was just too much to dump on them, and Christopher lost his mind. It's like way too much knowledge, and he didn't believe him. He said everything here lies. Um, and he snapped. I think that's what made him snap. It's like it drove him mad. He was already probably teetering on the brink based on all the visions he'd been seeing, like Jade
Mhm.
sees. So yeah. Um,
So
but
one of the big questions that still sits with me is when do we think the boy in white originated? Like when was it from the trees? I think it probably was the not the trees, the sacrificing children that them pouring their hope into the roots of the trees. I think whoever pointed that out, I think that they might be right, that that's probably what created the boy in white.
yeah.
What do other folks think? Like,
I think that's how the boy in white originated. That David said, he thinks that the boy in white is like the collective self of the seven sacrificed kids, or of the entire place and everyone connected in it. So um so he was kind of created as a result of that sacrifice, and
mhm,
he wants them to remember. The man in yellow was like the cost of the knowledge from remembering the truth. So it works perfectly with them being two opposing forces. Knowledge comes at a cost. That knowledge was their memories, and the boy in white is trying to get them to remember. It's a it makes total sense in my head that way now. Um,
and him
so yeah,
being
I
an
think that
otherworldly. Oh, sorry.
no, I was just gonna say I think he originated from the sacrifice. What were you gonna say?
I think him being an otherworld, if he's an otherworldly entity, then it makes so much more sense why he's so stoic during all this tragedy, like around all those bodies, and while saving people from a monster massacre at Colony House. Like he's usually so calm, like except for when he's getting frustrated with Victor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even around all those bodies, yeah, he was very calm and collected, and he was, you know, actually enjoying playing on the merry-go-round. But I think that was just to comfort Victor and distract him from all the carnage. So,
Yeah,
um, he did seem annoyed with Victor. He seems like he's just getting frustrated, and you know, because he can't like he has to be subtle. If he dumps all of this information on them, then things will go sideways, possibly like last time. And he seemed angry, I think, out of frustration. He just says, "Don't cut down that tree," and scowls at him. You know, but
that was the
anyway.
most emotion we got from the boy in white.
Sorry, what was that? My
That was the
speakers
most
are so
that was,
low.
that was the most emotion we've gotten from the boy in white.
Yeah, it's about as much as we could get. No.
Chat.
Oh, I'm sorry, my mom was just walking by.
No worries.
She wanted to make sure I didn't have the camera on. Yeah, we never get much emotion out of him at all. That's true. He looked like he was genuinely apologetic before he pushed Tabitha out of the lighthouse, though.
Yeah, he did.
He looked like he didn't want to have to do it, you know. Um,
Oh, and
when he said, I'm sorry, I really am." I believed it.
yeah, that look on his face, I believe it. Because he
He
didn't
looked
have to.
sincere.
He didn't have to look sincere,
No.
as far as we know.
Did you think them?
And yeah, you commented in the chat to him, but yeah, like Scott pointed out, that the dog looked kind of like Lassie,
Yes.
and I think that was a good I think that was probably intentional.
Yeah. I think it probably was intentional. Lassie was always I can't find my album with the I'm trying to find it from a specific episode and oh wait, I'm going the wrong direction, that's why.
Lassie was a
It was
collie, but
episode
okay.
yeah.
She
It was
still had
this
the
one
long
where
fur.
yeah, Lassie was always helping and rescuing, making sure people got rescued, so maybe that was intentional. Um
They couldn't use the same exact type of dog; it'd be too obvious. But yeah, I think they were giving a nod to Lassie there with the look a little bit.
yeah.
So
Oh yeah.
so I guess Gus is the boy in white's Lassie is what's going on.
Yes, he looks mean in some of these. He looks pissed off.
Yeah, he looks aggravated, like he's
Yeah,
frustrated.
he definitely does. He looks frustrated. So again, that could it could give someone the impression that he's not a benevolent figure, but I think he's just frustrated. Now, his posture too. Look at the way he was standing. His fists were balled up. He's standing there with his fists balled up. He's frustrated. So, and I think it's probably from going through so many cycles of this and it always ending the same way. And everyone's making, Tabitha and Jade keep making the wrong choices. And now Victor is about to try and chop down this essential part of fixing everything. Bottle tree, essentially, it's got to be really important. It was made from the hope of the children. And he is there to make sure it's not cut down. So he's got to be on the side of the kids, I think. The Ankui kids.
Yeah,
But
that makes
anyway,
sense. So if he is evil, I feel like the Ankui kids would have to be evil.
right. Which that wouldn't really make sense, They
Right.
were sacrifice victims. So,
I feel like the Ankui kids are evil too, then yeah, everything's just evil. But it also messes up, I feel like, the entire story. Or at least
I mean,
makes it meaningless.
like, the only way I could say, sometimes in horror you see ghosts or spirits that are angry because of what happened to them, and that makes them, want revenge or something. But I don't think they're out for revenge. They just want someone's help. And I don't know how exactly that works though, um but they want help. They want to be freed. Maybe their spirits need to be freed. That's the only thing I can think of at the present. Their spirits are trapped there.
Yeah, kind of like the spirits in the Roanoke season of American Horror Story, or even in the first season, Hell House, where if you die there, your spirit's trapped there, and you just become a a ghost. You're stuck there for eternity.
Mm-hmm.
Or I think if until someone moves your body. No, that I can't remember. I think there was like a ritual someone did at one point in the series to move someone out of there. I can't remember. It's been so long.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like I forgot about that in Roanoke.
It's a good season.
Yeah, I liked it. I don't know why a lot of people didn't like American Horror Story Roanoke. I enjoyed it a lot.
It was the change in format, I think.
Yeah, people didn't like it was like halfway through it switched gears and it was like a documentary or something. Turned
Yeah, it
into a
was
mock
like,
documentary.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Roanoke, there are a lot of people that didn't like it, but then there are people that loved it, and I'm one of the people who loved it.
Yeah, I loved it myself. And Murder House was obviously one of the best. It was the first season. Yeah, May loved Roanoke too. I thought it was great. Like I
Yeah,
forgot
Mayday
about
on
that.
Cooey Cooley.
So the spirits were trapped in the woods, right? In that season.
Yeah, like they
Yeah.
in that show they would get trapped in areas in particular, like in general, like they'd get trapped at Hell House, they get trapped there. There was a campground too where they would get trapped. And was there a drive-in theater, or was that like something different? I think that might have been something different.
I forget that. Yeah, that I can't. I remember something vague about that about a drive-in theater, but yeah,
Oh
there was
no,
the
that was different. That was like a film that wasn't supposed to be shown or something like that.
right, right. Wasn't that was that part of the anthology series American Horror
Yeah.
Stories? Where, yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I remember that. I
That
liked
was
that one.
actually a really good series.
Yeah,
American Horror Stories, the anthology ones, some of those were really good.
I agree. I Anthologies are always a mixed bag because every episode is a different cast and different story. So some of them I didn't like, but there were some that I thought were great. I loved a few of them at least. Yeah, I don't know why people didn't like that either for the most part. The anthology series, they didn't like that. It wasn't popular, but I liked it. At least some of them. That one in
Initially,
particular was really good.
initially when it came out, I was just kind of like, ah, but is this gonna interfere with American Horror Story coming out? That's my big question, and I worried, so I was a little bit like, but I don't think it really interfered with it, if I remember right. I could be wrong. I think that was a period that I kind of fell behind with American Horror Story.
It seems like by that point, the show had kind of started winding down and jumped the shark, like, which is unfortunate because I really enjoy that series. But later seasons, like the more recent ones, were not as strong as earlier seasons. I didn't watch the one with Kim Kardashian because I just didn't like the concept. So I
Oh, it
skipped
was
that
so
one
good.
completely.
A lot of
But
people
did you
didn't
like
like
that
it.
one?
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like it. It was definitely very different. It was it's based on a book. So it's a book that's turned into a show. And really, it could have been its own show, and probably should have. That's probably what pissed people off. Um, but it was good. And then when I went and learned about more about the book, I ended up coming across like I was like, I'm probably not going to read it because I already watched a show of it and I listened to a spoiler thing, and oh my God, the book is so much better from what I heard from that.
Okay.
So now I'm wishing I hadn't listened to it, but I think I've forgotten enough of it where I could probably read the book now.
I figured I saw the concept synopsis and I figured, okay, it's just going to be another demon baby rehash. I've seen too many of these and I don't like that story, that line sort of like it's just not really my thing, the whole demon pregnancy thing. But knowing American Horror Story, they probably did some original twist on it, like they always do.
So maybe I'll check it out. Yeah.
I
You know,
like it.
like, hey there, Twi Prime, I think, or something like that. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but
Hello.
hey, hope you're doing well. We do these lives every Friday, if you weren't aware, where we dive into a different related topic every week. We're just winding down now. Oh, thank you. Good. That is how you say it. We're just winding down now, but we dive into a different topic every week. We call it FROMACADEMY, and we also have Doug Hughes as a frequent guest. And so we spent the first few hours of the live just enjoying Doug's stories and everyone asking him questions. That's always fun. The man in yellow on From, and he has a long career in theater and playwriting, so we always have just the best time having conversations with him in the chat. So that's not, I mean, for now, he comes on as often as he's able to. Eventually, he won't be able to, but for now, it's awesome to have him as a frequent guest. And he was on earlier for a few hours. He'll most likely, I'm almost positive, be on next Friday as well. Next Friday might be a special one, though, where we're going to be talking about Doug's murder mystery play that he wrote with his writing partner, Marcia Kash, and they're going to come on the live together, and we're going to not read it, but we're going to discuss the play that we've read. It's called Deadline, and I think fans of From would absolutely love it. So trying to spread the word about it. And if you're interested in checking it out, there's a link in the description of this video where you can find the play online and you can read the first 32 pages for free. And if you like it, then you can order an e-copy or a regular copy, but it's only 70 pages long, so it's a quick read. Anyone that hasn't read it and wants to participate in the discussion next Friday, so that's in the description of the video. It's called playscripts.com, and the name of the play is Deadline. That's what we're going to be discussing most likely next Friday, but we'll keep you posted. It might be Wednesday. We still have to make the final arrangements with Doug and Marcia and see which day is going to work, if it's Wednesday or Friday. And once we know, we'll announce it as soon as we find out. So if you're listening on the replay, again, you can find that link in the description along with the link to Doug's website with all kinds of information on his career, the website where you can see his first 5 plays and order a copy if you're interested. But I would start with Deadline if you've never read one of his plays and go from there, because we're going to be discussing that next Friday with Doug. And a murder mystery with supernatural and comedic elements. It's just perfect for From fans. Hey, Decipher. I will further abstain from interrupting your guest for lack of relevant contribution. Well, this isn't, for one thing, it's not a guest. He's a collaborator. I would call you I guess a guest co-host.
Yeah, guest co-host. I like that.
Guest co-host and collaborator. Yeah.
Oh, and chat away in the chat. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, no, you can chat as much as you want. You don't have to worry about interrupting, or you can talk about whatever you want during these lives.
Yeah, chat's a
We just
community
appreciate-
thing. Have fun.
We just appreciate that people show up and want to hang out with us. So
Just don't you don't do it, but just don't spam a bunch of stupid stuff, I guess. And
one time, in the first week when I ever did a live stream, my very first one, it was, okay, hold on one second. The first live stream that I ever did, I had a co-host at the time who never appeared with me again. It was the one and only time. Things just didn't work out. And someone actually screwed up in the comment section and referred to her as my guest. And I was like, she's not my guest. Like, it's a guest. It's something completely different than a co-host, and she was all offended by it. I was like, no, she's not my guest. So I don't know how to make distinctions between things, but
I'm fine
guest
being a guest too,
co-host.
but co-host sounds cooler.
Yeah, when you're doing a regular segment with us, that makes you a guest co-host. That's different for me,
Yep.
And at this point, Doug is too. I mean,
Yeah.
he's basically a guest co-host.
Yeah, he totally
if you
is.
got, because we do these regular segments, or I don't know, frequent special guest. I always call him a special guest. He still remains one no matter how many times he comes. I don't care if it's 50 more times. But
Is the sweepstakes still going?
the yeah, we're still doing the giveaway of a crocheted jade doll by LuvCrochet by Alexis. So if you live in the US and you want to enter, then you just would type hashtag jade, all lowercase letters, in the chat to enter. And we're going to randomly select somebody and notify them. Alexis will notify them tomorrow or later today, not tomorrow, today on her social media. So, I think your mention that Doug is a collaborator is a good distinction. Yeah, I mean, basically, at this point, he is. He kind of is. I don't know what to like. I would say he's a frequent special guest, because he is. He's kind of like a special case, though. It's rare that you get a special guest celebrity who is willing to make regular appearances like that. So it's like you have to come up with a new term for him. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, still live, Martin, but we should wrap it up. I've got to finish my workout and feed the cats. I've been on the treadmill, but not enough. I keep having to get off because I think I'm bothering my mom, making too much noise talking. Anyway,
Oh, does your mom get to sleep?
did she what?
Does she get to sleep with you streaming?
She she sleeps not far from where I'm streaming, and if I'm on the treadmill, she's in the next room, and there's no
Oh, the
door there.
treadmill.
So yeah, because I was on the treadmill just now. So yeah, that's why I don't usually do it, even though I really should be streaming from there. It's better for me. But
Oh, well, thank you
um,
to Julie's mom for your patience.
yeah,
We
she's
should make
not
her a
happy if
card.
she's not happy if I wake her up streaming from the treadmill. Uh, these long lives are murder for my pain, so I had to
Tell
get
her
on it.
there are 46 people who are grateful for her sleep sacrifice.
It's crazy to me. Wow, still 46 people. I wonder how many of them are asleep.
Fell asleep with YouTube on. I've done it.
Yeah. Fell asleep. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I've done it too. Well, once I fell asleep while I was doing a live stream, infamously.
I've
Yeah, and I
had like
didn't
the
take
little micro sleeps where you
I
just kind
didn't
of
take it
nod.
down. Oh, really?
Oh, yeah,
Nodding
don't take
off.
that down. That's priceless.
No, I left it. Tony was listening that morning when I was still live, and I had been doing it for many, many hours, and he was listening, and he called me to wake me up, and it didn't work. He was like trying to help, and you know, he felt bad because he knew I'd be embarrassed, so he called, and my phone was I don't know, either my phone was on silent or I was just in a deep sleep. I didn't hear it. Dieter tried calling me. Tony tried calling me. And then my mom, burst through the door, and that woke me up. So Tony told me
And then Tony called me while I was still live, and he's like, and you can even hear his voice in the background saying, "You got to get off the stream. You got to get off the stream and go to sleep." It's hilarious. It's hilarious. You can hear him in the background on my phone talking to me. You got to get off, Julie. I'm feeding them now. Sorry.
Oh yeah, mine's harassing me for food.
Yeah, the cats are all lined
She's
up
not
here. I'm
starving.
feeding them.
She's not starving, but she's a fatty, so she's gonna get her food.
These cats want to be fed in the middle of the night sometimes and start knocking things over until they're fed. But yeah, anyway, Tony was a good friend to me that day. He was trying to help, actually calling, trying to wake me up, and he's like, it was like an intervention. Like, this is too much now. He was reassuring me that these marathon lives, he told me, oh, this is normal. You know, people do this all the time when they get hooked on live streaming. But at this point, he's like, you gotta cut it off now. You need to go to sleep. You can get off the live stream. And
Oh, that
it
reminds
took me another half an hour, but I did. Yeah.
I think we should do a watch party for the movie Live Scream or Live Screamers, which is the new one. I've only seen Live Screamers, but it was really good, and I think
Oh
that
yeah.
you would enjoy it.
What's it called?
Live Screamers.
Oh,
Technically, it's a
okay.
sequel to Live Scream, but I didn't see Live Scream. I didn't even hear about it until after I saw Live Screamers, and I really enjoyed that one.
I've never even heard of either, actually. Huh. Okay. I just Googled it. It's a horror movie.
Yep, it's an indie film, female creator. It's very low budget, but like very cleverly done. The story was surprisingly good, and the characters were actually pretty compelling, or at least entertaining.
Yeah. That I'll have to I'll look up Live Scream and watch that. So there's a sequel coming out soon?
The sequel already came out, Live Screamers. I haven't seen the
Oh, okay.
original. Well, I haven't seen the first one. I watched Live Screamers, and then when I tried looking up like reviews and commentary, that's when I learned about Live Scream and learned that technically this one's a sequel, but you can watch it on its own.
Oh.
I guess there are references to the first one in it that I missed. I
Okay.
think I know where I know where they were now, but yeah, they're not important to the story.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'd like to check that out for sure. I like the concept. I just
Yeah,
looked it
it's
up.
very creepypasta like. It's about a video game that kills people. And so the first movie must be a different group of people that played the game.
Oh, interesting. I like it. I like the concept. It's cool. It's original.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this one was about a group of live streamers who they have a live stream show, and they come across the game. They think it's an indie game, and they play it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Um,
commentary about live streaming and the different horrors that live streamers can run into, like the real world ones. And it was done in a it was good. I know I'm rambling now.
it's okay. No, that sounds good. I'll have to check it out. Um, no, I was just looking back through the comments here. Martin, what is this? It's like, oh, these are all Kendrick Lamar references. Crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. Nice. Yep, I like it. We're writing Kendrick songs about my lives now, or adapting them to my lives. I love it. Crazy, scary,
Make a long
spooky,
version, post it
hilarious.
in Discord.
Yeah. Shit get
I'll
crazy,
make.
scary,
Hey,
spooky, hilarious. Huh?
I can make a rap song out of it. You post the long version in Discord. I'll make it into something. Or try anyway.
Nice. Nice.
It won't be me
Um,
rapping.
yeah. Thank you, Jeter. I appreciate it. Thank you for popping in now and then. I appreciate all the support.
Love you, Dieter.
Dieter, you're the best. Frankie, yes, my mom doesn't have a door. We live in a very small place, and also welcome, Frankie. Yes, I would like to, believe me, but circumstances keep me from doing that, unfortunately. So me and my mom are kind of crammed in here like sardines, and so there isn't a door to where she sleeps, and it's a situation. It sucks. If I could, I would be on the treadmill a lot more for a lot more of the live, but um, then I would wake her up. Grant, this is interesting. He says, I fed all your transcripts from Severance into an AI and it made a podcast based on your episodes. Wait, really? Are you serious? Okay.
Oh, did you use Notebook LM? That's what I use for prepping for From Academy, probably. I use Google Notebook LM to prep for From Academy. I put all my resources into there and I turn it into podcasts and listen to it while I work.
Oh, really? That's awesome. Oh my
Yeah.
God. See,
And
this
then
is
I also
amazing.
have AI make summaries of different things, and I put that into Speechify to just basically read the text.
Oh my God. Well, Grant has shown me several things that with software and technology that it really could make my life a lot easier, and I appreciate it. I really appreciate all your help,
I want
Grant. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. That's amazing. Wow, that's so cool. It's amazing what technology can do when you know how to use it. 'Cause I don't know about any of this stuff, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I really want to hear that podcast.
Yeah. Well, I
That's
can't
gonna
wait
be
to
it.
check it
That
out.
would be interesting.
Yeah. Scarlet, you're back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, we had a crazy thunderstorm.
Did you hear barking
Michigan is a
hounds?
weird place. What?
Did you hear barking hounds during it?
No, I did not hear barking hounds during it. Was I
Oh, darn.
supposed to?
Well, maybe it was a wild hunt,
Maybe.
but there are no barking hounds.
No barking hounds. This one cat.
Oh, thank you
Oh
for
my
the
God, mine
hugs.
meows right when I do that.
Oh, Dieter, that is so sweet. Thank you for having people send me hugs. Thank you. That is lovely. Yes, my pain is getting really bad. Thank you. I appreciate it. I should have gotten on the treadmill sooner. My pain is out of control. It's been really bad tonight. So thank you. Thank you, Scott and Martin and Twy Prime. I appreciate it. Anyway. I see that one from you, Martin, that you said best not put that on the screen, but I'm reading it. Oh jeez. You're hilarious. I love it.
Never send me hugs. I don't want your germs, people.
Thank you, Twy Prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate the kindness. I'm trying. I'm looking into getting better doctors and more testing because so far I've hit nothing but dead ends. So I'm not giving up. This community has helped. Because I had given up a year ago. I couldn't take it anymore. Years of going to doctors and doing therapy that never went anywhere, never helped. But now I'm trying again. So, and it's because of the support of people I've met in this community. It's given me motivation to, give it another try and some purpose and a sense of community and a creative outlet. So I can't thank you all enough, really. Anyway, enough of that mushy stuff. I really mean it.
Thank you, Twi Prime. I don't have a choice. I have to. My body forces me to work out. I have to get on the treadmill a few times a day or my pain gets completely out of control. So like I don't have a choice. And when this thing was broken, I was in bad shape. I was outside walking in the middle of the night in the dark. So yeah, it's a necessity, fortunately. Thank you, Grant. I appreciate it. And thank you for everyone hitting the like button. 75 likes. See, I don't often get enough of them because people forget. And Scott, you're just amazing rallying the likes. Thank you so much. It helps people find the channel. That's a huge help. Well, thank you, Dieter, for everything, as always. I should call you Super Dieter. You're like a superhero. Seriously. Drake has a song. Drake worked with Rihanna on a song called Work. if that's what you're thinking of, Decipher. Anyway, Scarlet, did your power get knocked out? You there, Scarlet?
It's just been a weird night. It's been a weird night. You can't hear me now? Great.
I hear you now. Now I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It's just been a weird night. Normally when I start, I usually start like at 10 p.m. up in the bedroom, and it always has perfect, it's perfect sound-wise, but tonight it was just choppy. So I don't know.
It's Friday nights with you and your internet. It screws up every Friday night, your network.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the one time when I was TeslaCon and you had one on Friday and I went in, it was all choppy. It must just be Fridays. I don't know why. I
More
don't know
people
why
are up
anybody
late
else has
gaming.
a problem. I'm the only one that has a problem with it, I guess.
It's probably more people up late gaming and watching movies and
Yeah,
stuff
probably.
and
Yeah.
causing some sort of interference,
Yeah.
congestion.
Makes sense. The network gets clogged up. I can see
it'll
it.
just drop it, and then I just I decorated downstairs with happy birthday stuff. Because my boyfriend's birthday officially starts today. So.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Happy birthday
Yeah.
to your
Happy birthday to
boyfriend.
him. He's sleeping. You walk in and wake him.
No.
No, because we were talking last night in this Discord, and Susie wasn't there, and she's like, "Oh, there's a lunar eclipse. I'm gonna wake up all my roommates," and I'm like, "I'm sure they appreciate that." Hey, it's a lunar eclipse. Like, yeah, that's great. I'm gonna go back to sleep. So
I missed it myself. I forgot about. I didn't hear about it until it was kind of too late, and
yeah,
I forgot to
I
look.
missed it.
Yeah, I could see it right outside my door, so I just stood on my patio and watched it.
Oh,
It
that's cool.
was nice because usually Michigan, it's like I don't even bother because it's going to be cloudy like 80% of the time. You're not going to be able to see it. So I was actually really surprised it was clear.
So did you need to get special
Nice.
glasses or a special box to watch it?
You can watch the moon
No, I'm
being blocked by
kidding.
the sun.
That's just
No,
for solar eclipses.
but I'll tell you, if you do wear the glasses, it actually makes it sharper, so you can actually
Really?
use those. It will show you. It will make it real clear, so you can see
Okay.
the moon better. Like you can see all the craters and stuff in it if you put the glasses on, and you can if you look
Oh,
at it
that's
with a
cool.
naked eye.
I need a pair of those now.
That's
I
cool.
don't know.
Well, at some point, maybe anyway.
Wait a minute. Oh God, Dieter, Limp Bizkit is horrible. You think Limp Bizkit's okay? What? Oh no.
I was never a fan, but I didn't hate them.
Oh God, Yeah, I'm not a not a fan at all. Yikes.
I had a friend or two who was a fan. One of them actually became a rapper, and I think might still be rapping. And yeah, he's a white
Yeah.
rapper. He's pretty good though. He had quite a following for a little bit. I don't know if he's still doing it. I think he got married. I don't know if he just settled down and he's producing now. I think he's a producer now.
Yeah. Well, I remember they were popular when I was like in junior high or something. And I just remember that one particular song that was really popular. It was on TRL on MTV all the time. I remember that. What was that big hit? I hated. Oh yeah, Nookie. That was
Yeah.
one of the worst songs ever made, if you ask me. Nookie. That's a candidate for one of the worst songs ever made.
Nah, man,
Horrible.
that's a Grammy winner right there.
It was good. It
Oh
was
my
good
God.
to use for ironic effect in Yellow Jackets.
Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah, when Shauna got her break. Well, she thought she got her brakes cut, and she lost control of the van. Yeah. I'm wondering if I shouldn't take my boyfriend to this Ides of March toga party today.
That sounds like it could be fun.
There's all
It's
these
the Ides
Irish
of
in this.
March.
There's all yeah. He was born on the Ides of March, and there's never anything a theme for the Ides of March. It's always like St. Patrick's Day, but like Ides of March toga party seems pretty fun.
That's quirky. Although, yeah, you don't
Watch
want to
your
be.
back.
Yeah, you want to watch your back.
Yeah, you want
You
to
don't
watch
want
your
to be
back.
Julius Caesar.
Yeah.
Beware the Ides of March.
Pretty much.
Nope, I want to be
Yeah.
Caligula.
Oh. Have a good
All of you,
relationship with your horse.
and all of you march into the sea. You're
Ides of
going to
March.
war with the god of the sea and his knights or something. Now go.
You know, it's gonna bring me back around to Yellow Jackets because Caligula the parrot.
Yeah.
And Christina Ricci was saying, have you ever seen interviews where Christina Ricci's defended Caligula, like the historical figure? They're
No.
like pretty hysterical.
No, I have to see that. That's
Yeah.
funny.
So she's like, he wasn't that bad, and this is why. History wrote him to be bad, and he wasn't. And I'm like, okay, I want to hear this. Oh.
Yeah, I didn't realize there were any festivities around the Ides of March. That's interesting. It's an odd thing to.
I may go to an Irish festival. I don't know if anybody else is doing anything, but here's some bagpipes.
Anyway. Play some
bagpipes. I don't know if you had Scotch eggs before, but they're great.
Oh, no, I've never even heard of that.
It's like an egg wrapped in sausage and deep fried. Fantastic.
Oh.
Sounds good.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I don't eat sausage, so I don't even know. But it sounds like it might be good. I'm not a big fan of deep fried things, except for actual French fries.
So you probably won't like
French
this
fries.
because it's sausage and it's also deep fried.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not that I dislike it, but I can do without it.
You in some lamb stew, maybe not lamb stew, or what are other things? A Reuben? I was trying to think of other Irish things. Whiskey?
Oh yeah, whiskey. Definitely whiskey.
Beer?
Green beer?
Yep. They are known for their liquor, for sure.
Is Heineken Irish?
No, it's German. Or Dutch?
Oh.
German?
Oh, yeah,
German?
I should have known just by the name. Oh my God. I'm
It's fine, it's early.
I'm just thinking green can.
It's early.
Guinness. May said. There's Guinness.
Oh, yep. That's a good
true.
beer.
Yep. Dieter has more AI poetry. Julie, Scarlet, Doc, Kaiju, stream from with flair. Theories fly wild, jump scares everywhere. Laughter and chaos. Will they survive? Tune in quick if you dare. It's live. Thank
I
you,
love it.
Dieter. Thank you for that.
Oh, it's from his shepherd's pie. I got
Shepherd's
schooled.
pie.
I got completely schooled by somebody at a British pub that
Oh?
told me what I was eating was not shepherd's pie because it was not made with lamb.
Oh, I've heard that.
Really?
And the one
Oh,
that's
come
made with
on.
beef, is called cottage pie. And the
Okay,
one that's
that's
Really?
made
one I
with
like.
venison or like stuff like wild game is called hunter's pie.
Huh.
Okay.
Oh,
So now I
I have
still get
never.
shepherd. I went to a pub and got shepherd's pie, but it wasn't shepherd's pie. But I'm not going to school them and tell them it's cottage pie instead, because
I
they're
have
gonna
never in
not
my
want to
life
hear
heard of that.
that, and they're gonna think, they're not. They're probably gonna spit my food, So I'm not gonna
I
tell
have
them
never
that.
heard of that. So it's called cottage pie if it's beef.
Yeah.
Huh.
It doesn't
'Cause,
matter if it's corn or peas.
See, Grant agrees with me. It needs to be lamb, or otherwise it's cottage pie.
See, that's news to me. I grew up eating my mom's what I thought was shepherd's pie, and it was always beef. We never ever had lamb in it. So I
Yep.
guess I guess it wasn't
Always
shepherd's
cottage
pie then.
pie. It's always cottage
What
pie. Well, it makes
vegetable?
sense with shepherds. They like shepherd lambs and sheep. They don't shepherd calves and bulls.
Can't eat lamb. I can't eat lambs are too cute and adorable. I just can't. I've never
They're
had
so
lamb in my
delicious.
life, and I'm not
They're
going to
so
start now.
beautiful and cute and delicious.
It's a
No, thank you.
and so
I know.
Scarlet.
I was
Doug's a
just
fan of
wondering.
it, but
I was just wondering that people didn't eat lambs because apparently it's really hard for sheep to have babies, and a lot of them like pass away. And I think that's where where people started to eat lamb, so they wouldn't waste the meat. I don't think they purposely went out and killed small animals. I think it was just a survival thing at the time.
well, that makes sense.
And
And
now
it's the
people
same
just
thing.
eat it anyway.
And the thing about like veal, I don't see the need. It just seems unnecessary. Like
Hmm.
killing baby cows. Like, just why? I
Yeah.
know it's supposed to be delicious, but you don't really need to. You can at least let them grow up. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Before
I
you
don't know.
kill them.
And
With
I
that
don't know.
false
It's like
sense of security.
I'm not a
I know
fan of the taste.
it's if they're gonna be killed anyway, I guess it
Yeah.
doesn't make much difference. But I just can't. I couldn't bring myself to eat it personally.
Yeah.
But
I've been a vegetarian for a while, like before when I was younger, and a vegan. So I mean, I understand every once in a while I look at animals and I go, hey, I could probably be a vegetarian again.
I used to have severe guilt from eating meat when I was like a teenager, and I used to actually feel terrible guilt about eating meat and wanted to
Hmm.
become a vegetarian, but I never managed to do it. And eventually, I got over it.
I
But
got over
I still am not a huge meat lover. I'm just not a
Yeah.
big meat person.
Yeah.
I've had phases about whether or not I had a phase where I didn't eat I called it mammal flesh, any meat from mammals. Then that only lasted during my first year of college. Now I've gone through various periods of only eating small amounts of meat and kind of limiting how much meat I eat. But right now I'm just eating meat in general and trying to avoid pork because it doesn't agree with me.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't eat a whole
And
lot of it. I kind of incorporate it into things, like maybe a little bit cut up in something as opposed to just eating a steak or what have you.
mm,
That's enough to get some protein.
I mainly just eat chicken, and beef, and occasionally turkey, and that's it. And I don't know. I could easily give up all that stuff and be a vegetarian and really not miss it that much. But I eat it for the nutrients. I know there are ways to get the nutrients outside of that, but it's I don't know. I know I wouldn't even know where to start. So, and then Doug, I'm reading Doug's novel, and in Doug's novel, he talks about the main character, who's basically the main character is based on him, and he's really environmentally conscious. And then they go to this meeting of environmentalists who are like, they're all vegetarian because apparently farming animals like livestock, it's very bad for the planet too. So that's another thing. It's really bad for environmental reasons. I don't remember the technical reasons why, but it is. But Doug, interestingly enough, though, he is environmentally conscious, but he's not a vegetarian. I think he's just selective about what he eats, like the kind of meat he eats, as far as I know. But problem is, people are going to keep doing it anyway. A few people just refusing to eat it, it's not really going to make much difference. It's not going to stop those industries from continuing to do it.
Of course, Doug's environmentally conscious. He serves the woods.
Oh, sorry. I have farmers on both sides of my family, but they do soybean and corn, so they're not really so much raising meat.
Right.
Though they have goats that run around their farm, they're pretty cute. But they're kind of like for like maintenance, like to eat like dry grasses and stuff around and clear land, as opposed to providing milk or what have you.
Right. There are ways to do it in a more environmentally conscious and also a more humane way. To do this sort of thing. So, like cage-free eggs, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I try to like get cage-free eggs, cruelty-free, that kind of stuff. Free range chicken. So, at least that helps a little bit. People are doing that. Dieter had one for Doc too. Welcome to Doc Kaiju Labs. Beware. Monsters and mayhem fill the air. Creatures rise, theories fly. Stick around if you dare to survive. Nice, Dieter. Faith is back. You guys turned into From monsters from hanging out with Doug so much. I already fell asleep and woke up 2 times. Okay, bye again. Much love. Oh, that's great. This is the longest one that I've had in a long time, I gotta say.
Oh, yeah.
We used to do these a lot. We used to, when From season 3 was on, 8 hours was pretty much our usual routine. 8 hours. That was typical. But we've trimmed it down, believe it or not. Like our 5.5 to 6 hour stream are pretty much standard now. Like 5.5 to 6.5 hours typically. But this is a different one. This is an unusual special live with multiple parts to it, and I managed to get in some exercise, so that helped me continue it longer, and it's just been a lot of fun. So wanted to keep it going.
I do need to sleep now, though. Soon.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, but we do need to get off now.
We should all sleep. Not really get off, but sleep. Maybe get off and sleep.
Yeah.
Ow! Cat, get off my back. That's not what she's talking about.
Oh, jeez. You got a cat on your
My
back?
cat, yeah, she just decided to jump on my shoulders. She's craving attention right now.
Ouch.
Was that paws out?
A little bit, but I had 2 shirts on.
Oh man, if that had happened when you were on camera with us and Dog in the panel, that would have been hilarious.
But you don't get hurt. That is.
As long as
No, I'm
you
kind of
don't get
used to
hurt. It would have been funny to see it. Bye, Twi Prime. Thank you for popping in.
We'll be here every Friday night. Well, it might be moving. We'll keep you posted. But for now, we'll be here next Friday night. We know that much. And then and also we do our From rewatches on Wednesdays. Wednesdays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll do our next rewatch.
Oh, you broke up there.
Uh-oh.
Actually, I have invaded the stream. I have taken over the Julie B show yet again. Bah!
Is this part of your world domination plan?
Yep, one
Do you
stream
get
at a
points?
time.
Do you get some points for that?
I do. I get commodity credits.
Oh, cool. What can you
Yep,
get with those?
Weapons, monsters. But
Oh,
you
you
know,
can buy a
for
monster.
taking over streams, you know, you only get a couple credits. But it's still fun. Every little bit counts.
So I could.
I wonder what happened.
Do you have anything you want to promo?
No, not that I can think of right now.
Oh, she's gone.
I'm going to, yeah, she just disappeared. I'm going to the Monster Mag
Oh, yeah.
Makers Market tomorrow in New Bedford, Massachusetts. At some point, I think I'm going around 3. So I got to try to be up for like noon to make sure I get myself ready.
Is that the one with Joe Bob Briggs?
No, I'm going to see him Sunday. Joe Bob
Okay.
Briggs is going to be in Brighton tomorrow, in Brighton, Mass, doing like a
Nice.
whole show. He's going to do a double feature of Bubba Hotep and something else. And then he's doing on Sunday he's doing a meet and greet at a horror store. There's a horror themed store in, I can't remember where that is, but my fiance is bringing me, and I'm really excited.
That's awesome, Doc. That's so cool.
Welcome back, Julie.
My laptop died.
I didn't
killed the
take
battery.
over your show or anything.
it's all good. I mean, somebody had to. Like, I mean, what would happen if I just dropped off and couldn't get back on at all? I guess the live would just keep on running, even if you guys left, it would just be a live stream with nobody there. That would be it.
We would have to try to
man.
keep it running.
Stupid
it would be
stormy out here. You guys hear the storm?
It's what, storming, you said?
I hear like wind.
But if I step outside, I'm pelted with rain. It's pretty crazy.
Jeez. Yeah, that's nuts.
Enough of that.
Yeah, it would be hilarious. Like, you know, it would be terrible if my devices all just failed me and I couldn't get back on at all, and you guys left. It would just be an empty live stream because nobody would be here to shut it down. I wonder what happened. It would just keep going, I guess. But thankfully, I was able to get back on because I had my charger right next to me, and which it should have been plugged into from the beginning, but I was on the treadmill for a while. So luckily this thing booted up quickly, so I didn't leave you guys here stuck when you need to go to sleep. So thank you for waiting for me, because it would have been awkward if there were nobody here. I just say bye.
You'd have your background.
Everybody could just stare at the diner, the From diner.
Could this be an advertisement for your Cash app?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It would just, I could just leave it up all night and day. I wonder how that would work exactly. If YouTube would eventually cut me off, who knows?
I think they might.
I'm
not sure. Probably.
YouTube, there's got to be a limit on how long you could do it. I think YouTube might eventually cut it off. It would be an interesting experiment.
After 12 hours. I guess at 12 hours is their cutoff time for StreamYard. They'll cut you off in 12 hours.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. I heard that. That's right. I forgot. Yep. After 12 hours, I almost hit that mark once. I got to the 11-hour mark once.
Yeah, that's
That's
when you were
crazy.
sleeping during part of it, and Tony was trying to call you.
Yeah. Yes.
Julie, if
Bring it
anyone
full
could hit that
circle
limit,
since he
it's
was
you.
here tonight.
Yeah. Oh my God, Scott. Yeah, you got to get some sleep. You didn't have to stay this long. Goodness. Yeah, go get some sleep, Scott. Thank you so much for all your support. Thank you. Thank
Thank
you
you,
for everything
Scott.
you've done. He's been amazing. He's been here this entire time. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping out, cheerleading for likes. Get some
Yes, get up in
sleep.
4
We're gonna get
hours.
off.
But quite honestly, the
Yeah.
storm's so hard, it's like blowing a sheet of rain against the building.
Jeez.
I
Oh,
just went out there and
you got
stood, and I just started getting wet by like rain that's hitting me. And I'm underneath a canopy, and it's still hitting me.
like raining sideways.
Why?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
last
I've been.
Saturday it was 20 degrees.
You get all kinds of extreme weather. It sounds wilder than New England. That's crazy. Jeez.
Yeah.
So that makes
I've
me
been
feel
in
like
that
I'm a
sideways
pirate on the
rain.
stormy seas, like I'm on this. I'm a pirate of my boat on the stormy seas.
Yeah. Yeah. It sounds like it. I've been pelted with rain like that. It's not fun. I've been also pelted with dirt and hail too. It was really weird. It
Dirt?
was like this random. It was like a random dirt
Hail
storm.
here.
Dirt?
Yes, dirt.
What's dirt?
It was crazy. It was in the mountain, the White Mountains of New Hampshire, and it was all of a sudden out of nowhere, it just started like pelting like like hail and dirt. I don't know how, but like I was covered in dirt. I'm not kidding. Like it was a dirt storm. It was really bizarre and upsetting because it caused the whole it ruined the whole day. We couldn't take the um this like little what the hell do you call it? Like a gondola thing up the side of a mountain we were supposed to do. And we had to leave
Funicular?
to go home that it's like a gondola. I think they call it a gondola.
Oh, no, it's a
It goes
funicular.
up. It's a what?
Funicular?
I never heard
Funicular.
of never
That's
heard
the
of
thing that
that.
goes up the side of a mountain. A funicular.
Well, and at this place they called them gondolas, but
They're
I guess
wrong.
that
That's fine.
they called them
Gondola,
that there.
sure, not a funicular.
They called it a gondola, but it ruined the whole day, and I got pelted with dirt and hail. It was the worst trip ever. But
What time of the year
yeah,
was this? What time of the year?
it was early July. It was a boiling hot heat wave. It was a horrible heat wave at the time.
Well, then
It
you
was
got dirt.
crazy.
So you got dirt and hail added to that.
Yes. Yeah, it was a real fun time. We were only there for a wedding, and the one day we had to do something fun that I wanted to do, that it got ruined by that. So worst trip ever. But anyway.
New Hampshire sounds
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. Well, I hope
Sign
your
me
power
up.
doesn't get knocked. I hope your power doesn't get knocked out there, and stay
I
safe.
hope where I'm living doesn't get blown away, because it was just also like gusty winds and
Yeah. Well,
right, Kat?
geez. Yeah. Better stay safe out there. That sounds wild. Jeez.
Yeah. And yesterday and last week there was just tons of snow and it was 20 degrees. So global warming is
Yeah.
a true thing.
Oh yeah, climate change is real. It is no joke.
We're
It
gonna
is
be
no
like the
joke.
land of fire and ice. It's either gonna be 20 below or it's gonna be like, 110. No in between.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't really have that temperate weather here either. It's just extremes. It's
Yeah.
boiling. It'll go from like cold to boiling hot, like a flip of a switch. Yeah, it's like that in New England. It sucks. But it's starting to get nicer out now. Yeah. Anyway,
Climate
an
change is
awesome
caused by the aliens, the lizard dogs.
climate
They're
change is caused by
special. The lizard dogs. Yep, they got these special contraptions that come out of their anuses.
Oh
Like
God.
like a big satellite ray gun,
Talk about
and
After Dark.
shoots heat into the
Jesus.
air.
Oh, Jesus. Oh my God.
It's from After Dark. From Academy After Dark. Where you get to know the things that you didn't want to know.
Yeah. Everything
now
you
you
wanted to know
know.
and everything you don't. Yeah.
You can't
Holy
unknow
shit.
it now.
This is how loopy Doc gets when he's sleep deprived.
Yeah. Um. Oh, Jesus. So I'm pulling up. I almost played a video too early. I'm pulling up. Dieter made a cameo compilation, a new one that I can use to close things out. So I just want to thank everybody who contributed to the live tonight. It's been amazing. Doug Hughes, our special guest, our recurring special guest / guest co-host at this point, and everybody else, Doc and Scarlet and Grant and gosh, who else was on? Tony.
Cavalcade of
Tony
Stars.
Tony Teflon came through. Tony Teflon. That was
Right?
awesome.
Oh my God.
That was epic. First time joining my panel. I'm
starstruck.
honored to have him. And it's kind of wild too, because I'm coming up on the 1 year since I found his channel and since I found From. So a year later, he was on my channel. Life is crazy sometimes. Never know. You just never know. I never would have seen that happening the following year. I was just excited to hear him read something I said in the chat. I remember a year ago, last April, I was so excited. Like, oh my God, he read my comment out loud. And now I have a show and he's on my channel and it's just bonkers. Yeah, it's connections like that have really just made a world of difference, because otherwise it was like the worst year of my entire life. But the Fromily, the Fromaholics, the Fromilia, whatever you want to call us, have really changed everything. So I'm grateful for it, and for all of you guys making awesome friends like Scarlet and Doc and Grant. You guys are awesome. Dieter, Scott, everybody in the chat.
Thank you.
I'm just grateful for you guys, and Tony. Tony helped a lot of people. He helped a lot of people find my channel. So I really owe him for that. I'll never forget that, the support that he's offered me, and he knows he's always welcome here anytime. I was thrilled to have him, and I appreciate all the awesome chat and the people who called into the panel. Amy called in. We had who else called in? Brandon, I think. Brandon called in. And of course KP. I can't forget KP. So yeah, pretty epic. If I'm forgetting anybody, I apologize, but I think that was everybody. And of course Alexis. I mean, Alexis was a trooper. Alexis finished like the entire head of the Jade doll. She just has to add the beard and the hair, basically. She did the whole thing on stream. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. She's a rock star. She was on with us for like 5 hours crocheting. Absolutely amazing, and we appreciate it. So, I'm gonna do the drawing for the winner of that Jade doll, and I'm going to notify her. I'm going to take a screenshot of the winner. I will notify Alexis, and she's going to announce it today on her Facebook and Instagram. So if you entered that contest, keep an eye out. Check her Instagram and Facebook. They're linked in the description of this video if you're listening on the replay. And you can also just check out her shop. She's not taking orders at the moment, but you can get on some kind of a wait list and let her know if you're interested in. I think she has room for 1 order for April, she said. And
so jump to
otherwise, yeah, you could be that one person. So she has room for 1 order for April. Other than that, probably just a wait list. But yeah, we appreciate Alexis for doing that for us. So check out her link in the description. Check out Doug's links. The link to his play Deadline is in the description of the video. And either Wednesday or Friday next week is when we're going to do the stream where we discuss Deadline with Doug and his writing partner, Marcia Kash. We just have to wait and find out what her schedule's going to be. So we will keep you posted on that. And other than that, keep an eye out for my Severance breakdown. It'll be out in the next few days for episode 9. And I appreciate everybody who watched my last few episodes, my last few videos on that. And my theory video on the boy in white is in the description of this video too. So if you haven't checked that out, that's also there. Anyway, so have a good day or a good night, everybody. And we'll see you next time. Our next live will be Monday night. Doc, sorry, Doc, did I cut you off?
I just want to say a few thank yous after you're finished.
Oh, I was just gonna say our next live is Monday night for Severance. Around I'm saying 10:15 p.m. Eastern, but more likely it's gonna be 10:30. So just make sure you're subscribed and hit the notification bell for all notifications so you know when we go live. I have a lot of technical issues and other things that slow me down, but it'll be Monday night. We'll discuss episode 9 of Severance. Thank you, May. I appreciate it. Have a good night. You have a good night too. And Doc, you go ahead.
Okay. So I want to, like you were thanking Tony Teflon, I want to thank him as well. I know he's not here right now, but if it wasn't for his streams and him directing me to you, I wouldn't be here right now. And he's been an inspiration too, because I've thought about making my own stream. I don't think I'm going to do that. Actually, I have some other ideas that I've already talked to you a bit about. But oh my God, is he an amazing man and just an inspiration. And I'm so grateful for the community that he's built up around From and just everything else. He's really good at community building. And that's something that I have a lot of respect for. And thank you so much, Julie, for having me on and giving me this opportunity and chance. This means a lot to me. And you have also changed my life for the better, because I feel like I've been a much better person since I met you, and just keep striving to be better. And thank you.
Oh, you're so sweet. Oh my gosh.
And then
thank you.
You're very welcome. And then I also want to thank Scarlet for being awesome and amazing. And Scarlet, you have been such an inspiration lately. Like, oh my God, like we keep chatting about like music and horror stuff. Oh my, like you know so much more about horror stuff than I do. It's crazy. And so yeah, thank you both.
I'm glad I could show you the weird, wacky world of death rock and psychobilly.
Oh yeah, I started listening to some of the music today when I was taking breaks from research. I started listening to I had to like look at the Amazon thing and look at the bands that were on it, and then look up the bands specifically. And so I looked up the first one, which was Oh Death. That was the first one I pulled up.
So how do you like that?
It was pretty good. It was it was folkish, kind of creepy vibe. I dig it.
Yeah, that's more like dark group music.
Well, that's
it's
awesome.
A big,
you guys,
wonderful, crazy, horrific, beautiful world.
Love it.
That's great. Well, that was really sweet, Doc, and I share your feelings about Tony. I feel exactly the same way. I mean, I never watched any show like his before. I mean, he was my first inspiration to want to be part of something like this. I couldn't resist calling in immediately. I was like watching replays of his lives when I was watching seasons 1 and 2 by myself,
and I couldn't wait till I could catch
Same.
one live. And then I finished seasons 1 and 2 last April for the first time. 2 days later, I was so excited. He happened to be going live because the season 3 teaser dropped, and I was so excited. I couldn't wait to call in, and I was terrified. And he just made me feel so comfortable and free to share my ideas, and I was very self-conscious and nervous, and I listened back to I recently went back and listened to it, and it's funny, I'm like nervous giggling, and he was so kind, and I found it so much fun. That's where I caught the bug. I was inspired to want to do this myself, and so I wouldn't be doing this now if I hadn't originally found his community and seen his show. And yeah, so he's a huge inspiration and just an all-around great guy who's been a friend to me on a personal level too, giving me advice, personally, professionally, and he's just the nicest guy. So I can't say enough kind words about Tony. And I was so happy to see him show up tonight. I've so missed seeing his lives, and I hope he comes back soon and is doing okay. And we have nothing but love for Tony here on this channel always, and he's always welcome here. I'm honored to have him. More than just welcome, it's an honor to have him here. He's like the king of From, and he helped build this fandom and made it what it is. So huge props to Tony, and we appreciate him joining us. So anyway, and good night to Martin, and with that, hope you guys have a good day or good night.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. Happy Ides of March, everybody.
Yeah. Happy Ides of March. And I was going to sign off with this cameo compilation that Dieter made me, but it's not letting me upload it. So instead, I'm just going to share my screen and play it that way, and I'll sort out the technical issue later.
That works.
So this will be the sign off. Oh, hey, Debbie, Bebby. She's always popping in when we're signing
You're at
off.
the right time, Debbie.
Yes, she's always popping in when we're signing off because she's an early bird and we're night owls. So thanks for popping in, Debbie. This was a fun one. So and shout out to the replay gang. I see you out there. I appreciate you guys who watch the replays. Oh, we've been lurking. And shout out to the lurkers. I appreciate you. I appreciate the lurkers too. Thank you for watching, listening, whatever it is you're doing. I appreciate you guys. If you're making, are you making some kind of sound effect? Because I can't hear it, Scarlet.
The sound effect is my cat.
Oh, okay. I thought you were making more goat noises or something.
My cat's making cat noises.
It's like my speakers are defective on this. Anyway, have a good day or a good night, everybody. I appreciate all you guys in the chat, lurkers, rewatch gang, everybody who joined the panel tonight, and we'll see you next time.
Hello.
Hey, everybody.
Your tails look
Good night.
smashing.
Cat's tail looks smashing.
Wait, what tail? What tail?
My cat's tail, it's in front of my iPad and I can't read. What's going on?
Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to play this as my sign off. So until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together. See you later, guys. See you next time.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey, Julie. It is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, JulieBDeepDives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show. And I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey, Julie.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B. Deep Dives.
Julie B. My child. It is I, Father Khatri. Julie B., I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a family, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it. And I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going. Keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.
Father Khatri thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor, who couldn't be here right now, but he wanted to let you know he's very thankful, and I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up, and I wish you all the best.